Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go I could go When I call your name Shakara for me. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know say you go love me. I do go I could go When I call your name Shakara for me. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you gon' love me. I do go I could go When I call you Shakara for me.
Okay now.
To question between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't want to forget.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on them.
Ayanda
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I wanna go down, I wanna go down.
Where are you? Where to me? It's only all to if I don't come find more, I give up Atari, Boku Meji or Kavava, Boku Meta or Kawase, Body look to my head, oh, don't need to my essay. I call me Imo to Imo Joe, Imo Emini walking Dale, Baba no Melemo, Wafi Joe Elemo. Àkọ́bí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jòyè lóko. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlà bàbá Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàpadà dẹ. Ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ba ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé. Àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀.
Excuse me. You know, it never fails but catch me off guard. You know, I switch off the music myself, and still when that music stops, I'm trying to put, you know, because I'm using a green screen just to, you know, zhuzh the space up a bit. But maybe I don't have the right lighting yet, but I can see gray shadings. Just I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's how I'm positioned. But I was saying it never fails to catch me off guard when that music stops, even though I stop it myself. So, but there it is. So there it is. Here we are. Here we go again. So there it is. Here we are, and here we go again. So, pardon me. So there it is. Here we are, and here we go again. So let me just share a little anecdote. I know a lot of you suspect. I know a lot of you think I don't have a life outside of this thing, but I do have somewhat of a life. I was at a barbecue earlier on today, just you know, the usual, you know, barbecue. When a chap came up and said, "Oh, are you one man?" I tried to dodge it, but my wife pushed me under the bus. And then he went on to say, "Oh, so that rational mind guy, what's the story there?" And they said, "What have you done to Ajan Lekoko, etc." So it looks as though you guys are world famous now. Just it wasn't a random guy, by the way, somebody I know, but I didn't know he knew. I was because I tried to keep it away from people, but I think the more we grow, the more inevitably. Well, it just struck me the personalities on this face are subjects of discussion at a barbecue in Sidcup. So that's how it goes. Pardon me, pardon me. So the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as we come in. We did say that all the time, so please do it in this instance. And if you're watching on, pardon me, I think I'll play a bit of music. I think I need another sip of water. So let me just let me clear the gremlins, and then we start all over again. I'll play you this warm music Hausa rap from Dan Ladi, from wherever. Dan Ladi.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the third grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti an winam bedda omin garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti ey cuwagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tinde on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde idi naw wilde iwi.
Right. So that was that. I did call him the Ladi, but but I think a more appropriate name by Tokwe O there, MC Ruga. So that was MC Ruga filling the void. So yes, I was saying it's so important that like button. I invite you to click the like button every day, and not sufficient enough of you do that. So if you don't do it traditionally, please do it. I think you know all of the reasons why I'm asking you to do it. So do it. Just do it for the culture. If you don't do it for me, do it for the culture. People say that, I'm not quite sure what they mean by that. So do it for culture. Click on the like button, and same for the culture. click on the subscription button as well. So important, those two spaces. It's for the growth. You know, the conversation gets richer the more we get bigger. I think you all know that. You know, so we attract more people, and then the quality increases, and then it becomes even more pleasurable if it ever could be. So do that. Click on like and click on subscribe. Just do that now. If you haven't done that traditionally, if you've done it and then undone it, redo it just to push the numbers up. Because of course, no matter what your perspective is, that perspective is not held alone. So if you have a visceral dislike of the platform and you watch it grudgingly anyway, there are others who have that visceral dislike for the platform that may share your thoughts. So let them come here and then see if you can affect the impact. And if you have a gushing love for the platform, then click on the like button as well for the same counter argument. So all of the arguments still leads you to clicking on like and clicking on subscribe. So important. So important. So do those two things. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. You know, the richness of the conversation is only determined by the participants in it. So the wealth of your knowledge, bring it to bear by clicking on that. What's going on? So the wealth of your knowledge, bring it to bear by clicking on the hyperlink that says hold on. So I'm looking for that hyperlink as you can imagine, I have so many tabs open on my screen between one and the other. So come at the richness of your depth is what I was saying to the conversation by clicking on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. It's so easy, you know. No matter how you are coming at it, come at it from that manner. You know, if you want us to speak in Yoruba, we'll have that conversation in Yoruba. If you want us to speak in Igbo, there's sufficient enough members that can hold that conversation. If you want us to go to the Nigerian traditional cultural language, which is Pidgin, maybe we talk Hana. Myself as a bit of Pidgin, you know, if not Pidgin, you want me to take roll, we go take and roll, you know. When I tell you both, you go here when. So any language. So don't be put off that the thing seems somewhat highfalutin and just that. So don't be put off. It's a home for all. So a home for all. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That makes 3, and then there's one more click, which is the super chat button at the bottom of the YouTube space. Buy stars on Facebook, etc. Click on that as well. So this is what Efosa Isaac or Rose, this is what he did to say good morning, one man and esteemed fellow viewers. So we have the anticipation of 5. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats in the course of any session, and they have to be handsome super chats as well. Oh, don't do some sort of silly nonsense, because that can be offensive. So get the wallet out and throw it at the platform. That's the sort of super chats we welcome here. Get the wallet out, get your purse out, and throw it at the platform. But I just, you know, so like, share, subscribe, super chat, and all the things you know you need to do. So do all those nice and funky things. Play that funky music for me, white boy, and all that. So play that funky music for me. So yes, so we've done all that. So shall we just launch into it? Let's just launch. And by the way, the room is not populated, and the room seems to slowly populate this last few days. It fills up quickly, but then it's drip, 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 and then a gush. That's usually how it happens. Drip, 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 and then a gush. But we don't want drip, 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 and then a gush. We want the full gush. Look at this guy. Come and challenge me now. Whoever wants to challenge me in pidgin language, I dare you. And then the audience will be the judge. You know, I be waffy boy. You know what I talk. If I land you, you go here when. You know, I be waffy boy. Don't try me. You think it's a joke? But no, all those nice and funky things. So all those nice and funky things, we have a mixed bag of all manners of items to talk about. So let's just launch into it. Let me actually launch into it with with a series of clips. So we come in it with a series of clips. So let's kick it off with clips. So we kick it off with this clip. This is Seyi Makinde. You know that pardon me. You know that I've got a frog in my throat. You know when you have that lump, somewhat. You know that the state governors are somewhat reticent in their acceptance, in their welcoming of this local government autonomy that has just been gotten via the Supreme Court, and they are somewhat, the language that you're using, it tells you then that they are still looking for a window of resistance, and that language captured by the Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde. Watch this.
Okay, there was judgment of the Supreme Court. There's local government autonomy, financial autonomy, and all of that. And I will still say it. I think it's just a distraction. We must face the real issues that we have. And the issue that we have is we are not producing enough. We're not productive. Whatever it is that we're sharing in Abuja, which is what this FAQ is all about. Oh, okay. Whatever is in Abuja, share it to the local government. Is that our problem? Well, okay, maybe it may be a part of the problem that, yes, you want to have a value for what is being shared, but our real problem is productivity. But now this is going to be the discussion for the next maybe 1 month or so, when issue of hunger and anger in the land will still be under the table. It's a big issue. The federal government is saying, okay, now we need to import food. It's a big shame. Yes, it's a big shame on this country. We cannot feed ourselves. And then you're saying we should go back to those things that will allow us to bring confidence back to our people and to ensure that this country is back on the path of growth and progress.
All right. So that's Seyi Makinde. So let me address that before I address what is on the screen right there. So that's Seyi Makinde telling us that the Supreme Court judgment that rescues the local government authorities from their clutches is a red herring. It has no meaning. It's saying that the problem of the country is not that in that direction, but it's the lack of productivity within the country. And it cited the example of the country to import food as an indicator that the country is on the wrong trajectory. So now, let's now, so who is it passing that blame to is the question that I'm asking. So this headline on this news on my screen is really disturbing me. So I want somebody to verify that. It says shot fired at Trump's rally, and then he added Trump shot. So somebody should verify that. We may well have to pivot to that storyline if he has any truth. But yes. So Seyi Makinde comes out there making all of this vuvuzela noise. You know that the problem of the country is lack of productivity, and it is a real big shame that the country is having to import our food. So, and it's saying that the judgment to rescue the local government authorities from his clutches and the clutches of his band of not so merry men, that is a red herring, that is a diversion, and the real issues, like I said, production and importation of food, a shame to the country. So whose fault is that is the question that I'm asking, and who is it passing the buck to? Because we have to understand the sort of system that we run. We run a federalized system in Nigeria, and that federalized system, it composes of semi-autonomous sovereign states that then come within a federal structure. So essentially, Oyo State, to all intents and purposes, apart from being a quasi-state within a federal structure, is a country of its own. That's how to look at it. So the best way to look at the sort of structures that we run is that all of these composing units, they are mini countries of their own. You know, he has sovereignty. You know that the land in every individual state belongs to that state, not to the federal government. Every inch of land in every in every state composing the sovereignty of Nigeria belongs to the state. So if Seyi Makinde, who is the governor of one of the largest states in Nigeria, if he's telling us that, and it's in his second term, or it's not a new governor, it's in his second term. So if he's telling us that it is a source of shame that Nigeria is having to import food, him being the governor for the last 5 years of one of the most arable lands in the country, then whose fault is that? You know? So they are looking for a technique. They're looking for a pathway to get into that local government authority, but yet in law, you know, that one is gone. You know, the looting is over in that space. So that's Seyi Makinde talking double dodge and brouhaha. So double dodge and brouhaha, very confusing. This lady is certainly confused. So now, a lot of you would have heard of the proposed demonstrations, protests to come in August and later and later in July. So this is this lady's take on that space. Watch this.
What exactly is the fate of the forthcoming nationwide protest? You all know that there is protest slated for the 1st of August till the 10th of August. So right now I'm seeing this particular trend. Me, I no can understand. I just get confused. So if the outsiders are saying that they are not joining the protest because it will be unfair for them to protest against, Tinubu, as they give Buhari 8 years to govern, that it will be so unreasonable for them to come out now and protest that the president right now has started governing for just a year. While some Igbos are saying that they did not vote, that the people that voted should go out and protest, that the Igbos are not protesting. And now the Yorubas are saying that they will not let anybody protest and damage any, government properties. So now who won't come protest? Because I don't just understand. Division don't even dey already. Tribalism don't enter this protest already. Protest will be saying never starts. Tribalism don't enter. So if outsiders are saying they are not protesting, Yorubas are saying no, we will not allow them protest, and Igbos are saying no, he's not our president, we did not vote for him. So now who won't come protest? Abi, should not only me they confused for this matter.
Not be only you they confused for the matter, or now you and I together they confused for the matter. So this proposed, they are trying to leverage off the goings on in Kenya to try and somewhat see if they can bring it into the Nigerian space. But if they do succeed in bringing it into Nigerian space, which they will not, it's going to turn into an ugliness because Nigerians don't know how to protest. They always turn it into something ugly and vulgar to the point that they get shot. So, and I think it's Showore and Co. organizing that space. But the Northerners are saying they're not interested because they've just had 8 years of Buhari and they don't feel the time is ripe yet for the protest. The Yoruba certainly don't want to protest against their own. And he's telling us that the Igbos are saying they didn't vote for him, they're not interested. So who exactly is protest? And why are they protesting more to it? Why are they protesting? So they are protesting because there's hardship in the country. There's always been. When was there a time that there wasn't hardship in Nigeria? So you can't protest against hardship. So what exactly are you protesting against? So it's all a political stunt. But of course, yes, we had that. We had that Prestige. So they did actually him. I'm being somewhat distracted by this news coming out of America. It says breaking news: shot fired at Trump rally few minutes ago. He was rushed off stage with some bloody face. So is the blood from him? Shall we? I'm almost minded to go and check that, but we'll carry on with that structure, and then in the course of the session, then if there's anything there, we follow through. So back to that protest, a damn squib. There's never really going to be any protest in Nigeria. Showore will roll out his usual bunch of noisemakers. The police will carol then. He will almost certainly get beaten up because it seems to be the tradition that Showore gets beaten up by every administration. So we'll see him on the floor being kicked in the face, and then he will go back to his telling us that he's taking scars for the Nigerian people. So that's that. Let me play you this next clip.
Just in 30 seconds, what's the way forward? 30 seconds.
Well, the way forward for us is this. All the people that are moving towards this treble offense, they should leave our party. Joe Ajero, as far as we are concerned, is not a member of our party. Aisha Yesufu is not a member of our party. Kenneth Okoko is not a member of our party. Jennifer Moruti is not a member of our party. They are members of Mr. Peter Obi movement, obedient movement. And finally, Mr. Peter Obi must respect our constitution. He must know that he's not the leader of this party. It is the national chairman at any appointed time that is the leader of our party, except when we change our constitution. So he must not be referred to as the leader of our party. He's not. He's a former presidential candidate, and that will remain the other position. They should not bring all those negative input from PDP into Labour Party, and they think they are going to have their way. In our constitution, the national chairman remains the leader of the party, and so be it. So for us, I'm begging Nigerians and not the press, stop referring to Aisha Yesufu as a chieftain of Labour Party. Stop referring to Kenneth Okoko as a chieftain of Labour Party. Stop referring to Kenneth Okoko as a chieftain of Labour Party. And Joe Ajero is not our member. He should concentrate on how he's going to better the life of Nigerian workers in general. He's not a member of our Labour Party, and he cannot, under any guide, take over the administration of the Labour Party. It's going to be a very third dream.
All right, thank you so much for being on the program with me.
All right, brilliant. So, yes, let me show you this. You know it's been playing on my mind, so let me just show you it. This is apparently, allegedly, what happened to Trump. So let's just watch it together, see if there's anything in it. Let me make it a full screen. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Let's give it volume.
See something that said, take a look at what happened.
So they are saying it's a prank, but it doesn't look like a prank to me. Let's take it from the...
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. You ready?
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
All right. All right. So that's apparently, allegedly, what happened to Trump. You heard shots fired. It didn't go down immediately, so I'm not quite sure. Some people are saying it's a prank. I'm not sure if I don't know. Keep us posted. The Americans should please keep us posted. yes, because it didn't go down like it was short, so I'm not quite sure. But yes, the Americans should keep us posted. Let's carry on with our session anyway. So we carry on with our session anyway, and we go to let's go to this. Let's go to this. All right, we carry on with our session anyway, and we kick it off with this one. So we carry the room is populating, by the way, so people should hop on. We carry on with our session. We kick it off with this. Nigeria's Agric minister confirms duty-free importation of beans, wheat, rice. So Tinubu threatening to crash the food shortage within 180 days. That's I heard that rumored somewhere. So we go with that just as the headline. Let's go on from there to this one. Nigeria doesn't have people who speak truth to power. Your friend and mine, P. Toby. So just as a standalone headline, you might want to disagree with that. A lot of people speak truth to power, but does power listen to that truth is the difference. Nigeria does not have people who speak truth to power. This is Peter Obi. So we have Usman something. You remember that guy that was on channel running the administration down? Ndume, Peter Obi, Pade Banjo. There's countless people. Maybe not truth. Opposition politics to the central space, but whether they pay attention or not, that's a different matter. So let's take a little bit of this. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said that Nigeria lacks courageous people who can speak truth to power. Obi made this statement on Saturday during the 10th anniversary of Alaigo Development Foundation in Umuahia, Abia State. He lamented that the country has an abundance of sycophants who tell leaders what they want to hear. The former Anambra State governor, who recalled how he judiciously managed public funds whilst in office. So that's a categorical lie, of course. The IGR went down. Peter Obi succeeded Chris Ngige, and the IGR went down sharply under him. And then Peter Obi was succeeded by Willie Obiano, and the IGR went sharply up under Chris Obiano. Or is it Chris Obiano? Yes, Obiano at least. So under Ngige, the Anambra State governor, the Anambra State economy went up sharply. Actually, it went up sharply. I wanted to say rather it went up decently, but it actually went up sharply when Peter Obi took over. And the poverty level in Anambra State, it doubled 100% under the sandwich of between Ngige and Chris Obiano, which was Peter Obi. So he mismanaged that state. The former Anambra State governor, who recalled he spent a lot of the money setting up all these breweries, etc., all this silly nonsense. A lot of those monies, in fact, most of the state's money went into his own personal bank, the bank that he was chairman of. We all know about the Pandora Papers, so it's just it's a nonsense. Let's not do Peter Obi today. It just rankles the lies that guy tells to try to rebrand himself. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has said that Nigeria lacks courageous people who speak truth to power. Obi made this statement on Saturday during the 10th anniversary of Alaigo Development Foundation in Umuahia, Abia State. He lamented that the country has an abundance of sycophants who tell leaders what they want to hear. The former Anambra State governor, who recalled how he judiciously managed public funds whilst in office, also charged public leaders to use public funds for the people. He further charged them to make people-centered policies and pursue programs that promote public peace. Obi blamed the woes of Nigeria on the avarice and insatiable quest for wealth among public office holders. He, therefore, challenged Nigerians to speak truth to power and stop hero worshipping. What we lack in Nigeria is people who can tell you you are wrong when you are. Leaders are bound to listen to people because the people put them in office. Leaders must use public funds for public purpose. When I was in public office, I used public money for public purpose. I made sure I used the people's money for them. I did not spend any kobo for personal gain. I didn't take it. I didn't owe pensions. He did owe pensions and gratuity, which was I don't know. This is actually an outright lie, because we can go and bring you the headlines. All the pensions were cleared by Willie Obiano, so I don't know why he does that. Let me actually play you this clip. Now, this is a clip where Willie Obiano is actually telling you who this guy is. It's just as well that we have some of these clips bookmarked. Hopefully, I've not deleted it out. Yes, this is Willie Obiano actually telling you who Peter Obi is. Willie Obiano is the one that succeeded Peter Obi, and he's telling you. Well, anyway, listen to his words.
Did he actually live in the state coffers when he left as governor? And are you willing to publicly publish the bank verified statements to settle the matter once and for all?
Yes. Not talking. Yes. My predecessor left 9 billion cash, and
9 million or 9 billion?
9 billion cash, and 25.6 billion in script issues. These are sovereign wealth fund and shares in other banks. If you put 9 million to that, you get 35.5 billion. Technically, but he issued checks worth over 15 billion before he left, waiting for me to cross over before those checks started appearing. So you can see it's teaming and leading in accounting. That's what happened. So this is fact. We have published it already. It's already in the social media. It's everywhere. That what he left was 35 billion. Let me even tell you, if I were
not only publishing the figures, publishing the bank statement, would you do?
Our accounts are properly audited. I have the largest funding from the donor agencies. They will not touch you with a long spoon if they don't see your transparency.
Okay. All right. So that's the yes. Your connection was not connecting properly. Rational Minder, if you want to rejoin again. So that was the former governor of Anambra State telling us then the not so clever accounting that Peter, not only was the sum that he said, I don't want to do Peter Obi today, but it's the lies of the guy that always lands us back there. Not only did he lie about the amount of money that he left behind, he also, he used clever accounting, like for instance, he paid checks, but then post-dated it to after he hands over to Willie Obiano. So those monies still reflecting as monies in the books, but they are already spent. So that's teaming and leading that so it didn't make judicious use of public funds. No, it's just a fraudster. But let's leave Peter Obi alone. We all know he's a fraudster. Yes. So that's what he had to do. What we lack in Nigeria is people who can tell you are wrong when you are. Leaders are bound to listen to the people because the people put them in office. Leaders must use public funds for public purpose. When I was in public office, I used public money for public purpose. I made sure I used the people's money for them. That would be in Pandora Papers, wouldn't it? I didn't spend any cover for personal gain, except the 250. I don't want to hit this guy, but it's an outright lie. So, listen to this. I didn't spend any cover for personal gain. I didn't take it. I didn't owe pensions or gratuity. That's a lie, of course. I didn't own contractors. That's a lie. And now in private life, I can do whatever I like with my money. So I can bring you more clips to show that that's a lie, but I think you're tired of me. But it's just, I don't like to go after him, but he just opens up himself for that. Let's go on from that to this. Ex-Senate President Ayim joins APC, asks Nigerians to support Tinubu. So correct me if I'm wrong, but was he not the chairman of PDP once upon a time? A former Senate President, Pius Ayim, has joined the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and wants Nigerians to support the leadership of President Bola Tinubu. Ayim, who is also a former secretary to the government of the Federation, formerly left the People's Democratic Party, PDP, alongside other politicians at the Pa Oruta in Gele Township, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, during the grand finale of the APC local government election campaign on Saturday. So that's quite astonishing, actually, because that's a big name right there. And in a clip that that I was watching earlier, Daniel Boala was also telling us. In fact, it's right here. I have left PDP close to joining APC. So we are fast turning into a one-party state. That's just what it is. We note the enormous social, political, and economic challenges facing Nigeria today. It is not therefore we note the enormous social, political, and economic challenges in Nigeria today. It is not therefore not a time for political shadow boxing, but rather a time for patriots to collaborate at all levels to support Mr. President as he navigates our nation through these challenging times, he said at the event. Accordingly, the people of Ebonyi have resolved to collaborate with our dear governor and all federal appointees of Ebonyi State, particularly Honorable Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, to upscale our support for President Bola Tinubu. We have resolved to use this opportunity to call on all well-meaning Nigerians to rally behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to steer the ship of our nation to peace and prosperity. The former SGF was not the only one who joined the APC. A former Labour Party governorship candidate for Ebonyi State, Edwin Inkwegu, was amongst those who defected to the ruling party. I him served as the well, there it is. So there it is. I wonder who will remain in opposition. Maybe Peter Obi and his dog. Maybe Peter Obi and who else? This probably the last readout, and then we go into the conversation. Local government authority, Supreme Court judgment, conspiracy against democracy, Afenifere. So I always dislike it when they attribute. I always dislike it when they attribute the personal angst of this elderly man to the esteemed space that is their Afenifere space. So we all know that Ayo Adebanjo speaks for no one but himself. The pan Yoruba social political pardon me. The pan Yoruba Social Political Association, Afenifere, has condemned the judgment of the Supreme Court, which granted total financial autonomy to local governments in Nigeria. The Supreme Court on Thursday declared it unconstitutional for state governors to hold funds allocated for local government administrations. So, I want to see how it's coming at it, Adebanjo. The court further declared that the state government has no power to appoint a caretaker committee, and a local government council is only recognizable with a democratically elected government. Afenifere, in a statement on Saturday by its leader and the National Publicity Secretary, Chief Ayo Adebanjo, and Prince Justice Faloye, described the Apex Court judgment as a mere judicial conspiracy. The statement was titled Tinubu and the Grand Conspiracy Against Democracy and True Federalism in Nigeria. According to the group in the statement, the judgment was against the principle of true federalism. It added that the Supreme Court had played to the gallery in delivering such a judgment. The statement reads, Afenifere views the judgment of the Supreme Court in the case filed by the federal government on the so-called local government autonomy as a shared judicial conspiracy in cahoots with the Tinubu administration against the Nigerian state and its foundational principles of federalism, rather than interpret the constitution to uphold its elementary but overriding federal principle, which recognizes only two tiers of federal structure of the central government and federating states. The Supreme Court played to the gallery and wittingly allowed itself a most retrogressive declaration that the power of the government is portioned into three arms of government: the federal, the state, and the local government. For the avoidance of any doubt, Afenifere makes bold to say that in line with its negotiated basis of existence, Nigeria is a federation consisting of states and a federal capital territory, as affirmed by XYZ in the Constitution. While Afenifere frowns at corruption and misuse of public funds at any level of government, it condemns in most unmistaken terms the subjugation of the states and their constitutional roles, including the local government system, to the whims and caprices of the federal government by any means, including obvious manipulation of the federation account, as is in the present case. The group also alleged that the ongoing administration of Tinubu had been practicing a unitary system in some of its policies since its inception. It maintains that the only way forward for the country was to practice true federalism. It is becoming stringently eloquent that with just over a year of its inauguration, the Tinubu government, more than even the military administration, is uncannily determined to unitarize the Nigerian Federation. Part of the unitary package is the creation of the Ministry of Livestock Development, which is the audacious euphemism for the reintroduction of cattle colony Ruga and those other policies by which the Buhari administration sought to appropriate lands in the states, contrary to the provisions of the Land Use Act and Constitution, which vest the land. I'm not quite sure how the minister. It's just this is conspiracy theory gone wild, isn't it? This old man is 93 now, and you know the culture to defer and respect your elders. But man, this guy, man, let's not even go. This grandpa, anyway. But our pa Adebanjo, man, you need to chill out. You know, it needs to be removed from that seat as well. It's a 93-year-old man, and he cannot straddle the Afenifere space anymore. Clearly, patently, he doesn't even know the remit of the role. So he clearly not fit for purpose. Part of the unitary package is the creation of the Ministry of Livestock Development, which is the audacious euphemism for the reintroduction of cattle colony Ruga and those other policies by which the Buhari administration sought to appropriate lands in the states, contrary to the provision of the Land Use Act and the Constitution, which vest lands in the state, which in the governor in trust for the people. Afenifere insists that the way forward for Nigeria is not the confusing, rudderless tinkering, but a holistic restructuring of the polity to reenact the fundamental principles of true federalism as agreed by the founding fathers. This includes the fact that the local government system is an exclusive preserve of the states, either by direct constitutional provisions or residual powers in a federation. The group are submitted. So that's Pa Adebanjo being a stick in the mud as ever. Pa Adebanjo, as we know him, a stick in the mud. A stick in the mud. Just a couple more clips and then we roll it out. This is a more nuanced take by this chap. I think this is a throwback, actually, and this speaks to the devaluation of the Nigerian currency, and it gives you a unique and peculiar perspective on it. Watch this.
The tragedy of Nigeria began in 1986 when we did the structural adjustment program. When we were persuaded to devalue our currency every week for 32 years. When I went to school, and many of you are here, the Naira was $1.50. The Naira was almost £1 sterling. They came here, persuaded some brilliant men from Harvard and the World Bank that weekly devaluation was wonderful. 32 years of devaluing your currency until we hit 527. And they were still telling us that the Naira was still overvalued. That brought poverty, misery upon us. Then interest rates went to 30%. So nobody could build a factory, start a farm, produce anything, or create jobs. Because every time you bring in a shipload of rice, you also bring in a shipload of unemployment. Because you are transferring your wealth to sustain other economies. Somehow, Nigerians didn't notice it. So we became a nation of importers. Toothpicks. Toothpicks. Each year it cost us $18 million. Importing toothpicks. Tomato paste, $400 million. So you talked about tomatoes now. One basket in town now is less than 2,000 naira. The farmers are losing money because the processors don't have enough funds to set up factories. They are going to do tomato paste. It's food-grade stainless steel. You can't just use anything because you'll be putting poison in people's stomachs. 2 factories have started off. I believe by the middle of next year, we can comfortably tell importers of tomato paste to stop. But when you do, you make enemies. Even the rice we're trying to reduce, we have enemies, heavy enemies, people who can kill if they have a chance, because you're spoiling their business. And let nobody take it lightly. These guys have seized this country's economy, they've taken us hostage, and they have no intention of giving up. Because this is a huge market, a very sweet market, and they have taken control. And I'm saying it because I have been in this business for 41 years and I can tell you some history. Abdullah Adamu is here. Import milk, sugar, toothpicks, toothpaste, handkerchiefs, pencils. We don't make. To cure Nigerians of that malady will take a while. It will take a strong government. That's the truth. And they are not happy that we're cutting down. When we cut down, they lose money there. So you see all sorts of publications. We're telling lies. We're not growing rice. We're trying to demoralize the local farmers and make sure that the economy fails. That's the story of imports. Now, I read a story recently in the newspapers. The French ambassador, the champagne ambassador in Nigeria, gave an article to The Guardian. He said Nigerians love life. We are the biggest consumers of champagne on planet Earth, more than the French who make it. There are parties you attend in some places where they only drink is champagne. Of course, the individual is free to spend his money, but his money comes from Nigeria's commonwealth. So on imports, it will take a while for us to get used to local goods and accept that we should consume what we produce and produce what we want to consume. So I take your point. We have to take 10 measures to cut down on imports because these young boys and girls who have no jobs today are not going to allow us to carry on enjoying life at their expense. They need jobs. They need jobs. They are children. They've graduated, they've come back home to begin a second childhood because there's no factory to employ them. And the ministries can't take any more. But somebody is making sure you fail when you want to produce at home.
So there it is. That's his perspective. A lot of nuance in that. But that's his perspective anyway. So this is the headline piece. I forgot to read this out. So I'll whisk through this and then we'll launch into it. I might not give you the fullness of it because I think the headline actually already tells us all we need to know. Nigeria's food importation policy could destroy country's agriculture, once Akinwunmi Adesina. So you all know who he is. President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwunmi Adesina, has said the decision by Nigeria's government to allow massive food importation risks destroying the country's agriculture. This follows the announcement by Nigeria's Minister of Agriculture, Abubakar Kyari, on July the 10th that the federal government would suspend duties, tariffs, and taxes on the importation of maize, husked brown rice, wheat, and cowpeas through the country's land and sea borders for 150 days. Nigeria's recently announced policy to open its borders for massive food importation just to tackle short-term food prices hike is depressing Adesina told African primate of the Anglican something or the other in Abuja. He warned that the policy could undermine all the hard work and private investments that have gone into Nigeria's agriculture sector. So what is he offering as a solution to the hunger is the thing. Nigeria cannot rely on the importation of food to stabilize prices. Nigeria should be producing more food to stabilize food prices whilst creating jobs and reducing foreign exchange spending that will further help stabilize the naira, he warned. Nigeria cannot import its way out of food insecurity. Nigeria must not be turned into a food dependent nation. Speaking on the theme, food security and financial stability in Africa, the role of the church, Adesina said Nigeria must feed itself with pride, warning a nation that depends on others to feed itself is independent only in name. So what is his solution? So it's very easy to say that you have to grow your way out of, and I don't think anybody would really quibble with that Nigeria should. There's absolutely categorically no reason why Nigeria should not be able to feed itself. But the situation that we find ourselves in an emergency situation, which is to say, you say grow yourself out of it. So grow food, yes, grow yourself out of it, as in grow agriculture out of the food insecurity. But agriculture follows a cycle, doesn't it? So it's not a 1-2 day thing. You know, you say, oh, there are quick cash crops that you can grow within weeks. That is not what will satiate the food problem in the country. So this is a short, sharp intervention to address the immediacy of a matter. It's 150 days. What's that? 3 months, no more than 4. So I think it's exactly right, and I think they should have done it a lot earlier. So he is, and you get this a lot from Nigerians, by the way. They speak a lot to the problem, but when it comes to the solutions, their voice quavers, their responses are thin and jejune. So that's the thin and jejuned man in the bow tie. I think the Americans are investigating him anyway. So he may well end up in Trump's clutches soon enough. But I think that's sufficient enough to go with plenty of room in the comment section. Not in the comment section, no, plenty of room in the comment section always, but even more room on the studio. So anybody that wants to jump on. Let's play the K Guides, kick the session off.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodukẹ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that. On behalf of myself and you, my friends, joining us, Isaac. Good to see Isaac. An excellent session guaranteed with Larry here. Ekene in the house, always a delight. And Rational Mind makes up the set so far. So plenty of room still on the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. And we need to see the comment section flashing up in the multicolors of our super chats as well. So do all those things, but especially jump on, be part of the conversation. Let's kick the conversation off. Shall we kick it off with Ekene just for fact that he's in Lagos? Ekene, how far? Megida, you don't sleep. They said Nigerians only drink champagne, and you are one of them. Should I show? I'll play a clip of Ekene getting drunk if it doesn't come on shortly. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So whoever is ready to go, let's go.
Yeah, I can go because I'll be very soon too. I won't be able to stay long. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. So you know the talking points. Akinwunmi Adesina telling us that we can't import we can't import ourselves out of the situation we find ourselves. So we're talking about that. Peter will be telling us that Nigerians don't speak truth to power. So I'm not quite sure what prevents them. Pius I am joining the APC. That surprises, but really doesn't. Pa Adebanjo telling us that the Supreme Court judgment is a conspiracy against democracy. He gives his reasons. And still on that Supreme Court space, Seyi Makinde rallying against this, saying it's a red herring just to try and redirect attention. So all that or anything else you want to speak to? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, woman, and good to see everybody. Our viewers, those in the comment section, and those who decide not to want to comment, but then just listen to us as we discuss these issues. Yeah, I want to thank you all, and we please urge all of you to please subscribe if you're yet to subscribe, and also always remember to hit that like button, as that also helps to propel the YouTube algorithm. Also, we would also urge you also to share this session or other sessions with people, because we are here to always talk about issues as it affects that country that we all love. Maybe some of us don't love that country, but some of us, even though we scream hate and whatever.
You say maybe some of us don't love that country. So you answer that question. Do you love that country?
Yeah, I mean, woman, save me that for now. Let me just
Okay, carry on, because I'm sure I go. Oh, okay,
yeah,
carry on.
Our viewers, without you, would not be here. Woman would not be turning on the light bulb on the platform. So we appreciate all of you coming here. Some of you have been here with us for years, as far as the woman has been here. We thank you all. So, woman, let me go to the topic. For me, I would want to start with Akinwunmi Adesina. He's one guy that I respect, I respect him because he has class. I mean, when I mean class, is this kind of person who, I know maybe he might have some question mark to his person when it comes to, is he a clean guy in a clean sense, like, this corruption thing about we Nigerians, as we're all known for. I mean, maybe it's all known for. Most of our elites, those who seem to be, that we look upon as leaders from that country, they're always known to have been there involved in some kind of corruption. Like they were trying to talk about he being investigated by the U.S. Government, because I know the U.S. government also, they are shareholders in that African Development Bank. AFDB. Yeah. So, so for me, I just like. It's just the mark that he left in that country when he was Minister of Agriculture, the innovation that he brought into that agricultural part of, sector of Nigeria, let me use the word, giving farmers phone, even though not all of them, but what I just saw that during Jonathan was that there was a little bit of transformation in that agricultural sector, being the Minister of Agriculture during this time. the fertilizer, how they shared fertilizers were, I mean, was
it was quite innovative. You know,
it was.
do you know why he gave those farmers those phones? He wanted that direct connect to remove the middleman from the fertilizer space, which was a scam.
Exactly.
And we saw it in the yield, you know, because it was
So though that when he got the opportunity to go work for AFDB, I think he jumped on it because he knows that the way the politics back then was going, he doesn't see any future. So that maybe that was. Let me not go through. Let me not bore our listeners with those stories. Some of us know that stories. But now talking about what he said, I mean, there is merit to what he said. There is substance to what he said. That no country that relies on other people will ever make it. You know, when Obasanjo did Operation Feed the Nation back then, it was for a purpose because even as big as America is, as in economic size, not everything they import. A large chunk of what they eat is produced locally here. Even they see export to even China. They export some something to China, some agricultural products. So you can imagine, even though we import things from Mexico and from Canada, some food agricultural products, we still export to this country. So they try to balance their own trade. You know, why do you think Trump was having this trade war with the Chinese? You know, because he saw there was a kind of imbalance. So I'm digressing to some of that thing. But what I'm just trying to say is that a country that relies heavily on importation of everything that they use, that country is not going anywhere. And that's just a fact. So it's left for those policymakers in Nigeria. I don't even know you know how policymakers, it's not just some kind of cabals.
But we're not heavily reliant on in terms of food importation. We're not heavily reliant. What food items do we actually import? Because most of our staple foods we grow our own rice. We eat tubers mainly, and we grow that.
Yeah, you might be right that that's because you see, I think the reason is because we don't have real data to really, because you know, I mean, woman, I've been engaged in firewall business years ago. If you know what is going on, when I mean engage, I know people who did it, and I mean just engage in it a few times in the past. If you know what comes through that border, that Ogun State border and Lagos State, that Badagry axis there to Ogun State, up to say like Oyo State there. Those axes, if you know what comes in through that place, times of when I mean rice and other food products that comes into that place. These are not documented. They don't enter into because they come through the ports from Benin Republic and maybe from Togo and maybe from Ghana too. So if you know every trucks, Nigerian trucks that go to those ports to go and bring in stuff. I'm not even talking about cars. I'm talking about food, just food alone. If you know the business of, rice importation, so why do they not have the figure for this? How do they quantify it? So my point is this, woman, is forget those data that you're seeing at MBS or whatever crap you always throw out about the food importation. Where the whole thing is that those borders areas where food comes in through heavily. I can say it's even dwarfs what comes through that our Tinkan port. When I mean importation of food, it dwarfs that. So my point is just that we're not producing. We're not a productive country in every way you look at it. But whether in agriculture, in whatever, in manufacturing. I was reading the newspaper. They said recently, was it 2 days ago? They said Nigerian manufacturing and agricultural went up in productivity. I don't know where that is. I know it's still coming from MBS probably. But the point I'm just trying to make is this: it's a fact that a country that even though we are importing food, but look at what I'm trying to give. I was giving an example of the United States and China when they were getting that trade war during because Trump saw some kind of trade imbalance that the Chinese have an edge over there. They are importing more. They are making more money from the US than US is even making from China. So are they being we are a productive nation? Let's even assume that our oil is not being stolen. We sell this oil, the money is being remitted back. There is no fraud in that. Maybe let's say the fraud is minimal. and then we still import our food. That is still understandable in a sense. But nothing we even do. Even our oil that even the quota they give us, we're not even eating it. And even locally, I mean, you just look at the trading balance, because when you import more than you export, that's where that right there, that's where the problem is. At least from my 101 economics that I took years ago. Your trade, there must be a balance in your trade. You don't have to import more than you export. So what are we exporting? Even our food products, they're being rejected even when they come here to America. They don't allow it to come. No, look at this country there, as small as it is, Botswana. They import beef here to America. Their beef is a high grade beef. I mean, what are we importing? I mean, what are we exporting rather? So my point is that we need to sit down. This policy, if I thought we ever have policy makers, they don't know what they are even doing.
We export a lot of we export a lot of food items. We export a lot of drinks as well. Guinness, Origin, all this sort of.
Who are the people buying them? Who are the people drinking them?
Oh, Nigerians now.
And Nigerians in diaspora. But you see,
yes.
Another thing you need to understand is this. I know I've asked some people. They tell you that some of our food are being taken to Ghana and FD because the U.S. government does not allow food from Nigeria directly. So maybe you are sending it for your own personal use, or you're coming here to come and sell it here commercially. They don't allow it. So what Nigerians they do is, like I've heard, is that they will take it, they will ferry them to like places like when I mean ferry, they'll take them through border to say like Ghana, or maybe to Benin Republic or to Togo, and from there they will now move them here to America, or maybe to Canada and other places like where in Europe. I think that's what they do. But then because they say Nigerian.
Sorry, rational mind. I'm going to dip out and dip back in for a moment. My system is acting up somewhat, but carry on.
Okay. So the point I'm just trying to make is that Akinwunmi Adesina has a point. We need to balance our trade. Our trade is not balanced. If we are found to be good in some other, because no country has it all in this world. I mean, not even America. Certain things America still imports. They import from other countries. They don't have it here locally. So, but they are also good at other. When they talk about tech, when they talk about weaponry or whatever, they sell these things to other countries. That's how they make their money and they balance their trade. Because if they are always importing than what they are exporting, America would have sunk by now. But because they internally they make things for themselves to use, and they still export some of those things, maybe in form of high-tech or whatever they send out to go sell. I mean, even oil too, they're exporting oil now too. America is exporting oil out. So they still, even though they're still importing more oil, I mean, maybe I don't know if they're still doing that, but I think they did some time back. So, but they still kind of balance their trade. So when we have government people there who doesn't understand what economics is, all they just think about is they want to be president. They just want to have their name marked there. So I was a governor of a state, and then I became a president. And what do you have to show for that? What do you have to show for that? That's the point. Nothing to show for that. So for me, I just believe Akinwunmi Adesina is one guy that I really want to see come to have a part in that Nigerian political scene. But do I see him to really be able to? He doesn't look to me like somebody who has the liver, who has the grit, let me use the word grit, to be able to withstand the kind of toxic politics that we play in that country. Because looking at him, he looks like this fine boy, no pimple, kind of guy. So I don't think that's why I think he stayed away. In after, as soon as I think he finished that is. I think with Jonathan at that time, he just quickly he saw the opening and the guy just jump at AFTB position they gave him. So, but for me, I just believe that guy those are the kind of people we need to run, technocrats like that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's a messiah, but the little thing I've seen him do, it shows that he can do more better. I don't know, any other person wants to come in, if you want to chime in, because a woman has okay, woman is back. So I think we'll bring yourself back. Anyway, yeah, so woman, I don't even know the other topic we have again. Let me see. Is woman still there? Woman, you want to come on? Yeah. So I mean, talking about addition on the food importation, yeah, we cannot do that. We need to balance that aspect. I mean, if we maybe we want to do like 50, like okay, for example, we want to do like, okay, we produce certain fruit crops that we know we can grow in our own country. Produce them. And maybe other ones that we cannot produce, we can import them. But you see, our leaders are not strategic. They're not strategic. I don't think sometimes it's just so vexing when you just look at it like we talk about this thing like we know more than them. Some people will come in with like, yeah, how can you say you know more than them? They are there. I mean, doesn't mean that. But then, okay, they know what. So why are they not really solving this problem? That's the thing that really bothers people. Like, why are they not solving it? If it's insecurity, can you?
All right, Rasinama, let me play you this clip. I know you were waiting for me to come back. Let me play you this clip and then invite your reaction.
Government we go. We will do what Africa has not done before. We don't care about the constitution. We don't care about P2B. We don't care about Atiku. We will change the leadership, everything that is called Senate, everything that came with this government, everything that came with 2023 election, we go. Everything. If one person die in this thing, everything that came with this thing, and let me tell you, this protest is not the one we will do. After 1 week, we go. We fire to the fire. We will fire to the. You see the way we have started discussing protests now. Very soon, all spaces will be hosting. 50,000 Nigerians will be on space from all over the world. The funding will be there. The lawyers will be there. If you lock up anybody, the person will be brought out. The lawyers will be there to follow up the court. Anything you want, fire to fire, money for money, anything you want, we will fund this protest more than the elections. What you saw in 2023 is child's play to what is cooking, because this is a fight for Nigerians. It is not. In fact, let me tell you people, there is nothing like party. P2B can, as far as I'm concerned, go back to UK and continue his life, because the new
P2B to start running now, so he can leave early. Tell Atiku to stay where he
go back to UK and continue his life. He has tried. He has done well. He opened our eyes, no problem. But the new Nigeria we are talking about, all of them, Gaskia, all of them, we no want. We go just choose one neutral person. We never touch leadership before. We never smell politics before. Carry and put there. So what we are telling you is that we are coming with a list, and I've said it. Ebo Jigodum no now. Where my own matter is now is fuel. That first week we are starting that in. Put fuel at 100 naira first. So that we will know whether we are dealing with animals or we are dealing with idiots. We know you people are cows already. But from that first week, as you hear Pium bring down fuel to 100 naira first, I don't care how you want to do it. I don't know about the analysis of oil in Nigeria. Nothing concerns me with that mass. If you can buy private jet for yourself, if you can do 21 billion naira house for one person, vice president, I can buy for 100 naira. I don't know where you want to bring the money from. I don't know whether it has anything to do with production. If our production will go to 3 million barrels from that first week of protests, provided fuel sells for 100 naira in this country, I don't care. If you are not able to do fuel 100 naira, that is even demand number one. If you are not able to do, because we need fuel. From that first week, we need fuel first. We need fuel. That subsidy that you removed from day one, you will return it. And not just returning subsidy. You will make fuel 100 naira. Day one protest. Fuel 100 naira. That is what everybody in the north, south, east understand. Let's even begin to buy fuel 100 naira. That way we can now see whether we are dealing with human beings. That is the way forward. So please, we must maintain that spirit of oneness. One person die, pakam. I'm not saying police, you should not shoot. Army, I'm not saying you should not deploy. But if you deploy and shoot, one person, pam, gone. Everything that happened with 2023 election, everything that we did in 2023, cancel. Senate president, House of Rep, and I have said it before, our people are languishing in IDP camps. And during this protest, we might need to fund moving all IDP camp people to the National Assembly complex. That our Senate is a comfortable place where some of our people in IDP camp can at least start sleeping there for now, because we are in this fight for our brothers languishing in the bush. We need to relocate them to House of Assembly complex, because the laws that are being made there, it is not for us.
Oh, all right, it goes on for a couple more minutes, but there's this protest being planned, but the nature of it nobody knows. The success of it not a lot of people are confident, but they are trying to pivot off the back of what is going on in Kenya. But the tone that we're hearing from that protest, it sounds more like a riot and a chaos and anarchy than anything else. So does that actually sound like a protest against bad governance or hardship, or a protest against an electoral loss?
Woman, you see, what happened in Kenya cannot happen in Nigeria. I don't think it can. Let's just understand that. That's my own opinion. That's my own reading of Nigeria. You see, the Kenya atmosphere, political atmosphere is different from that of Nigerian atmosphere. The Nigerian political atmosphere, there's what they call state capture. They've done that, they've perfected it. But Kenyans don't have that kind of prevailing political atmosphere in their own country. I see their politicians are more as naive. Before Ruto could understand what he was getting himself into, that was when we started seeing what he was trying to do. They were arresting people. They were seeing images of people being arrested, like where Showere was arrested. Some people will just go, Gestapo style, they will just go to their house or their homes or their offices, and they will arrest them. And it was too late, because already the people, they've deployed themselves out of the street, the Gen Zs. So it was very difficult for them. But that is what they fail to understand, that but the Nigerian ones, they know how to. So that's what is playing out. That is, in my own reading, what I'm seeing here. These are, like, let me use the word of somebody that used to come here or that used to talk here. They say they are headless mob. What you're just playing here, I won't say these
No,
are.
I spoke to her earlier on in the day, by the way. She sent her regards. She will join us when she's ready.
All right. So these are just faceless people who don't know. You just come like, okay, like now I'm here on your platform here. And I mean, only people must have seen my face. I mean, even though I disguise my face when I come here. But at least I put a face to this before. But then what I mean is, people don't, I mean, we don't know who these people are. You see, you need to understand that. I mean, I know some of us understand that Nigerian politicians, they know how to infiltrate protesters, which I think Ruto tried to do. It was too late for him. I think those kids, they already knew the template of the Nigerian kind of way they infiltrate and try to give a dog a bad name so that you can hang it. So that's what the Nigerian
do you feel a sense of deja vu with what's going? I was speaking with Kaizo on one of his streams, and I was saying that we've danced this dance before in Nigeria, because they came in wanted the tax.
We can't hear you, woman. Did you break?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Oh, no, I was saying, do you feel a sense of deja vu, what is going on in Kenya? Because we've seen this rodeo before, which was NSAS. So they came in demanding that they wanted the tax bill repealed, which it was. And then they went on to demand that they wanted the cabinet sacked, which it has been. But now they are saying they want the president gone. And it's somewhat what we saw with NSAS. They said they wanted SARS ended. They ended it, and then they came up with a list of demands, which was being looked into, and then they wanted an end to bad governance until they spiraled out of control and they got shot. So do you feel a sense of deja vu with this?
Well, a little bit of it, but there's nothing much resemblance, anything resembling that of Nigeria. Yeah, it looks like the way you put on, like, oh, they started with, okay, debt to whatever bill, financial bill they call it. Reject financial bill, something like that. And then from there, and they said, no, we want Ruto out. And I think the reason was because when they started seeing people were missing, people were being killed, unarmed protesters. So that was when they said, now you have to go down. So you see, but what I'm not trying to say is that what happened in Kenya cannot happen in Nigeria. If it ever happened in Nigeria, it means that there are some other powerful people who have decided not to want to support the present government, that is Tinubu, which I doubt if there is any. because the guy, the way he does his own capture, if you know, like I say, if you say anything that more money cannot buy, more money will buy. So if you use more money, and you cannot get you, then they will give you the full Williams treatment. Now that's what they will do to you. So that's what you should expect whenever if it comes to that. So you see what you just played to us here. I don't know who these people are. I know they are trying to make a point because the person speaking here, it sounded like somebody who is not a non-Yoruba speaker because from the accent I could tell that maybe it's not. And I know that. I know the people that are giving you all this kind of information, or at least maybe who probably make you want to play this to us. You want to like call us some passionate people from certain part of Nigeria, like, oh, they hate Tinubu, they hate Yoruba people. No, that's not what we're talking about here. Everybody is suffering in that country, and everybody has the right to protest, but not in this way they are talking about it. Because already the way they are talking about it, they are already giving hints. Now, if DSS seizes this now, DSS can use this as an example, or the state security apparatus can use this as an example that, okay, see, can you see that some people have been raking? They'd be like, saying that they're going to do violence, they're going to do this, they will put down the country, they will put down the Senate, they will kill all, so they want to use as an example for not even preventing people from coming out to protest the first time. People that are who are already captured themselves, who are mentally beaten down already. And they start telling them don't come out because look at what people say they're going to do. And already they start playing these kind of things, and then people will start saying, okay, well, we're not true, we're going to go join them, we're going to kill us because they say we are part of those people who want.
I think it's actually Shore that is spearheading this particular protest, because I've heard it in some of his spaces.
I think there are three types. There are three different groups. I think Shore is one of them, and then there's the Tinubu one, and there's another one that is not Shore that I heard that they are going to do. So, and those ones are also like people who want to protest against the government. They're not part of the Shore group. Shore has his own, and then the Tinubu Agbado people, they have their own too. They want to do their own solidarity protest. So imagine these people, they clash on the every day. They want to do the 15 days. The Shore is just like, I think, 1 or 2 days. And then the other one, I don't know the one that the other 10 people want to do. Maybe it's going to take longer than that. We don't know. But for the fact that Tinubu people say they're going to do it for 15 days, it means that they will put up resistance. So now we're hearing this kind of faceless people that we don't even know whether they are real human or they're just AI cloned people talking on the platform that we don't even know how they.
No, they are real humans. They're on Twitter space.
Woman, it's okay.
They are, but
we know what the Tinubu people does. We know their propaganda. We know how they try to give a dog a bad name so that I can hang it. So I won't put it past them. And it could be true that these people are just really people who are not pro Tinubu too, who are just people who are really want to do it. But then if they are not, if this is not Tinubu propagandists. Or that's why I refer to them. It's part of the Tinubu propaganda machine. Then if it's just ordinary people who are really vexed, then that's not the way to go about it. And if they are doing these things, then they're giving the DSS and other state security agency more reason to want to clamp down and even abort that even the protest before it even started. So this is just how it starts. This is how they do it. If Ruto have already known all of this before, I know you have been using this Nigerian playbook. But like I said, my own reading of the Kenyan political atmosphere is different from Nigeria. The Nigerian politicians have done a real good state capture. The police, the means to violence is tightly under their grip. They can deploy it anytime, and which I think Ruto did not really understand that power dynamics. Before he could understand it, was too late for him. What you started saying, even his chief of the IG of his police was not even listening to him at some point. Was not even really effective. That was why he was even denouncing the guy.
No, I heard he resigned just earlier on.
Before the guy resigned, he has been denouncing the guy. He has been trying to put that guy under the bus for failing to carry out orders the way they wanted him to carry out the orders. So there's more to that story, woman. But my point is that you see, the Nigerian state is different. Let's not compare Nigeria with that of the Kenyans. Kenyans is different. Yeah. So for me, woman, these are just, I know, I won't put it past the Tinubu propaganda machines. They are out there trying to make a point that these people are going to just want to tell Nigerians that, oh, these people are not true Nigerians, they're not patriots, because that's how the branded this. They are stupid word around. Because you don't support Tinubu, now you're not a patriot. Forgetting that Tinubu himself also sponsored several protests in Nigeria. Then nobody called him a patriot then. You see, woman, you see, it's just
yeah, but there would have been that argument at the time now that whoever was supporting Tinubu's
no, nobody ever used the word. No, woman, nobody. I
it
don't know.
was not a patriot.
You're not in Nigeria. See, that's the thing. Some of us just become like, let me use the word of Benny. Some of us just become emergency analysts here. I mean, some of us would not even. Oh, come on.
I think he was throwing that in your direction, but
I know, but it doesn't apply to me. I mean, I know that you were throwing that when he used that the first time he used it. I know you were talking to me. Right? Forgetting that I've been in this game for a long time. If I'm reluctant in speaking about certain things, just because I don't. But now I just want to be possible. I want to come out all out and just express my anger at the whole system, especially when Tinubu is there right now. So, like previous time, it's just I talk the way I talk, but now I'm really all out for them. Because this madness cannot continue like this. Not even having Nigeria in the hands of criminals. I've never seen the level of criminality of. Voting in. No, these guys never got in there. I mean, the deputy. The Senate president was never voted in. He never got in through the ballot. I mean, what are we talking about? So you see, woman. We just have a bunch of criminals leading Nigeria, and you wonder why Nigeria is not progressing. Why no international businessmen want to come and invest in Nigeria? Because they feel that now Nigeria is in the hands of. I've never seen a country being run by criminals from number one to number whatever number they have there in their House of Rep and whatever. So, woman, it's yeah. If you have other topic, give me woman. I just want to talk more than
all right. Let's vary the voices. It's not like we have an abundance of a panel, but let's vary the voices. I was going to come to you, Larry, but and Isaac, I know you're both there, so stay there. Let's go to Folly, who for reasons that one is in Nigeria and two we've not heard from him in a while. So Folly, Baoni.
Good evening.
Folly, Ogagwatapata.
My uncle.
The Jagaban of the AAC.
I remain loyal.
Yeah,
good evening.
Yeah, so bring us up to speed with what is going on. You don't have to speak to the topics. You can just speak in general if you want to. This protest especially, we're hearing it coming out of the Shore space. Are you aware of it, and what's the objective?
Actually, we always have what's it called? We launched a protest. We launched a what's it called? A particular revolution protest in 2019 before Showore was arrested. That was August 5, and every year we make sure we make a kind of remarkable day for the day for us to actually come out again to renew what we mean and let people understand what actually we need in this space so that we can get things better. But fortunately, this year on, some people are actually planning. So I think there's something now called, it came towards the period that we're actually applying our own as well. So that's exactly what is going on this space now. And I listened to the, what's it called, the voice that you actually played the last time. The way those guys are actually saying it, they are making it look like something violent. And I would know there isn't any protest in Nigeria today that will not come with that level of being a little bit violent, because we don't have people who can actually condone the excesses of citizens, to allow citizens to what's it called, to show their anger towards the way they are being governed. So we have a kind of a system in place. It does not give voice to every decent voice in this space to actually protest. So I don't know. We don't know where this can actually end to. But I think it's what we need to do. At this junction, Nigeria needs to do something about these people governing us. Because the way they have been governing the country, if we continue this way, and we don't do anything about it, it's going to consume us. It won't even consume the leaders they were all talking about, because most of them have their way of traveling. They have their way of living the country. It's we, the middle class, people who are not poor, who are not rich, that will actually face the consequence later. Because those boys will not even go to this politician's house. They will come to the individual's house, a banker, doctors, people actually managing their life as well in the space. They are the one that will actually suffer the most if care is not taken. But all the same, if we really want to protest and we're really serious, I think all the bankers, the lawyers should lead the protest, should make it look like it's our thing, so that they will not leave it for the hoodlums to lead.
Is there any appetite for it? So we know the traditional people that will come out to protest. These are I don't want to call them professionals, but people that are already established in that protest sort of narrative. But do you feel that there's an appetite from the average Nigerian person to come out and protest?
Definitely, people will definitely come out. People will come out. There is no doubt about that. The way people are talking about it is it's very obvious that people will definitely come out. You know, Mr. Ma, if you enter taxi today and you try to calm down and listen to what people are discussing, I think if one of my customers was sharing it to me yesterday that a woman inside the taxi was actually saying if he has 3 people with her, that he can actually lead the protest, that you go to governor office. The way the way people are actually facing it in this country, things are getting tough every day, every blessed day. And we actually said this before this man started. I told this, I think this is on this same space that I actually said that subsidy remover is a dead policy for this man to embark on at that particular period. And people are defending it. A lot of people are saying it's the best. Why would you do that? Would I even know what is going to cause the consequence of what you are doing? And this is that same act is what actually leads us to where we are today. That simple act lead us, because there is not any other policy that this man has ever made that costs us that much, like that answers. And like that, what's it called? Subsidy remover. That is exactly where we actually, even the man will be regretting it today, that he make the very wrong step. And we warned them then. When all of them were complaining, they are saying they are rubbish, we told them, subsidy is not something anybody can actually remove just like that. We don't have subsidy here. We only have a bunch of criminals stealing our commonwealth, stealing our money. There is no subsidy in anywhere. Instead of them to manage the space and make sure they go after the criminals stealing the money, because it's a paddy, they can't touch themselves. They threw all the problem to the masses. And here we are today. Things are getting worse every day. Things are getting worse every day. So I wish the protest can actually start, and I wish people can be able to manage it, because nobody wants
Is there a day designated for that protest? We're hearing later July, early August. Do you have a date?
Some were planning for later July, some were planning for early August. The Showere's anniversary on is August 5. I wish is where we think people like me will actually start. No, I can actually come out anytime. I don't have any problem about that. But I wish they didn't make it look violent. I wish Tinubu don't do all this counter protest of a thing.
Are you going? Sorry, Rationalman. Are you going up for it for the protest?
Definitely.
Can you stream it for us? Can you live stream it so that we can be with you in the moment?
You said I'm sending that data now. I'm sending data.
No, of course, I'm sending data.
That is not that. Sending of data is not even the problem. If I have the time, because I may be busy, but if I have the time, I will definitely do that.
All right, I'll speak to you offline. Yes. Yeah.
All right. So you talk about Shore going to do his own. What anniversary is it? The anniversary of when he was supposed to do his own during the.
Well, we launched Revolution now in 2019. Okay. And August 5 make it 5 years.
Okay. So, but then you talk about some people bringing violence to it. What do you mean by that?
No, I think if there is anybody that will bring violence, it's people in the government. they were the one that will cause violence.
What about the people? What about the people we had in that clip?
There is not anybody that want to go out for protest that will go out to go and destroy any, that will have the mind of destroying anything. It's when the government are now making it look like.
No, don't say that.
I'm telling you, look at answers.
Look, Folly, you know the people we had in that clip right there. If you start your protest, which you might intend to be a peaceful protestation against the state of the nation, they will infiltrate it and turn it violent because they are coming with a different agenda.
So what?
What those mans, what those guys are actually saying.
The obedient space. Now you heard them.
Come on, one man. What are you doing here? Why are you saying that? The last one we saw in Lagos,
we had the clip now. Did we not just hear the clip?
No. What those guys are saying is they were ready. That's the only thing that man is saying. It's being harsh the way he was saying it. That we are ready to go all out for it. If they like, let them bring their hoodlums. People are ready to resist them. People are not ready to actually allow them to do whatever they've been doing in the past and just go scot-free. I think we are getting to that level. Nigerians are getting to that level already. Because if you have a government in place that is not even having any fear of its people, that is not a government. Most especially when you have a democratic elected governance in the space. And they are not actually seeing you as if you have any meaning to them. They can do any policy without consider you. They can do anything without even looking at the citizens' well-being before taking the step. I can actually call this space a what's it called? Conquered society already. So if they don't push them back a bit, these people will not recognize. They won't recognize this space. They won't recognize the citizen anymore. They've become another god on earth. I don't know how a public servant will believe that he has all the power to do whatever he wants with his people. We elect you guys.
But that's not the experience we're having in Nigeria, though, because the government seems to be acquiescing to the citizens. They're listening and they're responding, one. And then the economic situation in the country, I think everybody knows the backstory that leads us to it, too. And then the government acknowledges that there's hunger in the land and they have opened up the space for massive importation to insulate that. So if they remove that hunger, will the people still have an appetite for protest?
If they remove hunger, that will solve the problem. But is it the removal of the hunger is even the problem now? Or Mr. Wale, let me tell you what people are doing here. Even if they said bag of rice they sell it at 20,000 naira today, people don't have the money to buy. A lot of people don't have the money to buy. And if they said the bag of rice is 200,000 naira today, some people can still buy it conveniently. The source of where you are getting your money matters a lot. What you are doing to even get the money matters a lot. People are not even getting anything to do for them to even buy the food again because the economy is completely down. All the small-scale business are no more functioning. People selling in the market and nobody is even patronizing them anymore. Since, I used to go to Ekiti at least once in a month. Wherever I'm going, I will fill the back of my car. With around 60K, 70K, I'm done. As in, I will know that I get something for people that want to go and share. But this last one I traveled, I bought something worth of 98,000. I didn't even see it inside that boot. It didn't even look like, as in, just 3 or 4 nylon bag. I put that inside my book with 90-something thousand naira. Mr. Womad, this thing is getting off hand. The way people are suffering in this country is no. At least.
But they are suffering and smiling now. Is that not what it is?
Nobody is smiling. It's only people have been conquered.
So
nobody have any option, no clue of what to do.
Why don't they go out and protest and go vent their anger out to the
And we are okay. People are trying to do that now. Do you see a lot? Do you see threats? Do you see a lot of threats that be threatening them?
They've been threatening them, yeah. The Agbado people have been threatening.
So they've been threatening them. This is the divide and conquer that we're talking about. These people have their way of throwing money to that space, to these guys who doesn't have any value with their life to go and do rubbish.
Foley, the resistance you're hearing is people don't believe that the protest is anything to do with the state of the nation. I think people believe that the protest is still about that electoral loss in February last year. That's what people believe.
I won't lie to you, Mr. Oman. Most of I was on that space as well. This same space that you actually play, I was there when that man was actually speaking. There are some guys that actually came from one Benga, or I don't know, maybe all these guys, paid guys that come to that space, come and be saying, if you like, come out, come and do this, we do this to you. That's why they get actually response that way. These guys are threatening everybody. That if they burn you well, come to the streets, and come and meet us there. They were threatening as if protest is a crime. They were threatening as if the day will come out is the day we are going to be carrying on and be shooting ourselves. That's exactly what actually made that guy speak that way. And at the same time, the same mistake that we make during the election, had it been these people listening to us before the election, we won't be here. Anybody can bear me witness of my space, what I used to come here to say then. Nobody is saying Obi is no good. What we are saying then is Obi can't do the job that we need at that period. Because I was saying it here, we know that election will be rigged. No matter all the energy you put in place, they will rig the election to suit themselves. But can your candidate actually lead us to the street to say no? And that is exactly what happened. After the election, the electorate want to hit the streets, but the candidate is telling them they should calm down, and that's the end. I will foresee this before the election actually take place. That is why I was one of 14,000 votes that I believe that nothing good will ever come out of that space, except we organize ourselves. That failure to organize then before the election is what they are trying to do now. And at the same time, they are not even yet ready to even see who is capable of leading them to that barrack, to that place, to negotiate on their behalf without compromising. They are still putting their mind on that obedience of a thing into this same protest. Because I raised a suggestion on that space today. If you know how these people actually raise up their head as if Obi is their God, I just calm down. This is not a matter of Obi. Nigerians are suffering. Anybody that wants to save this country will not put any politician in mind in this particular space that we find ourselves. Politicians, they find their way of using divide and rule for us. They already find their way of playing the game perfectly. They have all the materials in place to divide us, to continue playing us. Why are we not, for once, just sit down, reason together, and just pick a particular movement? We don't need, sir, I used to say here, it's not until we push them out, we can force them to do our bidding, even with these people there, without even sending them away. Once they know we are serious, once they know we speak with one voice, these people can do whatever we want. But because we have been divided for so long, we don't even have a voice. This is the reason why these people can actually believe that we will call for election. They won't care about our voting. They will throw money at us as if we are dogs, and people will be eating it as if that's where their life lies on. These people understand the game more than us. But can we use the opportunity that we have with our exposure and the little knowledge that we get to organize ourselves for the first time and just say no? Let them hear our voice for the first time and say no to all these things. Why are you giving me an electoral empire that belongs to your party to come and be an umpire for the election that both of us will complete on?
That's a structural failing. I agree with that. The government should not be able to choose the INEC. It's already, they are not going to choose somebody that is not going to favor them. Now, why would they? So I don't know, but I think it should be an act of parliament, the choice of the INEC chairman. It shouldn't be in the purview of the president. No.
So we have a lot of things to even discuss, even towards 2027 election. If God will allow us to be alive, can we actually say no to a lot of things? Maybe the way the election is being conducted, maybe the umpire in charge, maybe all the system you guys are using to rig the election so far. Can we work on it and make sure? Can we even allow that people in diaspora to even get involved in voting? Can we just, if someone can have millions inside in a bank and on your phone you can actually send money to people, why can't you vote on your phone? Why can't we make that happen? If my ATM can lose today and I can go to bank and collect my ATM that day, within 7 minutes I will have my ATM. Why can't we have our voters card being registered that way as well? And let's forget about all this stress you push people through before they can have voters card. A lot of people have already registered, but no voters card for them to vote. A lot of people will want to vote. They can't even access money to travel to where they're supposed to vote. These are the areas that people are actually rigging us before the election. Can we start talking about it before 2027? These are the areas I think Nigeria should be channeling their mind on. And let's focus on what is actually affecting us and fight for it. And maybe we can get it right.
2027 is gone now. Tinubu will be returned. I think all the indicators tell us that Tinubu will be returned. So,
Mr. One Man, please stop all these things. It's getting us angry. It's this kind of things that you guys say here is what is demoralizing people.
Our friend, you see, this is one of the things. You were saying something about our people have been captured. When we hear with languages like this, this is language that they play around just to make us feel like, if you want to defeat somebody mentally, this is how you use. This is the kind of language you use. Nothing you can do. You can never make it. You can never be like. This is the kind of language, and that is the language of these elites in the Nigeria. Oh, Tinubu will be your president, whether you like it or not. Nothing you can do. You will remain your president. My goodness, when we say all these things, these are already people who are already battered, mentally battered, and psychologically.
Is there any
this kind of words, this kind of language?
Yeah, but is there anything that suggests that would not be the case?
Well, for me, people like myself, I'm not bothered. It's just our people back home. When they hear this kind of language, it's you kind of like you dampen their spirit more. Like
no, you don't dampen their spirit now. You ask them to invest in their government.
No, investing in government. Government is not investing in them.
How is it not invested? It's invested in them now, and invested in them.
Invested in them, and then they're crying of AB, they're crying of hunger.
Yeah, it's a consequence. The AB, the hunger, is a consequence of historical backdrop.
Oh, come on! So start saying me this language. This is the double trenching that you like to talk about the historical backdrop.
Yeah. But what I just said now is that not the cold hard facts of it?
No. This guy came out.
We've seen protests in Nigeria severally. We've seen angers from either partisan or genuine. We've seen that severally. But the format always there's nothing that suggests that Tinubu would not be returned, and I cannot see how it would not be returned.
There are so many.
The only thing that we can just focus on is to press him to perform.
Yeah.
You know, because all the indices tell us it will be returned.
Woman, I understand where you stand in this matter. It's okay, but then my point is this: when I hear languages like what you just used, and even the one you use, they will always return in. There's nothing you can do about it. It's going to be your president, whether you like it or not. Well, we know there's all the indication that we're seeing. If an election is conducted right now in Nigeria,
yes,
people will lose that election.
No, he will not.
Okay, all right, no problem.
He will not.
Except he rigged that election.
No, he doesn't have to rig it.
Tinubu can never win an election in Nigeria. He can never win an election.
He won the last one. He won the last one.
No, hold on. Let's leave. I forgot. I don't want to talk about the last one. I'm talking about based on the performance right now in Nigeria.
Yes.
Based on what is the prevailing atmosphere in Nigeria right now. If Tinubu contests, even somebody that does not know anything, he would defeat Tinubu.
Why? Why would that be?
Because he has plunged Nigeria into the most greatest depression that country has ever experienced.
No, that's your reading. That's your reading.
That's not my reading. This is what every Nigerians are talking about.
That is what invested partisanship is.
Somebody on ground in Nigeria just said he used 90,000 naira and went to market to buy stuff.
Yeah, that's a consequence of historical backdrop.
It is not a consequence of anything.
One man.
I'll let you continue. It's not a consequence of anything, one man. It's a consequence of his poor decision.
It did not make any bad decisions.
He did not understood what he was getting into.
He understood perfectly.
This is where you guys promote him like he's a strategist, somebody that knows what he's doing. And he came and he said subsidy is gone, and he flooded the naira. How can you do two policies at the same time when you don't even know the reading?
It's a consequence of the realities of the economic situation of the country.
It is not, woman. It did not mean
the country could not insulate.
What he plunged us into is not what he met on ground. I leave it at that one.
No. But you're exactly wrong, though. That's
your own reading.
No. Those are the factual conclusions, isn't it?
No, there's no. What he met on ground.
What he did is a consequence of what he met on ground.
It's not a question of anything. He could have played along based on what he met on ground. Until
played along with what? Borrow even more money to continue to defend the naira.
Hold on. Okay, see, woman, you want us to start going into the
No, we all know it now. So
but our man is here waiting. Let me just let him speak. When I get to my turn again, I'll maybe flesh out what I mean by all of this. Let us let him continue. Go on.
All right, back to you, Foley.
Yeah, woman, do you know today if our electoral settings is actually being programmed the way we're supposed to program it? Do you know all these people, none of them will have the access to that space today? Do you believe that?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Yes.
The reason why you see these bad eggs on that space is because the processing and the step to elect people in this space, it has been defeated.
Shall I tell you something that might surprise you, Foley? Do you know that in that 2023 election, of all of the people that ran, so listen very carefully to what I'm saying, because you might mishear it. Of all of the people that ran, Tinubu had the most recognizable name nationwide. The most recognizable, not the most popular. So don't conflate it with that. But the most recognizable name. So people recognize his name, and they recognize his name for governance. And that was why he won. In the North, they know him. In the South, they know him. Even more than Atiku, they knew him. And they don't know Showore. Nobody knew Peter Obi. Even for all of everything, they didn't really know him in the North. During that campaign, yeah. So it has the most recognizable name, and that's what won the election. And it's a popularity contest, isn't it? How can Showore defeat Tinubu? Even if he has the best plan, how can he defeat Tinubu in a popularity contest? It's not possible.
In a society where things are working, where people are doing things with the way they need to do it, people like Tinubu, people that have the Tinubu pedigree, will not even come close to election. They will not even come close to politics. I'm talking about in an ideal environment. okay, if we can actually clean up our system and make ourselves to have that ideal environment, I'm not sure all these baggers will actually come out for election in Nigeria, because most of them did not have they didn't have the record that merit them to lead a country. So this is where I'm speaking from. I'm not talking about the pedigree or you have a name. The name you have, where did you get the name from? You are spending people's money to buy people's conscience, and you said you have a name. Who cares? Why can't they come out without spending money and let's challenge ourselves once and for all? Why would somebody who have access to state accounts be contented with somebody?
All right. Let's do that. Let's have an election without money. Who do you think will win, Sowore or Tinubu?
Election without money.
Yes.
And we throw them out to debate. Everybody will pick Sowore.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you. I'm talking about in an ND environment, an ideal environment.
Do you know that the vast swathe of the North, is the intelligentsia that
you just told me now that we should remove money and what they have. Let's remove all those things.
Yes,
let's
but people don't even know Sowore now. People don't know Sowore.
Let me tell you, during election, you come out. People, environment that is working will listen to you what you want to offer them before they even make their mind, make their what's it called?
Yes, but they will look at your history.
No.
They will look at your history.
Even if you are looking at their history, Sowore will clear every one of them. If you are looking at their history.
But Tinubu has a reputation of good governance.
Which reputation are you talking about? Tell me the reputation you're talking about. Govern Lagos. Govern Lagos and Lagos we're talking about today. So what do you mean by successfully?
Well, that's the narrative that people believe.
It's the narrative. Which narrative are you? Okay, why is he not govern Nigeria successfully now?
He is.
These people just take over. They just take Lagos State as their family business, and they are running it. Go and check what is happening in Lekki today. You can't even go to any houses in Lekki. The flood has already taken over all the areas in the Lekki.
The same thing happened in Texas.
Oh God!
You're a woman. Come on. I mean, why do I can't? I mean, something.
Hold on. Let me see if you get what
you sent me a video sometime back. Let me say this to you.
Yes.
I wanted to say this to you. You sent me a video, and I know that video comes from the stable of the Agbados. You were showing me in that video Austria. That part of Austria
being flooded. Yes.
That was in southern part of Austria, and I've been to that southern part of Austria. Austria is nothing, not even Salzburg, not even some of the localized part of Austria. It doesn't look anything like Lagos. That is your mega city. That the mega slum you call Lagos, which is supposed to be your pride of that country. Even the most remote part of Austria doesn't look like that. And what happened in Austria recently? The Danube River got overflowed, not because of the canal you have in Orile Gomo and those Apapa there to go and call those Ajegula area there too. It doesn't look like it. Not because people dump stuff in there. Not because the government failed to do what it's supposed to do. The Danube River overflew because it had a torrential rain, like what happened in Saudi and in some part of the Emirates recently. Not because they were just allowing people defecate and do anyhow in their surrounding. No, not because they failed to plan, but because the Danube River that shadows through almost like almost four countries.
It happens annually.
So
it happens
now
annually.
You are talking about Texas.
It happens annually, though.
No. Hold on. Texas.
Flooding in Austria happens annually.
What are we doing here?
No, I live in Europe now. I live in Europe. Yeah.
No, you live in Europe. I mean, you don't live in continental Europe. You live in the island of Europe.
I've been to Austria severally. Yeah.
The point is this. What I'm making is you can't compare these things together. This is what the Agbado people like to do. I don't know why we like to use. We like to like make our head like as if we don't even know what we're doing. The type of Nigeria is a failure of the government. Failure to plan, failure to do many things that you're supposed to do as a government. All they are concerned about is how to read themselves there every year in, year out. That's what they care about. But the very thing that makes the governance until we are hearing recently, the Supreme Court had to tell them that no, you cannot be taking the money that belongs to local government. And yet this same guy that is spearheading this very case in court, he was the very originator of all this crap. And now he suddenly became a messiah to some of you now because he has won a case. Come on, woman, you see, this is what we do. And I know I've seen so many of them in the comment section. All the crap. That of Texas, it's not because the government failed. It's because of there are certain things you cannot control. One of them is weather. One of them is hurricanes and whatever you call it, torrential rain. You cannot control that. And so when it comes, it comes.
Is it an anomaly? Is it an anomaly or something that happened?
Hold on, go to Lekki. I don't know if you have properties in Lekki. Go to Lekki, go to Ajegunle, go to safe places. The town planning, there's no proper drainage. They don't have drainage. They neglect those places. That is the failure of the government. I should not be doing drainage. It's not within my purview to do. It's about town planning. That's what we're talking about. You just want to be governor. You just want to be whatever. They don't have any plan for the people. You're telling me that Austria, you're telling me about Texas, and you're like, come on, woman, let's stop this thing now. This is not good for our mental health. Because the more you scout, you keep drilling this into people's head. Yeah, it's true. No, it happened in Texas now. Okay, it's not Tinubu's fault. It's not the Chef Sanwo-Olu's fault. They do their best. No, it's not. We need to tell our people the truth, the difference. Woman, I leave it at that.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask him a question, then a very brief answer, and then Solly will round off, and then we go to Larry. Larry started with us, and we've not heard a word, and Isaac as well. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I heard him say that you cannot compare the flooding that happens in Texas and Louisiana to the one that happens in Lagos. Could he tell us the reason behind the one that happens in Texas, why the almost entire city was submerged? The main reason why, despite that there are sophisticated drainage systems that they have, but the entire city in the entire United States, which happens to be the fourth largest city in America, was almost submerged and flooded. Can he tell us the reason why it is so?
If you know the reason why, you tell us, because I've just spoken. Because any
hold on, Dewale.
Hold on. To you.
Hold on, Dewale. You just said rational mind that the reason for the Nigerian flooding was because there was no proper planning, no proper drainage, no proper anything. Okay. So now the America, which is the foremost of the first world countries, we're assuming they have proper planning, proper drainage. Okay. And we're assuming that torrential rain is not anomalous to that space. It's not a one-off. It's not something that's happened once a century. So why did they not insulate for the whole of our Texas to be submerged?
Not the whole of Texas. I don't think it's Texas. Maybe it's Galveston, and maybe you're talking about Houston. Not the whole of Texas. We need to understand that very well. So I don't know what the information we're trying to use here. Houston is a city. It's more like a city within Texas. And Galveston too is a city, more like city or county within Texas. So I don't know what you're talking about. So, and if you go to these places, it doesn't look anything like Lagos. They have proper drainage there.
Yeah. So why were they submerged?
Hold on. Let me land you. You're talking now. I know where you are going with your narrative idea. My point is this: is that they have proper drainage there. They don't mess up their places like we mess up our government. Allow our people to. I'm not saying
why were they submerged?
Hold on. Yeah. I'm not putting the whole sole responsibility on the government. The people to share the blame. But when you have a proper governance structure, whereby local government works, that kind of things will be minimized. But because these people are not just ready for governance, they just want to be there.
Are you talking about Texas?
You say what?
Are you talking about Texas?
I'm talking about your Nigerian government.
No, we were asking you about Texas. You've already told us about.
I said Texas. Any of those cities does not look anything like Lagos. They don't defecate anywhere.
Yes, no. The question is why was it submerged? You've not answered that.
It was a torrential rain.
Yes, which is not anything new.
An hurricane came. And when a hurricane comes, it wipes out anything in front of it. It brings in a lot of flood with it. So what don't we understand about it?
Well, let me debunk what you just said, Rashinama.
Yeah, you debunk it.
We've had torrential rain, even little rain in Texas that has nothing to do with hurricane, and almost half of the city was flooded. Okay, it's not because it's just hurricane. It has been said. It's in a report. Sometimes I forgot where I read it from. It has to do with this global warming of the thing. That most of the cities that are at the sea level will experience flooding like never before. Now, United Arab Emirates, Dubai was flooded recently, and we've had other cities that are not like Texas that are even closer to the sea that were flooded, despite the fact that they have the greatest drainage you can find anywhere in the world. It's been said. I'm not discounting the fact that Lagos State doesn't have good or proper drainage system. It's also a contributing factor. But when you have a city that is as close to the sea as we have, you remember most of the hurricanes that comes to North America are actually formed closer to Africa. Okay? So you can imagine the reaction on the sea closer to the Africa. So city like Lagos, whether you build drainage underneath that city, throughout that city, is still going to experience flooding. Flooding. I've experienced flooding in this city in Texas where it wasn't even a hurricane, but it was scary. Despite the fact that the drainage system here is not like the one we have in Nigeria or in Lagos, that people could easily block with their refuse. So it's not true that it's mainly because of not proper drainage system that's making the Lagos State super flooded. I mean, we've had the case before where the Lagos State wasn't as flooded before. Places like Agege that you can say that you have it's not closer to the sea, was flooded not quite long ago as well. So it's bound to happen and it will continue to happen. The only thing the state can do or the federal government can assist to do is to continuously helping to clear the pathway of the flood. If not, the impact will be much, much greater. Okay? If they like, let them construct drainage throughout the city. It's still going to get flooded. Simple as ABC.
No, come on. Okay, let me go. Because this is
it's the lack of balance is what frustrates people. I don't think anybody is far from you.
What are you talking about? Balance?
No, I don't think anybody is far from you. That Lagos is not it maybe not properly planned, or the plans or the infrastructures are a bit they are not functioning properly. We all know that. But you to say that the world is also going through a phase of global warming. Other cities have been flooded as well. We've seen Austria, we've seen Texas. I can bring you countless clips of major cities being flooded, and I'm sure you can excuse this with whatever. So I'm not quite sure why Lagos is but let's get back to Solly. Solly, bring it home, and then we go on to Larry.
All right. I think there is one I did in Yoruba that said Okoro Kagbon. I think at this junction we should all try to support Nigerians for them to be able to escape these phases that we find ourselves. Because where the leaders come from doesn't matter to me. What the leader do to save the people matters a lot to me. So we can't continue repeating ourselves every day. People like you, one man, I think you need to change the way you see things in favor of the people that is destroying your country. You may not be here, but these people are destroying us, and your voices matters a lot. You trying to defend them all the time wherever we are here is not encouraging. Please, Nigeria need each and every one of you. They need your voices. Let's just come together to speak to these people. Maybe, or maybe not, they will change their mind one day. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Folly. That's Folly B, a long-standing member of this platform. I think just earlier when we started, he's always been with us. So that's Folly, an excellent panelist. Let's go on from. I suspect. Hopefully, Larry's there. Larry.
Good evening, woman.
You've been so quiet. I thought maybe you were not there fully.
No. I'm actually here. It's good to listen to people.
What have you been making of the conversation so far? We did have talking points, but then
Yeah, it's good. It's good to it's good listening to people. It's good. Yeah. So what do we have?
Yes. It depends on where you want to comment. We've got Akinwunmi Adesina telling us that the levies lifted on food items to flood the market is counterintuitive and could destroy the agricultural market, which is half a story, but that's not a full story because, of course, it's just a short intervention. Peter Obi telling us that people are not speaking the truth to power. So I'm not quite sure anything stops anybody from that. Ex-Senate President Ayim joins APC, asks Nigerians to support Tinubu. So we'll be seeing a lot more of that. Daniel Bwala on his way as well. Local government autonomy, Supreme Court judgment, conspiracy against democracy. That is Pa Adebanjo still riling against the Tinubu space. And then we got a couple of clips as well. Let me play you two of them, and then you pick as you will.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Get ready. You ready?
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
So that's what's coming out of the United States. That almost certainly guarantees Trump that presidency now. So that's that. And then one more, and then you take the floor.
Okay, there was judgment of the Supreme Court. There's local government autonomy, financial autonomy, and all of that. And I will still say it. I think it's just a distraction. We must face the real issues that we have. And the issue that we have is we are not producing enough. We're not productive. Whatever it is that we're sharing in Abuja, which is what this FAQ is all about. Oh, okay. Whatever is in Abuja, share it to the local government. Is that our problem? Well, okay, maybe it may be a part of the problem that, yes, you want to have a value for what is being shared, but our real problem is productivity. But now this is going to be the discussion for the next maybe 1 month or so, when issue of hunger and anger in the land will still be under the table. It's a big issue. The federal government is saying, okay, now we need to import food. It's a big shame. Yes, it's a big shame on this country. We cannot feed ourselves. And then you're saying we should go back to those things that will allow us to bring confidence back to our people and to ensure that this country is back on the path of growth and progress.
All right. So there it is. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mama. Let me start from Adesina. You see, there are some instances where you have a big problem and you need some short-term solutions for big problems. Yeah, what Adesina said is good. It's good for the papers, but in reality, that's not what we need now, right? You can say, "Oh, let's go and grow this. Let's go and do this. Let's go and do that." People don't even have the patience to even wait. So for me, I think what the government actually, what they've done is actually the right thing. For now, people are really interested in, they need food. And in Yoruba, Yorubani, to be bakuro nu ishe, abushe bushe. So additional can, you can speak the grammar, you can, speak at, oh yeah, let's grow, let's do this, let's that. No, that's not what we need now. People in Nigeria need the government to do something to crash that price of food commodities in the market. And the only way to do that, right, is to, increase the supply, whatsoever way you can actually do it to increase the supply of what people actually have. That's the only thing that can crash the market. We can keep saying, oh, probably our farmers, they can give us rice, this. No, all those things are just academical. The government is doing the right thing as far as I'm concerned. They said 3 months. If it's going to take them 3 months, flood the market with food, and that crashes that price, right? So, I think it's good. Additional can be where he is, right? He doesn't even know what the person in Abeokuta is facing. Not to talk of somebody in Songwater is facing. So I think the government is actually doing what is right. They should, because I'm not sure that what we are producing can actually go around to the point of crashing the price, right? So as far as I'm concerned, they should do whatever they can do. If it's going to be 3 months, 6 months, do it in 6 months and crash that price. So within that 6 months, so things that probably people have been doing, like what Niger is doing, by that time, we'll have our own produce coming out from the farms. But for now, we don't even have the produce that can actually really go around to crash the price. So let them do 6 months. Within 6 months, then when we now start having produce, then they can stop it. That's the practical thing to do. So Adesina should, what he's saying is good for it's good for the papers. It's good, he's a good orator, and it's just good for that. Not practical for now. That's that. So I think the other one we're talking about Baba. This Afenifere man. Well,
do you think it should be removed from that? It's 93. Well, I mean, for goodness, I mean, how much longer is it going to? It's been riding against Tinubu for decades and youngs. The guy continues to progress in life. Enough is enough.
No. He's an old man. So if if that is what's going to keep him alive, yeah, he should continue doing it. For me, personally, there are some things he says that I don't really take serious. You understand what I'm saying? How can you tell me that local government autonomy is a conspiracy against democracy? So where were these people when the governors were busy pocketing local government finances? Right? Where were they? So I don't understand. They just come out, hey, all in the name of we want to criticize this and that. And they say a lot of things, and you sit down and look at them and you're like, what exactly are you guys saying? We've been in this same problem, right? Where the whole local government administration we don't even have it. And somebody will come out and say, oh, is democracy, this, and that. Which democracy do you even have in Nigeria? Because some things are always good. Oh, if a normal.
Sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, you can interject.
I don't understand why you guys are hating Adebayo, mostly one man. Why are you hating him?
No, please.
I'm not asking you. Hold on. I'm talking to one man. I'm not asking you.
The fact that you said why you guys are hating, you never saw me here.
I said mostly one man. I make reference to one man.
Okay, probably one man. You can actually say, don't say why you guys.
What piece? Nobody is hating.
I think Larry doesn't know who is speaking.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me mute you for a moment because of the background. Nobody is hating him. But the thing is, it's a 93-year-old man, and some of his public pronouncement now is out of sequence with modern politics. So he's just speaking from a space of hate rather than anything else.
Yeah, I can understand that he has a personal beef with Tinubu, that is Yam Tinubu, and he sees a gray area in that stuff. That in as much LG autonomy is what we cry for, he's seeing the political side of it, which we have said before. You just create a local government autonomy without no better implementation and to supervise them. There's no clear path how these people are going to be supervised. Don't forget, before the state government hijacked local government, whatever, local government became a demigod. They were owning salary like crazy. That's why the state government could have opportunity to take over. Now, if you are giving them this power again, then you must put something there to checkmate them, so that they will do what they are sent to do. But again, the political side of it, Tinubu just have an access to cut everybody off, all the governor off. Now Tinubu can work with the 700 local government chairman with his fingertip. That's the political part of it people are saying, which is true. But you must put implementation on ground to make it fair and balanced, that these people must be held accountable. Anyway, let me use my floor. It's Larry's time, so I don't take his time too much. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably I didn't get you right. So because I don't hate people, because he's someone I respect, because it's someone that is far older than my dad. So I can't even hate him. So but as far as I'm concerned, right? You see, implementation or whatsoever, we have institutions in place. It's just left for the institutions to do what they are supposed to do. How do you monitor? How will Tinubu monitor them? Does he need to create another institution to monitor them? He doesn't need to do that. All EFCC and ICPs needs to do is to do their job. There are institutions in place. They just need to do their job. And looking at the fact that the local government chairmen, they don't even have immunity, right? So and it's even good now that we even now have an FIU, which means that every transactions that go through every account can be easily tracked and traced. So which makes it a little more easy, right? So fine, we'll say people will abuse, they will do this. Let's wait till that time. We've not even gotten to that point, right? Let's see. We've tested the other guys and they fumbled. Now let's test these other guys. Let's see if that is really going to make it easier for things to quickly get to the people. Then let's try it. So that's what I see about that. So Baba is old. When people are old, if something keeps him alive, yeah, he should continue, right? Probably that's what makes him alive, because I still want him to, he's 90 something. I want him to be 100. I want him to be above that. So, which is still normal, right? It's just like, when you see some people, it's politics that really keeps them alive, and you can't even take that thing away from them. So if this is what keeps him alive, Baba should continue. Yeah, and I think the other one you have.
Yes, we had Sheyi Makinde, we had Pius Ayem joining the APC, and then
let me quickly talk about Sheyi Makinde. You see, it's easy for Nigerian politicians to kind of like say, "Oh, yeah, we are not productive, we are not doing this, we are not doing that, we are not doing that," right? And this whole agriculture of a thing, it's not even in the exclusive list, right? So what I expect Sheyi Makinde to also come out to tell us is, this is how far I've actually gone when it comes to agriculture. This is what I've done, And at least I can boast that with what I've done, at least we can feed Oyo State. I don't even care. Don't talk about Ogun State. At least we've all seen what the Niger State governor has actually done when it comes to agriculture. But most of our southern states, what exactly have they really done? Except private people going in and kind of like investing, and they've not really done something cogent. But they will come out and say, oh, it's a shame that we can't even feed ourselves. What exactly have you done? Okay, it's a shame that we have to import. Okay, what exactly have, at least you can say, okay, fine. Probably, oh, with what I've actually done, I think Oyo State is in safe hands when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to food, when it comes to all those things. But when you now come out and say this is a distraction, it's a distraction because basically we know the real thing. The basic thing is leave that fund, let that fund go to where it's supposed to go to. Any governor coming out telling me is a distraction, is this, is that? Yeah, we like that distraction. In as much as that distraction will make that money go to where it's supposed to go to, right? Without you guys, sabotaging things. They should just face what is. Agriculture is also part of what you're supposed to do. Why not face that thing? Why not face that agriculture? At least let's see what you've actually done. Oyo State has a lot of land they can actually use use for agriculture in Okeogun. Lands, acres of lands are in Okeogun. So you should also come in proactively, invest massively in that sector. Private people are coming into Oyo State to Okeogun to buy lands and invest in agriculture. He also needs to invest massively. So at that point, he doesn't even need to tell us. Now, if government is saying, oh, we want to import, now I expect him, if he has actually done something cogent, he needs to now come out, oh, don't worry, if you want to do this, at least for your state, you can actually say, yeah, this is exactly what we've done. But that's not what some of all these guys do. They go in, oh, this and that, oh, it's bad, is this, is that, is that. They should just save us all those crap. They should just save us all. If they don't have a solution, don't complain. You have the power to give us solution, but you don't even give that solution. So why are you complaining? So that's what I see.
Woman, can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
Of course, yeah.
All right. So I've been hearing people say, well, okay, let me ask you this question, woman. This importation of this food, how long is it going to take? Is there a timeline for it? Like
3 months.
There is 150 days.
Okay. Now, okay, good. So 3 months. So after 3 months, what happens after that?
Yeah.
Hopefully, agriculture will catch up with it. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. It's good for us to say all these things. I mean, you speak for them like as if you're their spokesperson.
No, that's what they said. That's what they said.
And you are going by what they said, right? Okay. Now.
Well, that's the government now, of course.
Okay. All right. Okay. We think about their words. What my point is this: when we had a dollar, it was going almost to $2,000 naira to a dollar, and we hear the likes of like this guy that used to work with PM News, that is Tinubu's spokesperson, and other people other spokesperson that we had in Nasuro. Oh, dollar is going to crash. You see all of you that are holding money. You in my jar. Am I worried? Don't go and sell your dollar now. Be waiting. And then what happened? Oh yeah, it crashed. It did crash to like 1,000 naira to almost like 800 naira to even $1 at some point. And then what happened after that? We saw some kind of like how do I say, what was that? What I'm looking for? Some intervention which Yamika also did. Some magic, some kind of voodoo economics that they did within that time. They pumped money into the system. They were giving money out to. So it's like a temporary kind of solution. But what happened?
It did not do that though. He addressed that at the World at the World Economic Forum. He addressed that.
What did we not hear from Emefiele when Emefiele was in office? What did we not hear from him? So are we to you see woman?
So are we to believe you over the man that has the data?
No, are we to believe Emefiele when Emefiele was selling was turning out figures as to how when he was asked, he was told, when he was confronted by Edo State governor, when he was they were printing money, what did he say? Did he not deny it? What are we talking about, woman? Are you to go by what these people are talking about? What they tell you, and you want to hold on to that as come on, we know what this is. But my point is this. Let's not divert our attention. My point is this: 3 months, and then 3 months. Is there any provision? You said there's a provision for them to while that 3 months is running, they quickly, help our local production so that they can boost it, so that they can take off after that 3 months, because what I'm seeing here is just a short-term solution, which I think that was what our friend from, this guy from AFDB, Akinwunmi, and what's his name, the governor of Lagos, of Oyo State. That's what they're talking about. This short-term intervention, it's not the way to go. Just the way we saw with the dollar. We need a long-term strategy for this. So that is what Tinubu has always been doing. Always short time, just to create some kind of some buzz. Hey, has crashed food, though. Food has come down. We are buying a tomato that we used to buy one basket. We used to buy for 80,000 naira. Now we're buying it for 10,000 naira. Yes, it happens after 3 months. After 3 months, what then happens? And then what we notice is that after then it shoots up even more than twice. If not more than twice the amount that they were even shouting for before. That's what we see. We've noticed that it happens after a while. So, woman, for me, I don't know. It's a good thing they want to do it for 3 months, but after 3 months, after then, what next? I leave that woman.
It is actually 5 months, not 3 months. But
5 months, 6 months, whatever. But what after then? What happens? We saw that with
agriculture catches up with this.
Oh, it catches up. Okay,
yes.
We will see them. We'll see. We'll be here.
I think they would have calculated an agricultural cycle to arrive at those 5 months.
You believe all these phony guys in that answer.
Well, they are experts in their field.
I beg you, experts in what? Then come on, it's okay, Mama. Let me just take our friend that is talking.
Rational mind. If there's anything that the government wanted to do now, for example, giving out fertilizer, at least it will take months before the crops grow and get to the harvest stage. So, and there's no other things to do than to flood and supply food. So, if there's anything you have in mind that the federal government should do for now, at least it will take like average of 4 to 5, 6 months before that crops can grow, to be harvested. And most of the crops we have are the perishable ones, maybe pepper or okra or something like that. So, you won't be able to have corn or any other crops like that. So, I think the 5 months of importation of food, like Larry said, is the best option, is the best route to go. That's just, not doing anything.
It's a good strategy. It's a good strategy. But the point is, how committed are they to making sure that after 5 months, within that 5 months that they are importing food, they're going to drop the price down? What's the guarantee that they are making plans, real plans?
Rational mind.
To make Johnny should Larry, I'll let you continue. Let me just say this. I'm talking to Adina. What's the plan that yes, they have a real good plan that after that 5 months to take off and then will not even feel any pain. And then the price will really drop.
Rational man, there is no any plan in anywhere. This is the rainy season. This is the rainy season. Any plan should start from the dry season. You don't plant in rainy season. So there is no any plan for these guys. By now we should be eating yam. I didn't mean these guys are ready. They will have planted yam in January. By now we should be expecting their yam now if they are ready. So these guys don't have any plan. They are just doing try by error.
Okay. So can I continue?
Yes, carry on.
Okay. So number one, there are plans. At least we can see that. Take for instance now, Niger State bought over 1,000 tractors, and they went in with the land they have, and things are going on there. If you go to Jigawa State, things are going on there in Jigawa. If you go to Binikebi, the same things are going on in Binikebi. Even in Nasarawa, things are going on there. So we can complain, oh, there are no plans, there are no this, there are no that. But sometimes it's good for us to be factual and speak to facts and leave whatever we want to. Yeah, I understand. It's normal to criticize the government. But once you criticize the government, be factual with it. Do talk about facts. If you talk about facts, that's where the objectivity comes in. One man, let me go to the other one with the protest. So I am not against people protesting, right? But if you protest, ensure that you do not use your protest to disrupt, normal activity within the country. And at the same time, don't let your protest, disrupt other people's business. Do your protest legitimately and let things actually go on, right? I heard Oshawara is trying to lead his own protest and all those things. For me personally, all these revolutionaries, I don't even think they have things to offer. I'm sorry to say that. I've seen the likes of Shehu Sani, for instance. Shehu Sani was a senator, and throughout his time as a senator, what exactly did Shehu Sani achieve? Than going to his constituency and sharing, is it radio and some other things? But these are guys that will come out, they will criticize, they will do all sorts of things. What exactly can they offer than that normal criticism? Oh, we'll do revolution, we'll do this. Give them power. They can't even achieve anything. And the same thing even goes for Sowore. I think it's good for Sowore. I've said it on this platform. At least if Sowore really wants to do something for change, he should support people. At least let him have like 3 people, even in National Assembly. If you can have like 3 people in National Assembly and they believe in what he believes in, at least there will be impact. Right? But that's not his own way, right? It's a normal thing, contest and, donors, and probably INEC gives money and come another 4 years, do all sorts of things. Why within that 4 years, probably when you're not busy, organize protests with Dejade Oju and all those things so that your name, it's a normal thing. So for me, people should protest. Yeah, protest legitimately, tell the government what you want. And if you need representative, if government needs your representative, let them meet those representative and tailor, tell them what you want, and probably government looks into it and do something. And another thing is, you can't even stop counter protest, because as you have right to protest for or against, some people also have the right. So, but the basic thing is just that the police should just ensure that if they have 2 different groups protesting and they are anti themselves, everybody should just do it legitimately without any chaos or any rancor, right? Because I've seen people said, "Oh yeah, what happened in Kenya? Blah 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 blah." All those ones that it's good for the internet. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do this, we'll do that. It's always good. People can shout and all those things. But the basic thing is just that the people that want to protest, as far as I'm concerned, they should protest. Protest is legitimate. Nobody should stop anybody from protesting. But if you now turn your protest to riots, the government has the right to also, push back, which is just normal. Yeah. So, woman, if there's
do you want to give us a flavor on the Trump shooting? That should be all over the news where you are.
One man, please, can we talk? Can I talk to this guy?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a very thin panel, so you can free flow. Yeah.
All right. You just say something that Shehu Sani did not do anything as a revolutionary when he was a senator.
Yeah.
Please, I don't know if you know the duty of a senator, what senator is actually elected to do for the citizens.
I know the duty of a senator.
Please, can you just put us through?
Wait, can you point to 3 bills, right? 3 bills, as you are a close fan of Shehu Sani, 3 solid bills that Shehu Sani actually promoted in National Assembly.
Why did Shehu Sani did not? Why did what was it called? What was the name? El-Rufai did not allow Shehu Sani to come back as a senator.
El-Rufai is in the States. Shehu Sani was in National Assembly.
Why is he not allow Shehu Sani to come back as a senator? That's the question.
That is, I don't even care about their local.
Because he choose to tread a path that is different from the way they have been doing it.
See,
yes. Let me tell you something. Something that you don't know is this. Our society don't even allow the decent voice to come close to that space anymore. And you know what? I actually appreciate you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You are no more standing the way you used to stand before. Now you are using style to talk, unlike before. But maybe before you laugh, turn this place to another thing. Because then you used to.
But he just asked you, name 3 bills that he actually threw his weight behind, that he actually sponsored as a senator.
And I asked you a question. Why did why did El-Rufai stop him not to go to Senate the second time?
He can't answer
because these guys stand for something different. And in an environment where you have, my brother, in an environment where you have more criminal than a saint will never have any impact. So go and put that down.
Brought any bills forward that rejected by the principal officer
go back to that period. Go and look at what Senator Osani has been doing in the Senate during his time.
Tell us.
I don't need to tell you about Nigerians. Go back and do your research. Don't just come here and throw figure at us. Go back and do your research.
For me, I'm asking
you. One thing I appreciate is you guys are now coming down. You're not like before. Because your government you support is actually giving it to you back now.
I think it failed as a senator. I think it failed woefully as a senator.
Sheikh Usani failed woefully. You said, it's because of El-Rufai. What's El-Rufai's business with national?
That is a political question. It has nothing to do with him joining other senators. At least if you don't sponsor, you can co-sponsor a bill that will change the life of those people that claim to be represented. Activism has nothing to do with government. If you cannot do your job simply because somebody is blocking you, then that means you fail. That means you have nothing to do.
There is no any government in the world that did not have activism spirit that actually succeeded in governance.
The one that is there right now, the one that calls them Tinubu, that calls them the Ashwaju of them there, that is there. How did they come into the limelight? What did they brandish when it was? Even up to this very day. I mean, recently they did was it their anniversary, or was it their independence, or what was it they did recently? What was it brandishing in front of everybody? Even when Sheikh Usani was even talking, he said they were both in the trenches, right? They were both activists. As when he was in Nadeco, was it not that true that he rode on that to become a politician and become a president?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No, what?
It was not. Listen, it wasn't. Tinubu was not an activist. It was not an activist. It was a politician. It was a politician before that they came into being.
Who knows him when he was a politician? Who knows him? Who knows him?
The Lagosian people in Lagos knows him.
Okay, how did he
Lagosian knows him.
Hold on. What made him to get a ticket for AD when he came in 1998?
So you are saying that every single one that joined that they were activists? No, not everyone that joined that. But you should also understand, right?
You just like to rewrite
history. You can't. No, you like to model things. Tinubu was never an activist. No, those who joined Nadeco, because of his involvement in Nadeco, now qualify him to be an activist. No.
He used that.
Who was Tinubu before Nadeco?
Oh, come on.
Who was Tinubu before Nadeco?
Nobody knew.
Tinubu was a senator. Nobody knew him as a senator. Tinubu was a senator.
Nobody knew him as a senator.
Dewale, hold on. Let's not have 3 voices at a time. So, and there's a lot of crackling coming from you as well. But when somebody is speaking, everybody pause for them. Carry on. Whoever has a...
You want to carry on?
Carry on.
You could say that because he joined the forces that established Nadeco was as a result of denying the democratic elected president of Abiola. That was what necessitated to the formation of Nadeco. And hold on. And the fact that
let's not go on this one. What got
hold on now. What I was trying to establish to you is that Tinubu has been in politics before Nadeko was formed. He joined that forces to send away the military to the barrack, but that does not qualify him.
Ticket of AD in 1998. That's what I'm asking you.
How
did he get? How did he get a ticket? On what?
How did he get it?
What basis? Yeah,
because he has been in politics. He has been in politics. Remember, he was a senator in 93, right? 93.
No, it's not because of that. No, because he was part of the Nadeko group that were.
So everyone everybody that was involved in Nadeko now, you qualify them as an activist.
It's just because sometimes you people just like Amanda, you just like to use this half truth, half lies. The truth is, oh yes, he was a senator before. Yes, we know that. But he's coming into politics, he's becoming relevant in politics. It was because AD gave him a ticket because he was in the trenches. That was what it
wasn't because he was in the trenches. It wasn't because he was a director. No, he was. No, you claim that you don't know Tinubu. Tinubu was a disciple. It's because you don't know him. People that were in the political circle know Tinubu. Okay, he was a disciple of sorry. I think it was in Sarobase circle at that time. People that were in Lagos knows who he was. It's you that because as at the time, he was elected as a senator. You can claim that it wasn't as popular as this, but to claim that he was an activist, no. Majority of those people that joined forces to form Nadeko were not activists. 30% of them were not activists, but because of their shared interest in a democratic system in Nigeria, that was what brought them together. Majority of them did not get involved in the public office. Remember the story told by Shehu Sani that majority of them decided not to go into public office simply because they were not interested. And for those, but he himself, Tinubu cannot say or can't claim that he was an activist. He was a politician first before Nadeko came to be. That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right. Yeah, right. Okay, right. Yeah, you're right. Right.
Anyway, you can go with your truth. Your truth is your truth anyway. So
he was an activist. Joma bin
it was never because of his participation in Nadeko does not qualify him to be an activist.
He was a politician. Oh, true. He was a politician before he joined Nadeko.
So how can somebody transfer from politician to an activist? It's like saying Oshiomhole, who was once an activist, who was a union labor.
All right. Let's get back to. I thought that they had a new system, but I think it's back to the old system. Let's get back to Larry for him to continue. And after Larry, I'll hand over to Mike, and then the conversation carries on still. But Larry, back to you. Do you not have any thoughts about the attempted pie-in of Donald Trump?
Yeah, America politics is now getting interesting. As we are on this call, somebody just showed me a tweet. I think Elon Musk just tweeted that he's fully 100% fully for Trump, as in, like they said Elon Musk said, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. It's American politics, right? It's I know a lot of people, some people in the Democrats kind of like, oh, probably he planned it and all those things. It's American politics, and we are getting close. So a lot of things will definitely happen. And for me, personally, like I said, the last election I was for Biden, but this election, obviously, I'm going for Trump. Even my wife that used to be a Biden person, but this time around, is for Trump. I don't know. Probably I don't know.
The one thing you have to know about Elon Musk is it's a very right-wing guy. You know that he comes from that Afrikaans. It's a South African.
He's not really come out lately, right? So for him to have come out, I've seen a lot of other people. Right.
But he was always going to support Trump. Now
one thing is for him to support. Another thing is for him to come out boldly now, right? For him to come out boldly now and say this. And I've been following that, immediately that happened, I've been following that to kind of like hear people, even people that are basically Democrats, they condemned it and they were like, yeah, this is not exactly what America is all about. If it's gotten to those points, then that means is going to get more desperate. So, but whatever it is, I'm happy that I'm happy that he's safe, he's in safe hands, and hopefully he comes back and go back to campaign. For the Democrats, yeah, Biden, because a lot of people that are pro that party have actually told Biden to kind of like give way for another person. But I think he believes that he can still go, and he believes that nothing is going to stop him. Then let's see what happens. So hopefully, he will definitely see what happens.
The only thing that can shift the momentum is if he does give it up, because this is a big event for Trump. It will get a lot of sympathy. A lot of conspiracy theories will come, and a lot of undecided will weigh against it. Will weigh in his favor because they'll say they are trying to pie him and whatnot. So this is a real big fillip for Trump's campaign. So the only thing that can rescue the Democrats is if Biden gives way.
Yeah. And I hope FBI really really do the job, because people really want to know. You understand? But I'm not even sure. I don't know if they actually got the guy that actually,
I was surprised about how feebly defended he is. When Buhari was the president, they used to have this shield around him that even if you shoot at him, the bullet would not penetrate because of the maybe magnetic wave. Something slows it down. So they had that system for Buhari. So I'm not quite sure how somebody could so easily penetrate Trump like that.
Yeah, okay. Kulata said the shooter is dead. Oh, that's okay. Good.
Really?
Good. Yeah. So for me, I wouldn't even, I would have.
Really by his own doing or by the authorities? How did he?
I will have.
How was he dead?
I would have really wanted them to arrest him and probably do 1 or 2 investigations to be able to.
The authority got in.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, but I think.
But whatever, Omar, just a second. Whatever is happening now is quite condemnable and quite despicable. But this is not the first time, so nothing. It's not. Nobody should run into any form of hysteria, because if you actually look at the foundation of how this started since 2016, Trump actually started it. He's been calling for this. You remember
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
You remember when Pelosi's husband was attacked in the last election? Go and check what Trump said. Trump was laughing and mocking that dude. Trump would have been mocking if this had happened to a Democrat. Trump would have been all over the place, calling them sucker, loser, mocking them now. But look at the way the political landscape, the politicians generally, how they've rallied around him, because they know this is not their culture. The culture of wild politicking, the culture of this reputable languages, the culture of derogatory languages, the culture of this silliness crept into American politics from Trump, and he wouldn't stop. I hope this will actually check him now. Whoever wants to vote for him, that is their right. That is their opinion. That they have the fundamental right to do that. But to actually say this is Trump's doing, this is his handwriting, this is his memo. So it's nothing new, one man. Okay? And this is what will happen. For the last 2 weeks, they've been piling up on President Biden, the media and the political the people who don't really want him, even within the Democrats, like 19 or 16 of them, right? Do not forget, it is when your chips are down that you know your real enemies and your real friends. So he has taken the time to know his real enemies and his real friends, even within Democrat. And then he has told them, I'm not going nowhere. They've actually had a coordinated media attack against it for non-stop 2 weeks. So while they were piling attack on him, Trump was missing, playing golf. Now that what he did was he turned it around, and this is the OG politician in Biden. The only politician alive in the US who can whip Biden twice in a row, who can whip Trump twice in a row is Biden. He knows he's old. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
All these things you are saying is good for the book. Oh, you can do this, you can do that.
All right, let me just land this so that I know I'm taking your time. But one man, do not forget he was out of politics. They have to bring him back from retirement. 1, 2, he has the support of the GOP OGs, the Republican OGs, the likes of Dick Cheney, right? The likes of George Bush, the like of. Do not forget, Republican is 3 different Republicans that we have now. We have the MAGA Republican, the core Trump base. We have the real legacy Republicans, the Republican that belongs to the ex-presidents and the big boys of the Republican who are not with Trump, and the Republican that are independent, ambivalent for now, looking at what goes on in the electoral circle. So Trump has done one thing credibly that I can give him. He has succeeded in polarizing and making division in Republican. So what you are seeing now is that for the next maybe a week, maximum 2 weeks, right? The media will shift attention now to Trump and this tragedy that happened just now, and then they will leave Biden alone, right? And then by the time all of them will coalesce around again, things would have been different. Even regardless of the media attack on Biden, go and check the polls regardless. So anybody can jump onto Mormon. Go and read Project 2025. And if you're an immigrant and you are here talking about Trump,
Enigmatic, they have a website too, so maybe you can Google the link and let them read.
Yeah, and if you're an immigrant and you are joking for Trump, then you are the type of people that goes up the ladder and you want to crumble the ladder. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead and
Larry, I have a question for you, brother. I have a question for you, Larry. Real quick. Before you can answer them together. It's just a one question.
Let me just say this, right? You see, this gaslighting. Oh, if you are this, if you are this, if you are that. Number one, I'm an American, right? And I have the right to vote for whoever I want to vote for, right? I don't care. Others, you are immigrants, you're this, you're that, right? In as much as I'm an American and I pay my taxes in America, so I can vote for whoever I want to vote for. Without others, you are immigrants, you're that, right? I don't care about all those things. I care about who is going to give me what I want, right? So that please leave all those things, right? Don't gaslight anybody.
Nobody's gaslighting you, dude. What do you want?
This issue of if you are immigrants, do
you want? Tell me what you want.
I have a question for that real quick.
I've told you I voted for Biden the last time. I'm voting for Trump now. It's my right. So
I did your right.
It's your right.
All right. Hold on.
I don't hold Biden. Biden does not hold me anything. I don't hold him anything.
Nobody. And I did say that one man. Remember, I said,
can you hear me? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to bail out, let Prince Daddy in. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Isaac right there. That's Tope O. Ayo comes in big. Ayo always comes in big. So that's Ayo right there. Ayo still rolling at it. That's Efosa Isaac. So thank you, Efosa. Tope O still settling matters right there. So that's Tope O. That's George Blue Shell, who has now been able to connect himself back to that space. That's Tima Jack right there. So thank you, Tima Jack. Boson telling us about people defecting to APC. So keep the super chats coming. I'm going to shuffle myself for Prince Daddy. Hand over to Mike. Keep the conversation going. So you've got Mike. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me before I just wanted to say this. I thank God that Donald Trump is alive. I thank God that what happened in the past, even while a lot of us were not alive, then hasn't happened now. But I hope this will shut that is a tap mouth for once and stop grandstanding. Now he has seen it now that you cannot just threaten anybody because you can say every trash that you want to speak. Thank God he's alive, and let's move on. Thank you, woman. I'll come back again.
Hey, Larry, real quick before you continue. Larry, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, enigmatic. Hold on, enigmatic. Don't run away yet.
Enigmatic has run away. So enigmatic,
Daddy, go and take a cup of tea and sit down. You are not.
Dewade, just hold on 1 second. I'm going to hand over to Mike. Mike, Isaac has been here from the start. He's not spoken yet. So try and find a window for him too, because Isaac a real big supporter of the platform. So I'll hand over to Mike. A rational mind is there as well. He has the button. So keep the conversations going. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, my question, Larry, real quick. If the Democrat had brought somebody forward in replacement to Biden, would you have changed your mind?
Yeah, if I'm convinced. It depends on the person they are bringing.
Okay. Among those who you will think among the Democrats that could have easily succeeded Biden and retained those voters, who do you think could be potential presidential candidate?
I don't even know.
Larry, don't answer such questions. That's still irrelevant.
Right? Even that, it's not like, even if the Democrat brings someone, right? I've gone beyond that level of this
because you are emancipated. That's why you're a man of yourself and you think for yourself. Unlike Adewale and to say enigmatic.
So for me, right, as far as I'm concerned, right, in as much as I see the candidates, I was convinced the last time. That was why I voted for Biden. Not because, all these rhetorics of you're immigrants. No, I don't do that. I was convinced at that point. But for now, right, I think I've said it here.
What convinced you at that time?
Yeah.
That changes now.
No. At that time, I was, it was during COVID. There were a lot of things, and I actually wanted someone else. And that's my own personal conviction. It's not because of anybody or whatsoever. But those points in time. So as far as I'm concerned, right, I think I'm done. I think I don't even care about Democrat or anybody. All I care is, okay, what are they bringing? Am I convinced that this person is going to be better? But for now, with the way the thing is, I need to be very candid with you. My vote goes for Trump, and even my wife.
I mean, you have a right to vote who you wanted to vote to, but I wanted to see your perspective.
That you once voted for, or you once voted for Biden. Hold on. You once voted for Biden, Larry, which is great, but rather enigmatic was grandstanding, talking about. I mean, I think you think it's okay that Trump got shot at because he talks too much. That's not the way to go. Yes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting conversation. I know Prince Dad is going to cook. I don't know. You guys are going to cook each other. But before we get into that, let's give Mr. Isaac a chance to speak. He hasn't said anything. It's me before you guys, because I know this conversation will last a long time. So we might as well just let Mr. Isaac go for now, and then after that, we'll go right into it, because I got a lot to say too. But let's give Mr. Isaac a chance to speak first. Mr. Isaac, are you there? Maybe he's not here, man. He's already asleep. Okay, all right, let's dive into it then.
Continue, Larry, I don't want to take much of your space, because you still have the floor, right? You have the. Sorry, Larry was the one speaking before we started interjecting him.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the right to vote any candidate you deem fit that is going to represent you and do what you wanted. But I won't go in the route of enigmatic. But what I could do is to sell the candidates to you. Maybe that will change your mind. It may not change your mind at this time, but I would like to draw your attention back to.
You have nothing to sell. Larry rather is more grounded than you are. Hold on. Larry is more grounded. He actually understands the issues. You have to look at his antecedents.
I respect his opinion, and I'm not trying to impose a candidate, but I'm trying to maybe let him see things from a different perspective.
It's impossible. The man understands the issues more than you do. So what do you want to tell him?
It has not look. It's not like some rigid-minded people like you already make up your mind that nothing good come from Biden. But I'm trying to appeal to someone like Larry and those who listening to this show that will be at the crossroads, changing their mind just like he did and his family. Look, I respect that. But let us start from the beginning, how this all started. And Ignatius says something that if we look at it, we are now back to the politics of 60s where anything goes. The uncouched mouth, the rhetoric that actually started all this thing. Trump brought it forward. I'm not saying whoever was attacking him on the stage tonight should be. I mean, thank God that it's already been put down. It's barbaric and it's terrible, and I condemn it. Nobody, whether Trump or anyone, even terrible than Trump, should be, simply because they offer themselves for the service of their country, should be subjected to a terror situation like that. However, if we dial it back and go back to where it started from in 2015 and co, this man said a lot of things that could easily disqualify candidates. Terrible things. But you see,
Like what?
It
Like
brought
what?
out the worst in the system, in our society. When you
No,
have
it's
extremists
on media propaganda.
hold,
You gotta keep in
hold
mind,
on, hold on, hold
it
on
goes
now.
both ways. No,
Could
no, no.
you
You
let
can't
me
listen.
finish?
Don't be like Uptown. Don't be like Uptown.
It's not
Say
gonna be you
the
and I
ambassadors are this
alone
and
on
that,
this
and it doesn't
platform
talk about the
tonight.
obedience. Don't be
We are
like
going
that.
to have we are
Prince
going
Daddy,
to have
Prince
other
Daddy, Prince
people.
Daddy,
Let me
Prince
say
Daddy,
this.
please. You can
Hold
make
on,
your
guys.
point.
You are not going to
You can make your
silence me.
point without
I will
you can
have
make
my
your point without
interjection and I
calling
will let
obedience,
Larry
please.
continue. Thank
Hold on,
you.
now, let me
I will
just
have my interjection and I will let Larry continue. It
don't worry.
started
Let me
with
just say what I want to say, my brother. We know the
you are
fight.
not.
Just
I
calm
haven't
down.
finished
I
my
just want to say
interjection,
something to
and you
Prince
want to
Daddy.
you want to interject as well. I have not
I
even
just said
landed.
something. It's
Your
just
brother will
20
not let me
seconds.
finish.
20 seconds.
It's
I
your
said,
20 finish
Prince
already
Daddy,
done.
please. Prince Daddy,
Oh my
please.
goodness!
You can mention yourself without obedience. Go ahead, sir. Nobody the drag floor with you.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. So you and your fellow MAGA can have the floor to yourself. Now, what I'm trying to say is that this man whip out the extremism in people from both sides on the aisle. We have some knucklehead on the left side that decided to disrupt the gathering of the Republican. This is one that we just saw happening today. I will also have those extremists. You can qualify that as not just extreme, but the real trouble, the real deal that went to invade the Capitol. Okay, those ones are not just crazy head; they are the one that committed crime. Okay, now what we have now is both sides will now have extremists in a way that people will now be scared to have an open campaign, which is terrible for the politics of America. We're now back into the 60s.
Let me say something real quick. It would be nice if you guys do these things, like talk about policies and things that actually impact lives, rather than just all these racist. Like, what's more important? This World War III that's about to jump off, the way the war on economy affect the whole world. Is that not more important than somebody said this, said that? I don't like things Trump say. I hate it as well. But that's not important to me, man. Like, he's racist,
Mike,
is this, is
that's
that.
all they have.
Come on. Like, oh, he turned these people to this. He said good on both sides. When he was president, he did come and come to your face and call you nigger or something. Come on. What do you? Let's focus on. There's some things, yeah, I'm scared of. Like, I won't say I'm scared, but I kind of worry about for some people because this anti-immigrant thing, the way they, I don't like that. Yeah, we can focus on things like that. Actual policy that affect people. No, this. Cause when you guys bring all this argument that he's a racist, okay, who cares, man? Who's not racist in their house? You think Biden doesn't call us niggers in his house? All white people, they have issue with black person. So why do we
Mike,
focus on the white person say it in the public? And as long as it's not coming to your face or doing racist policy. But if it's only, come on. If he's doing some
yeah,
racist policy, then you can point at the racist policy. But don't just say because he said this, he said that. Who cares?
yeah,
This country is so advanced to be focusing on. He said this, he said that. He's racist, he's
Mike,
this. Okay,
The
Diwali, go
reason
ahead.
why
It's
I'm
time for
not
me to
against you.
chime
I'm
in,
not
Sir
against
Duale.
your. I'm neither here nor there as far as who
the
become
reason why
president.
the
But I just
discussion
want
went
better
that way.
argument than all these. It's racist, it's racist. Go ahead,
Yeah,
go
the
ahead.
reason why discussion went that way was because of what actually happened today. Okay, it wasn't centered around policy. It was centered about the attack. his campaign, and that was what brought
No,
him.
not true. When Reagan got shot, was it because he talks too much and was dividing the country? Tell us, Adewale. When Kennedy got shot, was it the same thing? You have no excuse. That's not a good reason.
The Reagan era, you have to look at the context. Okay,
we can go as far back as Lincoln too. No, you don't have an argument. You see, the premise of that argument is flawed and it doesn't exist. But let's stick to the issue, like Mike said.
When you have a president or a candidate who said, "I could kill somebody in the front on Fifth Avenue and nothing would happen,"
that was just a figure. It's irrelevant. Stick to the issue. Stick to the issue.
And you have people that are having mental issues that could easily take that and take it up. And there are some people that can't even stand him.
Well, let's talk about the democratic policy destroying our youth.
No, that was not the point of contention tonight. The subject brought forward by Walmart was centered around the attack on him in his campaign today. It's not about the policy. We're not talking about politics tonight.
Instead of you to be gleeful and happy that a former president got shot, rather you have to be happy about it.
An individual got shot. Why should I be happy about that? I shouldn't.
Well, you sound like just like anybody does.
I'm not delighted in having
guys, sorry.
I can tell.
By the way, did the bullet hit Trump?
Yeah, he hit him in the ear.
The bullet hit him? Wow.
No,
they went for his head. They actually went for his head. And
exactly. They want to take him out. And people like it's a joke.
Mike, let us take it this way that the fact about the attack is still emerging. So we shouldn't conclude that he was shot at. Okay, people were there. I was just listening to.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mama? What the hell are you talking about? They shot a man. If that was your father, is that what you're going to be saying?
So if they hit somebody in there,
are you kidding?
You guys are happy that man was shot.
Someone to play games, so how do you have him shot at
Can we dial it down? It was not. Listen, if somebody got shot in the head, okay, anything around your head, he won't be walking with his own leg to his official vehicle.
He grazed his ear. He grazed his ear. His right ear. Are you saying what?
How many centimeters? Even millimeters from his ears to his brain.
Let me concede to you guys that it was shot.
I said it. You rather
no. Whether it was shot at or it was accident by what that causes the bleeding from his hair, it is irrelevant. The point is that he was attacked, okay, at his campaign.
But you were trying to minimize it right now. You were trying to minimize it.
I'm not minimizing it.
What's the problem?
No, I'm not minimizing it.
Yes, you tried to minimize it right now. You did.
Oh, hold on, guys. I was driving. I was listening to the what do you call it? The public radio, right? As at the time they were reporting in live, right, this evening, the information coming out wasn't actually concrete. Okay, so that was, I went on Walmart, played the video. He didn't say much because it was just about the incident that was being reported that it was showing on this show tonight.
Okay,
so
I don't want to say she didn't know about it. Can you just wait? Let us tell you.
Well, how can you say that? I didn't. Okay, because it was not quite long ago. Data said that the perpetrator was put down. So we have the fact emerging gradually. Man,
can I just say
you know what? The fact
this?
is that I condemn the attack. It's simple as that. But you can't tell me that his rhetoric, whether in the past or in the present or in the future, does not contribute to what happens to him on his country
You're a criminal. Any person that shoots at anybody is a criminal. And that is what the Democratic Party always does.
This is the person that failed to condemn a terrorist group. This is somebody that failed to condemn a terrorist group, and you are saying that you won't have
them. He condemned the KKK.
How? When did he condemn terrorists? When did he condemn the Proud Boys?
You want us to bet? Because I think most times you guys just come out.
When did he condemn the Proud Boys?
He condemned it, and I'm going to
see not. He told them during the interview, the debate. He said, "Stand down and stand by." That was his word.
See, look, let me tell you. Look, it depends on which context you're talking about. First, there was one that, there was a confrontation, and they asked him, and he said that there were good people on both sides. And that was right. Because if you're a black man today and you feel like telling yourself the truth, I have been discriminated against. If it's what it's all about, I have been discriminated against over 30 times. 80% of the time has come from African Americans, people that look like me.
Hold on. Mike,
Tell me,
Mike, I will relinquish my interjection more because people are saying that it's been turned to Yankee story again. So let other people contribute as well. But I will also, comment from time to time.
I mean, this is what is trending right now. So they should learn from it. It's not every time we come here we talk about that. We are talking about news in general.
Isaac is not here. He's not here. Mr. Isaac is not here now. I called him, and then who else is not? Well, Larry is Yankee too now. So if you are not Yankee, then if you don't want to hear Yankee, then come on and change it, Sabi. The only people here, that's what they want to talk about now. So let them talk about it.
So the issue there is this: the bullet glazed through his right ear, and shot someone else in the crowd, and that person died. That is somebody's family. That is somebody's brother. That is somebody's sister.
I think Trump just tweeted on his truth. He said, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong. In that, I heard a whizzing song, shot, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin."
Okay, Adewale, are you satisfied now to trying to minimize a serious issue?
Adewale should at least empathize and sympathize with that man.
Exactly. It gets to the point that we're talking politics. If this had happened to Biden, I would not be.
Do you know that CNN? Do you know that CNN? Do you know the first headline that came from CNN? Incidents. That is what they used. Incidents.
Amazing.
Like you can imagine.
So if the news is not yet clear, you want them to.
Let me tell you, if this happened to Biden, right, they would have started talking about MAGA, KKK, this, because they are no more men in the Democratic Party. What you see, they are spaghetti men. That's what you see in the Democratic Party. You see them crying around, no facts. What did Trump say in his first tenure, even before he became governor, became president? What did he say that will make people? Because these are the talking points. The people that made this thing happen were the media houses, the CNN, the CBS, especially MSNBC. These are media terrorist organizations.
Exactly.
Because
they the flame of violence in this country.
Exactly. They push all those narratives. They are the ones that will always tell you that a man can be a woman. These are the people. I don't know how media houses will be reduced to the robbers in the United States, because they have made more. I mean, we have social media. They have killed Americans more than they have made them. What the hell is that? And you have this democratic. Look at what Enigmatic was just spewing. Anyway, I don't blame that one. Look at, he was just spewing nonsense. He
was stating the fact. You guys would already have a biased mind. He was stating the fact.
There was no fact in what Enigmatic was saying. He was just saying nonsense. Nonsense. He was spewing nonsense as usual.
As usual. Number one, he was trying to gaslight, right?
You understand what I'm saying?
You are an immigrant, you are this, you are that.
Immigrant for what? Immigrant for what? In Nigeria, is that not the same problem we're having in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we are complaining about immigrants in Nigeria. Are we not seeing it in Nigeria?
No.
Why are we making it look like if it's another man's country, then it should be right?
When you are an American, right, and somebody tell you because you are an immigrant, you are this, then you don't have a life, then this is exactly where you have to go.
like all of
But
us
you
are
know,
insane.
Project 25 centered around immigration too, right? You guys know that, right? That as
What is
soon as
Project
Trump
25?
won,
Trump has
no,
nothing to do with
you guys.
Project
Oh,
25.
so look, he
Trump has
denied
nothing to do with
knowledge of.
Project 25.
Look,
You guys just bring up,
Project
you guys are doing
2025 is
rhetoric.
alive and well. If you guys
Look,
don't know,
let me tell you
and
something.
the majority of it
Immigrants can
centered around
illegally go
taxes
home.
and
That's what I
immigration.
said.
Hey,
What he
let,
failed
let
to
me come in
do.
real quick.
Illegally go home.
Dewali, just one thing I kind of want to correct is Trump made it clear he is not anti-immigrant, he's anti-illegal immigrants, and I can understand that. And he
Do you
can be
know?
anti-immigrant anyway. The
Do
America depend
you
on
know?
immigrant
You
anyway
know how
because they
long
can't survive without
Republican
them.
has been on this case. It's not just Trump.
Bro,
It's a project of an entire party. They've
Even
been on
the
it for a
so-called hold on
very
now, let
long
me
time.
land now. You know I'm not saying too much.
let
Even
me
the
tell you another
so-called
demography.
immigrant thing, it's just politics. I don't think
Let
it's
me tell
really
you another
it really mean that stuff.
demography. Let me tell you another demography that is going all out for Trump, right? The students, right? Because Trump made it. He said, if you are a student and you are in America, right, he doesn't see any reason why you won't be given green card because you came into America legitimately. So that demography again, let me not deceive you. That demography is going all out for Trump because that's another.
So, Larry, when he canceled the program put in place by Obama to give immigrants that are here for educational purposes, when he canceled it,
Mhm.
what do you think he was getting into? Even though you just claim now that he supported those demography, why did they cancel and relinquish that the one that gave the immigrant cover those who are going to school that don't have paper? What do you think he canceled it?
No, you can't be going to school without paper.
Those who does not have status, but they are able, you can go to school anywhere in America.
No,
It
if you are
doesn't matter if the
no,
money that they needed.
if you are
Huh?
coming to America, to come to school in America, you have paper.
Mhm.
That's probably you're coming with F1 visa, which means you have paper.
You have paper, but you're out of status.
No, you
You're
have
out of
no,
no.
no,
The
no.
school, any educational
Wait,
institution will take you.
wait. If you are coming to America, you want to come to school in America. Number one, the fact that you have an F1 visa, right? That means you are within the start. You are legitimate. Right? I'm not talking about probably people that came to America through other means, right? And probably along the line, probably they seek for asylum along the line, they want to go to school. That's different from a normal person. You are from Nigeria, you're going to school in America. That means you are not coming with a B1, B2 visa. You are coming with an F1 visa, which is legitimate, right? And what happens is after you have that, right? Now you need to now probably after your school, you need to look for a company that kind of like, file H1 for you or all those other visas, right? So let's leave, and that's what the guy is actually saying. I don't
How
think,
about those who are out of status?
yeah, people that are out of status, that's another different. I'm just telling you about the demography that
No, I'm speaking to that. Would you support that the Trump or his administration deport those people or ramp them up and deport them? Would you support that?
No. I won't support him just taking them out. There's a legal
But that's what he's planning to do: mass deportation.
no. There's a legal process to do that.
So
Not true.
every legal process is centered around executive
No.
arms of government.
No.
Look, even the judge,
That's
immigration judge, does not have a
no.
discretion when it comes to give
A
judgment.
president cannot just wake up. Let's just be honest.
A president acts with
No, he can't
executive
just
to allow any individual into this country.
no. A
Okay.
president
Hello,
cannot
Mr.
just
Larry.
yeah, I can hear you.
Tell me something. Does it mean that what happened today, is it, are we playing or is it true or not?
No, it's
That
true
they
now.
shot at
Didn't you watch the
Trump.
video?
I
Yeah.
saw blood. I saw one funny headline like that before I
Yeah.
went to bed yesterday. It was because I went somewhere. I came home back a bit late, so I heard they had to rush him, and there was blood over his ears. All it was staged because
No.
politics now in America too is
No. That America, all those stage happen in who stage if okay, probably let's say it was stage, Abby. And probably the person that staged that thing, instead of, the bullet just piercing through his hair and got his head. So what will happen?
So it was the bullet that
Sorry,
pierced through his ear.
sorry. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Sorry to interrupt your session. They just hear. I had to come up because I wasn't even planning on coming on the show today. But did they just hear? It was staged. What was saying? Is this being spearheaded by the progressive on the platform, Dewale? I mean, he has to explain himself. I'm sure it's one of the
Babati Ataya for people said.
I am
It
sure
has
it's
been
one of the progressive wing nuts.
people, yes, they've been saying this. It's not only here. It's not only here. Even some people have been hearing, oh, it is staged. It is staged. If it were their father, would they say it is staged? Crazy.
Why all this stuff against this guy? As in, is it all this war that's going on all over the world? They don't want this guy coming in. So
You are missing the point, sir. Hold on, please. You are missing the point here. Trump was going to win regardless. There was no need for him to stage anything. It's obvious. Everybody knows. Everybody can see it coming. So there's no point to stage anything. So anybody claiming that some gun shooting is ridiculous. Dewale, I'm gonna come to the background, just listen to your opinion, because I know it came from the progressive wing of your party. That's where this madness came from. So we want to listen to the progressive on the platform, please. Thank you.
It's serious.
No, it's
and then,
the I wasn't shocked this happened like this. I mean, think about it. Like everybody's already made it clear. I don't know why he did it. That when he comes in, he's going to hand out war in Ukraine. And first of all, America's invested how many billion in that war? They've invested how many billion into that war? Because there's no way we hand out war.
100 billion, Mike, about 100 billion.
Yeah. So there's no, and he wants to come in and just go back to square one. So now, the only way you can hand out war is you're gonna go back to where they originated, which means Russia will hold on to Crimea. He's pretty much gonna give Russia the hand. You understand? The game, and Ukraine are not. And NATO is like, I'm not shocked, man. I'm like, dude, they're gonna come for you, man. It's like he's messing with the whole NATO. And like, come on. I wasn't shocked.
Well, yeah, just like I said earlier,
it's only America that put billions. So even NATO, the entire EU, they all put billions. We contributed billions, and you just want to hand it like that, which is what I want the war to hand. Everybody want the war to hand. So because that war really created inflation all over the world. When it stopped exporting grain and all those things, it increased. I mean, that war was stupid, to be honest. The whole world paid the price for it.
It's an unnecessary war, and it doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Because of Ukraine, who's Ukraine for everybody to suffer for?
Ukraine is more corrupt than Russia. It's a corrupt country. It's a corrupt state, and they all know it. But it has become a place for trading, of corruption left and right by the Democrats, and even the Republicans to some degree. See, at the end of the day, people like it just shows the kind of heart someone like Adewale and the Enigmatic has when it comes to human beings. See, somebody getting shot in the air, okay, it's you can't make light of the situation. It's as close to your brains being busted, just like that, with a fast-moving object like a bullet.
Did you just run away?
That guy that shot, that's sniper.
Dewale, you need to come back on the platform. Where did you run? Dewale, you need to come back, please. I mean, I don't know why you ran away from the show. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really a sad day in America, and the only thing Adewale can hang his hat on is talking about illegal immigrants. I'm not sure what country in this world pride itself in having people invade its borders in the millions, and trying to spread this propaganda that Trump is against immigrants. That's totally incorrect. Just like Mike said, it's against illegal immigrants, just like Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon are against illegal immigration. It's just standard across the world. The Europeans too are. So the notion that because Trump talks about it, that's the reason why these people are against them. And the media is the one that stokes the fire of discord in this country. Trump, by his personality, we all know that he's going to kick back, push back, and punch back. That's his personality. It's always been like that for many years before he came to politics. So when the media attacks him, usually with lies, he has to respond. And in the country, in politics, and in anything for that matter, okay, if you don't respond, they will label you as crap things on you that doesn't represent you. And that's what the media is good at. They've been trying to bury this guy for such a long time, but he's just a fighter. They couldn't defeat him. So the fact that he talks back is a response to what the media is doing. Not because the guy is just brash. No, he has to respond. And that's why he's still well and alive, kicking back and pushing back against the media. What happened today is nothing new. If anyone is familiar with Tucker Carlson, you would know that Tucker, on many occasions, as other people, they've talked about it, about Trump's life being on the line. We all know that. See, today we can talk about some crazy lunatic that's from a mental institution or whatever. We can make up that story. But the fact is that this guy's life has been on the line for such a long time. They want him out. At all costs. Now it's so convenient that at this point in time, that's when they try to attempt to assassinate him, to take his life. When we all know Biden is down the toilet. Biden is as dead as a dead lion or a dead horse. He has no value. Now they're talking about deposing him or expelling him from the party and not to run again. Now, conveniently, Trump got shot. Now, you all can play that game and try to bamboozle the people like Akinwunmi, but we're not gonna fall for it. We all seen the playbook a long time ago. Just like I said by Tucker Carlson, they are gonna attempt to make an attempt on his life, and it's already happened. So it's really painful. It is really painful that Akinwunmi would say, he tried to orchestrate a fake assassination or hurt himself with a gun. Who does that? Around his brain, around his head?
You need to get your ass back up here. By the way, good question. Prince, I don't believe the liberal wing of the Democratic Party would do this. It is the progressive because they're the most dangerous. They're the most radical. So I would not be surprised if it's going to be one of this pro-war, pro-anti-Israel, Palestine. I'm not all pro-Israel on the platform. You know that, but I try to be objective. So I would not be surprised if it comes from that AOC wing of the Liberal Party, the Democratic Party, the Dewale faction. I would not be surprised. So once again, Dewale, you need to come back on the platform. Don't be scared. Don't be a coward. Get your ass back on the show. We need to talk.
Babati, can I chip in something? Can I chip in something? Are we all there?
Then I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I feel is this. Even though I don't live in America, but over the years I've been a very good student of international politics. And for you to be able to understand international politics, you must have a little spice of the American politics. You must understand, because that's where the politics starts. And it starts there and it ends almost there. Then, if you look at it, the pro-war guy, the anti-war guys, anti-Ukraine war guys, all over Europe are being attacked. Do you notice that? Do you notice that they attacked this Hungarian prime minister? This what do you call it? The new Slovakian president was attacked. About 3 presidents in Europe, in the European Union, that were anti-war. They tried to assassinate them. Even in Germany, this guy Obi, the president, European Union Council president from Hungary, who happens to be a bit lenient with Putin, they almost killed him in Germany using his motorcade. Just last week or 2 weeks ago, yeah, he had a meeting with Putin. So for this happening, we know where this is coming from. I'm not a good fan of Trump sometimes because of some of his vituperations, but as regards this war. In fact, you know what? Even the former NATO chief was even talking about it, that Africans themselves, they are even like supporting Russia far ahead of the other European countries and probably America. So I want to believe that those things are one of the reasons why they felt, let's take this guy out. They tried to take out the European counterpart that are anti NATO. They tried to take them out, or they give them some kind of warning by trying to. They had some stabbings, some shooting at close range. I mean, shooting at the president of the country at close range. How did that happen? That could have been some CIA agent or some MI16 guys like that are involved. But you know, some guys that have some dog in the fight when it comes to how the goodies is being shared in Ukraine and all other war zones across. And it's coming from probably the guys even within the Republican Party. Don't forget, in his first term, they never liked this guy because what they stand for, he was against all that they stand for, even in the Republican Party. So they've got to team up with some of the guys from the Democratic Party.
It's the
kind of get
establishment. It's the establishment on both sides. The establishment on both sides are one thing.
They didn't like him from the get-go, even from that first time that he won. You know, he won through the electoral college. It was not that he won the popular vote. So now they're thinking this guy coming on the ballot, but it looks like he's already winning in the polls. If you give him just one small step forward, 2 months, 1 to 2, 3 months, this guy sealed his place. He's already almost sealing it, and they're like, let's take this guy out. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it. Because if you like it or not, this thing is affecting the whole world. Let me tell you, most of the problems that we're having right now economically is tied to some of those wars. You know, the kind of economic problems that many other African countries and some other developing countries are having right now. It's tied to that particular war. Although some people are looking finding a way around it to build resilience and to also open a new chapter in their economy and at least forge ahead. But I can tell you, it's really, really affecting a lot of people. And Africans are not in tune with it. So I don't know. They are like seeing that, for Africans to try to be supporting Trump now, that means because they don't have, the Republicans don't have that big fan base of Africans and African immigrants, African Americans, and they are beginning to have a better kind of fan base, better than what they used to have before. So they're like, let's take this guy out before this guy finish everything. So
Can I just add
that's
one
what I
thing
just
real
said.
quick? Sorry to interject. For those saying that my word was too harsh towards Duale, I think maybe Prince will understand why. Because something happened on the after hour show, so it's not on record. So Prince probably understand why I talk that way about Diwali. So please, for those saying I was too harsh on with Diwali, with the way I was, you wouldn't understand. So let's just leave it at that. So don't come at me.
But who cares? Why do you really care about what they say out there? If you feel like you want to say something, come on to the panel. You come up to the hot seat. You understand me? Stop. Let's stop all this apologizing of all these apologize trying to make trying to be politically correct. Say it the way it is. Nothing will happen.
No, so for me, because I find it very. So he wants to stand for the country, defend his borders. He does not like wars, which ordinarily is a liberal stance, right? You would think it's the Republicans and the conservatives that would want to go bomb all the places.
Exactly.
Because I have said on this platform, if Trump were to be president, we would not be we would not be having Ukraine. There would not be war in Ukraine.
Never.
Hey,
Yeah.
You know what's going on now is kind of similar to the Kennedy era. You know, when the Cold War was going on, Kennedy was trying to kind of back down to the Soviets because he was. If you go back and go and study that era, he was almost trying to back down. Though I'm not saying Trump is backing down in a sense, but it seems like he was trying to, in a sense, capitulate where the Soviet, because he didn't want the war to come to an end because they were so close to nuclear war that time. And they were like, no, we can't let the Soviet have the upper hand. So that's one of the reasons why they took Kennedy out. So now we kind of it's kind of like a similar situation playing now, because now it's more like you quote the same era, Russia versus the West, the kind of like the Soviet versus the West kind of situation. So him saying he's just going to hand out war in Ukraine without Russia being defeated, it seems like he's playing the same scenario is playing out. So that's the way I kind of look at it, Sha. Like, how you gonna let Russia have it? Because back then they thought Kennedy was trying to let the Soviet just have it. So they had to take him out, man. So I don't know. I'm not saying anyone's trying to take him out. It's not. It's just speculation.
No, I thought that Kennedy. I think that was the reason why they took him out.
Yeah, there was a prime minister also that they took out because of that. In fact, it was just a personal low ranger like that, or probably we don't know. I think he's Escabino. I can't remember the name of that Israeli prime minister. He was trying to negotiate with the Palestinians, and they took him. The guy took him out. They said, "Why you negotiate with him?" So, and that's why most of the Israeli prime ministers, you have to check the temperature of the people before you. If you try nonsense, they will find a way to take you out. But so that's one of the issues at hand right now. So, but that war too, if they don't take it down a bit, it's going to turn into another problem, serious problem. It's already generating a lot of problems right now. And the way they are attacking each other now, I heard there are some missile deployments in Germany of recent. I think that be 2-3 days ago, and Russia is already saying that it's going to respond. No, as in, we are just like Mike said, we are already in the Cold War 2.0. We are already in Cold War 2.0. It's something like everything was about missile deployment, military installations, and a lot of other flexing of muscles, literally, politically. And you can see even the way they are playing the game. Now the European governments that are coming in, being replaced. They are replacing the pro-war guys.
Everybody, man of press, how you doing, man? So you are a liberal, so I'm not gonna go after you that much, So you're not a progressive. You're very liberal. I was hoping to discuss.
He's very angry. He's very angry.
No. I mean, he's a liberal for the most part. It's not as left wing like a liberal.
No, they are. They are all. Forget all these people. All these California men. They think alike. They are angry. Babati. These people are angry that Trump did not die tonight. I am telling you. All these things.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Get ready. You ready?
Okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
It's kind of obvious how the audience just sat there and they didn't even run. And it's obvious where that bullet came from. It came from behind him, because for him to touch that hair, that means that thing came from behind him. If the bullet really touched that,
did he get multiple shots? Did he get multiple shots though?
That's
it was a multiple shot, like 5 shots from
that right here. Sorry, that right here. That means the bullet came from the back of. It's that direction, because for that
He
thing
came.
to
He
hit
came
his
from the fence. He came from out of the fence, like outside of the fence, right? And it was an
I want
AR-15 that
to
was
ask
used.
some question,
And
please.
five
This is
shots.
what
Five
Hold on. This
shots.
is what
That
Adewale
fired.
calls playtime, child's play. This is what Adewale called child's play. They were just playing around. It was just it's a big shame.
I
It's
want
a
to
really
ask
big
you
shame.
guys, sorry, Prince Dad, I want to ask you guys questions because we had multiple gunshots, not only one. After a squat down, we have multiple gunshots. And when I look at the video, first I condemn the attack. So don't come after me that way. It's not a good thing. Politics should not say people should die. We had multiple gunshots. And after he squat down, I was looking at the people at the back and people by his is it left side? Yeah, right side. I was looking at the people from the right side, and it's like nothing really happened. Some people squat down, some people were standing up, and we were looking around. And if it was a multiple gunshot, were the shots into the hair or directly to the people? How come the multiple gunshot did not hit other people? I'm still at a loss. So maybe you
He
guys
hit.
can explain
Okay,
that one.
let me tell you. He hit other people. He killed someone. The one that glazed to his ear hit someone else, right? So it's an AR-15 that was used. They are not known for accuracy. You understand me? Unlike if it was like a sniper, the sniper gun, right? So this was like an AR-15 that the person used, and
So you
when
mean
from
after a glazed through his ear, it hit another person? Did that what is the
yes,
position of that person now?
he said no, he's dead. The person is dead.
The person is dead. Oh,
He's dead. Yeah. So there were two people that died out of tonight of this. Two passers-by, bystanders, and
I think I'm sorry to say this. I think people should brace up. We are in for a turbulent time in Europe and America.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, you can come in.
Yeah, greeting to everybody, everybody in the platform, brothers, everybody, Babati, greet you, Joel, Remy, of course, Mike with his drinking glass. But anyway, greeting to you, Mike. Yeah, I just came in. I hope I will meet some of the Republican here. That's why I just came in, because I was in a different platform. So having said that, greeting to everybody. I think what happened a while ago was very unfortunate situation. I condemn everything that happened. Killing of people, acquiring of people has no place in politics. That's quite a very deplorable situation. So having said that, I think you just perfectly stated what actually happened today. 3 people are dead: the shooter and 2 bystanders. So the situation is more, yes. So the situation is more than serious like we thought. We thought it was a joke, or maybe somebody was using a BB gun, but that's not the case. There was definitely an assassination attempt against, Mr. Trump. No doubt about it. So that's what transpired today. So investigation is ongoing right now. I don't know why somebody think they can get away with that, coming to a big rally, almost about 20,000. If my memory serves me wrong, that's the figure that's been portrayed. And you're going to kill a presidential candidate and get away with it. But hey, this is the world we live right now. People just want to take law into their hands. So for me, as a Republican, as a Democrat, I'm a progressive, Babati. I'm not what you try to paint here as a left-wing, liberal. No, I'm not up to that extent. Okay, I believe in progressive, ideology. That's what I believe. Even in my local government, we have Republican, that I support. So having said that, yeah, so that's why I just came to. I'm not gloating about what happened, but thank God he's fine. He just probably recuperating right now. I don't know how.
Thank you, man.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know? And she's against building a wall at our border, even though she has a wall around her house, which obviously didn't do a very good job.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a pity what transpired today. So I totally condemn it. So that's I just
You know,
want to
they're trying to, man of president, they're trying to paint a picture of Trump mocking Pelosi's husband. But this is the thing. What most people do not know is this, that the person that came into, the person that was alleged to have broken into Pelosi's house was actually the man's lover. It was his lover because they were seen in a bar. Go and look at that story. Yes.
Where did you get that story from?
I
Never
am
heard about it.
okay. Don't worry. Man of prestige, I am going to furnish you with it. That is the conspiracy. The media hid that story. They did not allow that story to go on. But there have been reports of that because he's a gay dude. The guy is a gay dude, and they were seen in the bar. So how could that same person come to attack you in your house? So what happened was that they were, what you guys do in California, he came to he double dips. That is what Nancy Pelosi's husband does.
Let me ask something. What do you listen? Do you listen to Brett Bar or Tucker Carlson? All those.
I am going to. It is not because you guys don't read wide, so that's your problem. But I am going to furnish that information to you. There are video clips of them being in a bar, meeting in a bar. They were friends.
That's
they
none
were
of
lovers.
my business. That's none of my business.
I know it's none of your business because
I have a good question for both of you on the divide. Whether you are supporting Trump or you are supporting Biden.
For disclaimer,
Yeah.
I'm a Biden guy. So let me make that straight.
Yeah, so I have a good question for both of you. Is it all these two guys that you guys can present? I said it before that you guys will be in a dilemma, and the dilemma has come. You are going to choose between two evil, whether you like it or not, in the right or in the left. None of them can, and I can say categorically that we are in for a turbulent time. If Biden win, if Trump win, it's going to be another 4 years turbulent time in the world.
Okay, well, Remy, I forgive you because obviously.
Mike, don't
you're just talking, Remy. Turbulent time. The last time Trump was there, was there turbulence? When Trump was there the last time, was there turbulence, or was it after he left that we started seeing turbulence?
No.
So sometimes we just
I am not living there, and I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not supporting.
Well, you're quick to draw conclusion, right? So you
I'm
must.
not drawing conclusion. No, I'm not drawing. I said I have a good question for both on the divide, and I asked a question: is this the best of American? The two guys we can present. Everybody can justify their candidate. That is a question.
Trump is the best because he is not part of the establishment. And when you understand that the reason why they're fighting Trump is that he is anti-establishment, then we all can have a say. Look, there are people that are going to be mental slaves, regardless. People take support Tinubu. People still protect Tinubu. So mental slavery is not like, it's something that anyone, it is real. It is real. So the Democratic Party have done their worst tonight. All of them. They've done their worst tonight, including the media. Including the media. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, go ahead.
Democratic Party for this.
No, because it is your own rhetoric that push things like this. It is your rhetoric that push things like this. When you guys were burning cities post George Floyd, nobody gave you anything. Anytime you guys came into anything protest, including your Froster Black Lives Matters, you guys go out there, you guys hit the people, rape people's stores. That is not the way to roll. That is not the way to roll. You have your media wing where you go there and you spew nonsense. In fact, you've gone to the stage where you're going to tell us a man can be a woman, and you want us all to believe that, like it is something real. So we are saying no. We are not going to go with you guys. You guys are asinine. And with this shot on him tonight, he's going to win that election. Trump will win that election. Thank you.
So You just come here to call names, right? I mean, just to bash people. That's all you come here. You're not coming here to bring any factual evidence.
Sorry, if I can address Remy like
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
minute.
Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thanks. So Remy, your question, you kind of asked that question before, or alluded to that kind of question before. See, nothing is handed to anyone on a silver platter. You have to start from somewhere. Unless you're telling us that, for example, all the work that Tinubu put in to become the president at his age, dangling somewhat, it's not useful. Then I can hear your argument. Um, People have to start from somewhere. Okay. Even Biden did not wake up and become the president. He was a senator for many years. For many years, they put in their time. Okay. Trump happens to be somewhat exceptional, but he's been in politics on both sides for a very, very long time. Okay. And that's what, when people put in their time and the time comes for them to be in charge or take leadership, it is what it is. You can't compare Trump and Biden. And your question is kind of about, you asked your question in error, by the way, because if you look at Trump's record when he was the president and to Biden's, then you wouldn't ask your question. Because under Trump, we fought no war, zero war. We have the best economy, the best stock market. Okay, we have the border sealed, essentially the lowest illegal immigration in America in 30 or 50 years. Okay, we had the lowest unemployment across all categories of races in this country. We were at peace. NATO was not trying to fight war. Russia did not invade Ukraine. There was peace in the Middle East. What else do you want? What else do you want from a leader that did everything possible? So your question was in error. So again, I forgive you for asking that question. But go ahead, Prestige.
This President, a quick follow up.
Let me come in. Let me come in, because Prince Daddy just presents some economic data, which is mainly falsehood. Everything he just said there is incorrect. I mean, there's some area he has some truth to it. When it comes to immigration, Trump fared better. But remember, Obama deported the highest ever immigrant away from the U.S. during that time. But having said that, Trump fared better when it comes to immigration, and people are giving him more credit when it comes to all the social issues and something like that, which I'm against with. So in a democratic ideology, there are some of them that I don't agree, but in overall, democratic ideology suit me. So that's why I'm a Democrat in all ramifications. But having said that, let's go to the economic index in comparison to what Prince Daddy just said, and everybody can pull it. Go to your Google and put Trump versus Biden economic data. It's not what I'm going to make up. It's right up there. Inflation, probably quadruple during Biden time, as we are right now. But inflation, the president doesn't control that. That comes every 10 years, every decade. Inflation do come around every 15 years.
What was the inflation under Trump? What was the inflation under Trump?
It's my inflation under Trump was I think it was about 4 point something. I don't have it off head, but it was about 13 point something under Biden. I just said it. It's,
okay.
It's more than double under Biden. That's what I just said. I didn't make any false statement about that. So let me go.
I'm sorry. Did you say 13 or 3? I'm sorry. Did you say 13 or 3?
Due to the war. Inflation was due to the war. I said that inflation was due to the war and some politics played on the global level. So
forget about what.
Prestige, you did say 3 or 13% inflation. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said I don't have it in front of me. I said under Trump it was about, I think, 14%. Now Biden, I think it's about 13 or 19%. I don't have the figure in front of me.
Okay, well, then you get a little bit credit, because a few days ago you were talking that the inflation in the country was 3%. At least you write about the right number.
No. I said we went up. Now it's down. Look at it. What it is now. Right now it's below 4%. I'm talking about through his 3.5 years. That's what I'm basing it on. Remember, there was a time it was very high, but if you have to aggregate it, it has been higher under Biden. That's my point I'm trying to make. So let's go to economy. Under Trump, U.S. economy grew, and employment U.S. economy grew under Trump, and Biden has added about 12.8 million jobs to the American economy compared to Trump, it was 8 point something. So that's in dispute. When you're going to come out, you need to go with the indices before you're making all this comparison you're talking about right now. You know, the unemployment, did that, are you looking at the stock market? What it hit the last few days? Almost 4,000, you know, mark. I mean, under Biden, the stock market has quadrupled under more than any president ever had. I don't know where you are, if you are living in this country or you don't pay attention to the economy.
You know what, sir, Prestige, I need to forgive you also because you sound like you're not an economist. So there's no worries. So give an example of a product or a produce that was at 13%, which was much higher, by the way, and came down to the inflation came down to 3%. Give me a concrete example so we understand.
I said what's the US inflation rate right now? What is it? If you're gonna, you know, what's the US inflation rate? Bring it up.
I can tell you as a common person that goes out there and buys stuff, it's about 15 to 18%, depending on the product or the produce.
What is the data said? That's what we have to base it on. It's just like a Nigerian inflation rate, it's about 33%. We know that in terms of food, it could be about 40 or 50%. So we have to base it with the data we have. So that's what I'm giving you. Current American inflation rate is below 4%. It's right there.
And that is incorrect. Say, hold on. Maybe where you saw your data, there's something called cumulative inflation, okay, and there's what you call maybe a one-time or current inflation. Maybe the current inflation may be 4%, but I can tell you since Biden took a damn power, okay, since he became the president, inflation has gradually gone up, and I can tell you right now in America, we're looking around in reality, a real inflation number is about 22%. I'm telling you that.
Okay, I haven't said that. That's an exaggeration, but I just gave credit. On that Trump, on that Trump presidency, that the inflation was better. So what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? You can conjure all kind of numbers you want, but I have to go with the data. Forget about that premeditated data, whether it's 22%, just like Nigeria, like I said. The data we have is about 33 or 30 something percent. But we know the food inflation and other means could be up to 40 or whatever. But you have to go with what the data said. You can't just come here and permutate what you think it is. It doesn't. The life doesn't go that way. So don't come here and telling me under this, Trump fare better. No, that area Trump fare better. And you come here and talk about war. Biden did not start any war. All this war just happened to, occur during his presidency. Did he start any war? Did he go to Afghanistan and start war between Israelites and
Prestige, preserve the little credibility that you have left. Please preserve it. So when you open your mouth and say Biden did not start any war, tell me, all the weapons that Ukraine is using against Russia, where they get it from?
That's a NATO policy. It has nothing to do. That is what NATO is, not just what Biden is. What NATO policy initiated.
Who's in charge of NATO? Who's in charge of NATO? Who funds NATO?
America may fund NATO more than any other ally, but it doesn't matter. They are part of NATO. That is NATO philosophy.
Okay, you're trying to be disingenuous. We all know. See, Ukraine or Zelensky has no power, has no resources, has no weapon to fight Russia. The only reason and the only way the war could happen has to be because of the support of the American country, America and the NATO allies, especially America. NATO would not be part of any war, or the British or the Germans, if America does not give a go-ahead. So what do you mean Biden did not start any war? What do you mean by that? I'm quite confused right now.
That doesn't mean he started a war. That does not mean that he started the war. The Russians started the war because they want to annex Ukraine. That's just the fact, basic, yeah. What is it that you don't understand? Who wants to announce Ukraine? Is it not Russia? Is the fact not there? So what are you telling me? Biden has to support what the allies say. This is what we have to do because Ukraine being an independent nation, you can't go there and invade them and announce them as part of their country. That was the motive.
Man of Prestige, you know that the issue between Russia and Ukraine started during Obama's regime.
Now
hold on.
Now everybody pivoting into democracy.
But let me land now. But you don't know what I'm about to say, though. Well, allow me to land. When Russia annexed Crimea and the issue between the Donetsk region and Ukraine, the war, in fact, the coup was what started this whole thing, and it was during Obama's time, right? Now, Russia and Ukraine was about to start the war during Obama's time. But when Trump now came in, the whole thing just died down. The entire 4 years he was there, the whole thing died down. The moment Biden came in, within how many months? Just few, he swore he came in on like what? The moment he came in, at least few months after that, war just broke out. They're like, but Trump was able to keep the whole thing, on the oath. I mean, like, but I can't. So that's how we look at it. Like Trump know how to keep peace. That's the reason why we saw it. We say it like that. Like, hey, the man, and even in Palestine, Israel, they were always at it, man. Always at it. When Trump came in, all of a sudden, everything just calmed down. The guy just calmed everything down.
Mike, you are
So
giving a
the moment the guy left office, everything just blew up. And we all know when war starts, inflation kicks in, and everybody pay the price. None of us benefit from the war except the people in the military industrial complex. They're the only one. I don't see how America benefit from these wars. I don't get it. Whenever war starts, inflation kicks in. People die, destruction everywhere. We just the war become a miserable place. And Trump came in, we just find experience peace. Everybody thought Trump was going to be the Mr. War. I was thinking when the guy came, he was going to start World War III. We thought he was going to be the crazy guy because the way he talks. The guy came in and he just brought peace to the world. And the moment he left office, we went back to square one. That's the only reason I'm like, that's what I see. But you guys don't see that. You guys only see racist.
Mike,
can I say something?
Mike. The reason why, hold on, please, let me break this, please. The reason why, right, you see those lobbyists, we're talking about those gun owners, right? Those companies that build all these military hardware. This is when they make their money. So for them, they need war. So if you're talking about America, no, America is run by the establishments. You understand? It's run by the establishment. So this war that you see going on right now, there are people that are lobbying that this war must go on. That is why even in the what they call it, when they were trying to choose their what's this other lady? What's her name? What's my stuff echoing? Yeah, can I speak now?
Yes, continue.
It's okay. I can hear myself. It's okay. Someone else can go on.
Okay. Let me respond to that. What Mike said. Okay. I mean, the war was going to happen regardless. Yeah, the war is what perpetuates this inflation and everything we have. Because of the food chain and everything was kind of truncated. So that So American policy, foreign policy, you need to go to the American foreign policy. It doesn't matter which president is there. They have a stipulated foreign policy that the guideline that our president that came in is still going to be the same, Republican or Democrat. Even we have more warmongers in the Republican Party, like people like Lindsey Graham, that want to nuke everybody that disagree with them. So what are you saying?
Madam President, you're mistaking something. Trump is not acting as a Republican or even Democrat. We all know all of them, but Trump is more of a Trump is not. Even the Republican people don't like him.
No, Mike, you are wrong. And let me tell you why you're wrong. This Ukraine war that manifested during Biden era, it would have happened under Trump. You can say what you want. How Trump stopped
the what?
No.
Hold on, I didn't hear you. You said what would have happened?
This Ukraine-Russian war that's happening right now. I say manifested during Biden era. It would have happened if Trump.
Why did it not happen during Trump was there? The issue I just told you that the issue began during Obama. We all thought the war was about to happen. In fact, the civil war in Ukraine started.
No.
Hold on.
Not the way you pay.
Wait now. Wait. Hold on. In fact, anybody can go back and look at it. When the coup happened in Ukraine, Russia quickly annexed
Mike.
But he's right now. He's right.
Mike, you remember the Asian pivot? That was what started this game. Obama started the Asian Pacific pivot. So making sure that he gained the attention of other Asian Pacific countries. to tie them, to bring them towards America, US, is as part of their foreign policy. But it was the one that coined that word, that Asian pivot, and it was this woman, this Catherine Nuland. Noland was the one that was doing the work on ground then in Ukraine. That was what that thing is not so, that's not something that started today. It started as 2008 when they wanted to bring in Georgia, Ukraine, and one other country within the Central Asia region.
Let me say something.
Hold on. See, but he doesn't understand. Percy doesn't understand the historical context you just provided right there. He doesn't understand it. So that's why he's talking the way he's talking.
I think the problem has to do with also some country, because Ukraine joined the EU, and right now as we are talking, the problem we are having that is why I said everybody should get ready for turbulent time. I live in Finland, and I know how the Sudan also parade the street because Russia is at our door. So you can't blame them; they will be afraid, and not only them. Sweden also joined NATO recently. The same thing as Finland, because they have to protect their country. They don't have the might and they don't have the military capability to face Russia. If Russia continue with what they are doing, whatever you are saying here, even if during the 4 years of Trump there is no war, but things have changed. It's not the same thing. 4 years the 4 years ago. Now that Russia is already advanced to Ukraine, if they take Ukraine, do you think the rest of the country beside Ukraine, do you think will be happy? Do you know how many Ukraine that fall that quickly?
Sorry, Remy,
hold on.
Hold on.
You are the moderator. We need to talk.
Okay,
now.
go ahead.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you, Remy. You seem to be only wise, independence-minded person here. So the point I'm trying to make, people talking about who started war, who didn't start war, they have forgotten about American foreign policy philosophy. It doesn't matter which president is there, and I can give you a lot of variable to back up what I'm saying. Ronald Reagan, is he not the one that Gorbachev, break this damn war? Is he not Bush?
Okay, what does that mean?
Hold on. Is he not a Bush a Republican that went and invaded Iraq? So the one I'm trying to make, you're making it sound like it was.
Well, you keep making me. You keep saying Republican. We are not saying Trump is acting as a Republican. The reason why we like him is because he's not acting as neither a Republican nor Democrat.
Exactly.
He's acting in the way the people want him to act. We're not supporting him because he's a Republican.
Okay, let me tell you.
He's not getting I was never a Republican or Democrat person or anything. In fact, I'm not even. But you give me 1 second. Just want to correct Remy real quick. Remy, I don't think you know the Cold War history, politics. You know that Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and when the Soviet Union collapsed, when the West and Russia were making a deal, they agreed that NATO will not expand towards Russia, and the West constantly violated that agreement, where they were pushing and keep taking more.
Correct.
So you need to understand that. And the only reason Russia, which is justified, like, hey, you cannot bring NATO to our doorstep. It was an agreement they had when at the end of Cold War. So the idea that Russia is trying to invade Ukraine is supposed to be part of Russia. In fact, most Ukrainians are Russian ethnic.
I will ask you one question, Mike.
So this idea that it's actually NATO that's pushing towards Russia, taking, so you need to understand that history first. But go ahead, Sha, go ahead.
I understand you. A quick question for you. Before Ukraine was in the former USSR, we know the split to several countries. My question is this. Ukraine wanted to join EU for a long time. Russia is trying to block it because they are close to Russia. I understand you. They also feel threatened. You are right. But at the same time,
I don't think Russia. No, it's not EU. NATO. Russia is not against. I don't think Russia was ever against Ukraine having economic part. Hold on, this room can be corrected. I don't think Russia ever has issue with Ukraine having any part. Hold on. But go ahead. Just have it floor. Go ahead. Okay. Let him go ahead. It's fine. Let me go ahead.
Okay, fine. So they try to block them not to join the EU because they know once they join the EU, they have to follow the EU rules and regulations. And at the end of the day, they join the EU. But this war that started, I also think that, I'm sorry to say this, America too has to be blamed. Because if there's an agreement that you are not going to push to expand NATO, because NATO also, and you see this what you are trying. Everybody is playing like it's a dog and cat game. You can't blame them for having their NATO too, because they also feel threatened by when Russia continue to have an ally with China and the rest. Everybody is protecting their interest. And if you are a country, you are small. Most of the European
Remember, this part of the history is not a
in a
strong suit.
nutshell,
Hold on. This is not a strong suit. If you know the history, quite frankly, China and Russia were never good friends. In fact, the reason why China seems to be close to Russia or vice versa is because of what is going on right now. China and Russia are not friends. They were never friends. They actually they antagonize each other.
Prince Daddy, I will tell you the truth. China is more comfortable with Russia than America. Long time ago, they are more comfortable. Okay, so when you're now saying that,
now,
no, not even now, for a long time, they are more comfortable. So when you're now trying to say that they are not friends, I don't really agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is that it's like I am going to protect my interest. For example, if you say that NATO is also being expanded, they also have a reason to say China, Russia, and what do you call it? USSR, Korea Republic. I mean, North Korea. They're also ganging up against the interest of the West. So how can West also protect their own interests? So what I see here is a turbulent years ahead, and everybody must get ready for it.
And the reason why you're seeing the turbulence you're seeing is because the turbulence you're seeing is because some of this I'm like echoing actually. Hello?
Go on.
It seems like I'm echoing. Okay, let me continue. See, the turbulence you're seeing is because it's why all the forces in the world are coming together to resist Trump, because they know Trump is neither a Republican, quite frankly, nor a Democrat. It doesn't belong to neither party. It does not, and that's why his policy is strictly American first policy. And let me tell you, see, don't let people like Manifest trying to bamboozle you, actually, because you see, Trump, the Republicans, before Trump became the president the first time around, second time coming, the Republicans were the number one enemy of Trump, not even the Democrat. The Democrats thought of him as a joke, actually. They didn't think he had any chance. The
He went to
Republicans are the
war with
one
the
that
Republicans now before he faced the Democrats. He went to war with Bush, all those guys, all of them.
people
Was fighting
forget.
alone.
Hold on.
Mike and Prince
Mike, hold on, Remy.
Let
People
Prince Daddy
forget, Mike.
finish.
People forget that. People forget that.
Things have changed. It's not, you cannot
Well,
use
let Prince Daddy land the point trying to make.
Remy, allow people to talk now. Abba, which level? You don't
No, I'm
even
saying no. That's what I'm saying now. Like I'm telling you to let Prince Daddy land because Prince Daddy was making a statement.
No, I'm not talking
You
to
can
you, Mike.
respond.
I'm talking to Remy. I'm not talking to
Oh,
you,
okay,
Mike.
okay.
I'm talking to Remy.
Yeah, see, again, the Republicans, if you know the battle that he fought in the Republican Party before he came forth, before Trump came forth, you would truly understand. The Democrats, they have their own territory to protect, but Trump's problem really started with the Republican, and is neither a Democrat nor a Republican. Absolutely, it's not. So his policies, when it comes back, okay, is anti-establishment, just like uh, uh, Joel said, is truly anti-establishment because it's not for war. It doesn't care for people dying. It doesn't care for this corporate greed that's going on. It doesn't care for that. All it cares about is protecting American lives, American jobs, and American first and everything. And there's nothing wrong with that because where you live in Finland, if the Finnish people, okay, they do everything against their own people, I don't think you're gonna have a good time living in Finland. I don't think so. They protect their own land, they protect their own people, and they protect their own resources. So why should America be any different? Why should it be?
Okay, can I ask you a follow-up question? So let's just assume that he's going to be the winner of the election. Are you telling us that immediately he becomes the president, then Russia will say, I'm withdrawing from Ukraine. I'm no more into war with them. And then second, the thing that is going on in Gaza between the Israelis and the what do you call it, the Palestinians is going to stop it immediately. What is his foreign policy on those two issues? I want you to tell us.
Well, its overall foreign policy is non-interventionism. It doesn't intervene in other people's country.
So,
Non-intervention. And again, I just told you the reason why Ukraine is fighting the war because they're getting funding and the resources and the weapons. If that all stops tomorrow, the war is over. It's that simple. The war is over once they stop giving them money. It's over.
Prince Daddy, I understand you very well now. Like if America is not funding Ukraine anymore, that does not mean the end of the world. They still have their European ally also, and I don't think they will stop. Okay, so what you are trying to
who are the European allies? Who are they?
They are toothless bulldogs.
Exactly.
So if
exactly.
Okay, now Prince Daddy, my question to you is very simple. Now, if that is the case, that means you give Russia a very good opportunity to overrun Ukraine. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not an opportunity. The fight is going to cease, and Russia is going to retreat, and all the land, the part of Ukraine that they've already gotten from is it Donetsk that they already have, and the other Russian-speaking area. Unfortunately, that's what happens during war. They get to keep it. Plain and simple. Just like when Israel defeated the Arabs, they kept the Golan Heights and the other places that they were able to occupy. That's so in war, you get spoiled.
So what you are saying now, that those ones that are already in the hand of Russia, they will keep the land. That means they already caught Ukraine by nearly 45%. So those
No, it's not true. Not true. See, I can tell you right now. You guys can quote me, and when I'm wrong, you guys can tell me. Russia is only occupying and pushing back against Ukraine. Any land that Russia has right now in its territory, in its possession, as a result of the war, apart from the Russian-speaking area of Donetsk, they're going to give it up. They have no interest. Keep in mind, Russian economy is not that big, anyways. The Russian economy is as big as California. It's not a very wealthy nation, though they have a lot of natural resources. They're not that creative when it comes to America, for example. They don't have a really big economy, and they can't afford to go conquer the entire Ukraine. They can't afford it. The people will revolt, and Putin will be out of there. They can't afford it. It costs a lot of money to fight war. That's why America can fight war, because they print money.
From your analysis now, I quite get it that actually you said something that's really shook me. You said in a war, if you conquer some land, you got to keep it. So if, like what you are saying now, if there is a ceasefire, all those areas that Russia already occupied from Ukraine, they got to keep it, and it has to become part of Russia. So if after 4 years, let's say Trump is your president, if after 4 years you have another president, then maybe okay, Putin say I'm not going to fight the war. After 4 years, then he can continue to acquire more land, continue to fight the war, take another country. So I don't know.
Well, you're not listening to my analysis. I just told you that Russia is not a wealthy nation. They cannot. Russia cannot afford it. They can afford it.
Let me just tip something. Remy, I think what Prince Dad is saying two things. One, currently Russia economy is not as big. So adding more territories in those regions, especially if those territories are not going to add economically to them, it's going to be a burden.
Exactly.
So what they're actually fighting against is the presence of NATO in their neighborhood. You understand? Then two, in warfare, when you conquer a territory and then there's a ceasefire, you don't withdraw immediately. Israel during the 6-day war held more territories than they currently hold, apart from Golan Heights that is very strategic to them. They had this place that is close to Egypt. What's it called now? They have the Sinai
Peninsula.
Sinai Peninsula. They had some other places. So, but the point is that once the war is over, the other countries will start putting pressure on them. At that point, they will withdraw from all those places that are not Russian speaking, and then they can hold on to the Russian speaking side and continue to make international arguments. At that point, you have brought them to the table and that's what is needed. You understand what I'm saying? So they are not necessarily just going to. So we have grabbed this place. So when Trump goes, we can start expanding. No, we can keep expand, continue to expand. No, they are probably going to release the rest, and hold on to that Russian-speaking region.
I will let this guy speak. After him, I will come. Okay, you can go ahead.
So I think that's what Prince Daddy is saying. Now,
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah, thanks so much.
Good summary.
Hey, okay. Thanks so much, everybody. I apologize. I'm late. I was actually deeply asleep. I just woke up and I heard you talking about America, about Russia. Please let me make this clear. I've lived in this country for 20 years. I'm a U.S. citizen, and I'm a Nigerian too. America is full of shit. Let me put that out there. They lie to us that Russia or Putin is the aggressor. Russia is not the aggressor. America and the NATO are the aggressors. There was an agreement with Russia in the 90s that NATO will not expand past Germany. All right? Now they started expanding past they expanded to Poland, they were coming. And now, when I first came to this country, George W. Bush was the president. Every year they started giving Ukraine about $30 billion. Every year. They did it during George Bush, Obama did it, and Trump did it too. You understand? Russia is not the aggressor. Russia has the right for fighting the war they are fighting. Let me put this to you. Can America allow Cuba or Mexico to have a joint military drill with China or with Russia? Or can they allow Canada, their neighboring countries, to do that? Now you want to put your boots at the backyard of Russia. If Putin allowed that, history will not forgive him. Putin is fighting for his right, but you cannot don't give it to your neighbor. That is just it. America like to paint other people black. They will tell you, oh, North Korea, they are dying of hunger. It's a lie. North Korea is doing well. If they don't have money, they will be firing missiles every time. Now they're telling us they are better than Russia. What makes you think America is better than Russia? This war started like 2 years ago. You put sanctions on Russia. Check the value of dollar and the currency of Russia. The Russian currency has actually appreciated after the sanctions. And America, they put all their tanks. The latest tank in America is called Abraham tank at the cost of 25 million per one. They gave Ukraine 25 of them. That's 25 million times 25. It didn't take Russia more than a week to destroy all the American weapons. Everything is on YouTube. So don't lie. Don't rely on the lies of the CIA and the FBI. They are liars. They lie to people. They lie to call every other person terrorist, just like they did to Nelson Mandela. Oh, Nelson Mandela is a terrorist. Oh, this guy is bad. That one is bad. That's what they did. They do to destroy the world. Can they allow Mexico or even Cuba to have a military joint drill with China or with Russia? So why do you want to put your own boot at the backyard of Russia? Putin is fighting for the right cause. It's not the aggressor. That's why the Pope, the current Pope, and the Vatican, they will tell the NATO that Russia is not to be blamed for this war. So let me hold it for now. I'm still with you before I go back to bed.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. I think I want to also say something. I think where Biden missed it was that he started fighting the two of them. There is this American foreign policy that you don't fight the two guys. Don't fight the dragon and the bear together. During the Trump time, Trump chose his own war with China. He chose his war with China. He was fighting China, playing some games with them, pressuring them on the economic side and some other areas. And he was managing Russia on the other side. But when Biden came in, Biden was like, "What? I don't know who his advisors were. They told him continue the war with Russia with economic war with China, pressure them, continue the pressure, because during the Obama time, they were tough on what? On Russia. It was the Asian Pacific pivot. Go and read that. Just type it on your Google. Asian Pacific pivot. You will see the people that coined it. It was a Democrat thing. So, and everything fit into the foreign policy of America actually. But in this case for Biden, he was not able to manage these guys separately. So he had to go and pick a fight with continue the fight of Trump with what is it called, China, and start to release, just like President Daddy said, release the yearly military aid and package to what to Ukraine. And Ukraine had the economic power. I mean, they have the opportunity to now start fighting the ethnic Russians that are living in Ukraine, which was what really caused a lot of problems. Considering also the Crimea issue that Russia also did in a very funny manner. So, those are the things. When you are coming in the East, you don't fight those two guys. You don't fight the dragon and the bear together. It's a principle in the what? In the American foreign policy. But Biden messed that up for the very first time. He messed that up for the very first time. So he was fighting on two sides, and he cannot cope with the betrayal.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Hello.
Yes.
You are very right. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Yes.
Let me remove my earpiece. Yeah, let me remove this. What about now?
Yes, it's okay.
Hello?
It's okay now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks so much for everything, everybody. So this is the deal. Those days, America used to think they are the #1 country in the world. It's true when it comes to influence, but when it comes to power, I want to submit to you that for the past 10, 15 years, China is the strongest country in the world today. And I will give you some examples. Number one, I'm a pharmacist. 99% of the pharmaceutics we use in America today are from China. Either the raw material, the ingredients, or the finished product. They are from China. The glove, the lab coat, everything we use in the hospital are all made in China. All right? Now, when you look at electrical car, the BYD is #1 in the world. Even though they've not started selling in North America. They've not started selling in America and Canada, and they are #1 in the world. So that's why you see Biden doing everything. Oh, they're not coming to sell here, and we're not going to allow them to sell here. America is trying to manipulate the market. But guess what? China is smarter than them. So we have national election in America in November 5 this year. Trust me, China can single-handedly, without firing a shot, manipulate the outcome of the election in America. Why? If by October, the month before the election, if China say, hey, don't supply pharmaceutics to America, don't give them gloves, don't give them everything. You understand? That will influence the outcome of the November 5 election in America. Voters will not vote for the current president. Once the hospital cannot have the material they needed, patients cannot take their medications. That's the end of the president. So America doesn't have that influence on China, but China has that influence on America and the rest of the world. So America got to know that gone are the days the empire. America was the empire. I think is gone. China is secretive. People don't really know how powerful they are economically and militarily, and they don't make noise. So they will just allow America to be making the noise, and they are building their influence across the globe. So America got to know that they have to be careful with China. China is so influential today, and they're spending a lot on their military. Nobody knows how strong they are in terms of their military strength. And that's just what it is. Thank you.
So exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that point. Except that. Okay, this is Hello.
Continue. Please, Daddy. Continue, please, Daddy.
Yeah, I'm like echoing. I think it's better now. So I agree with that submission, except that the reason why China is so strong today is what they call in the in the academic arena, the managed decline of America. China's strength really came from America, and it's called the selling out of America. Really, essentially, that's what it means in a nutshell. And that's why when Trump was in power, it was trying to rebalance that power dynamic between the two nations. Okay, not because China, not because America, Trump hates China, not at all. It's all business at the end of the day. The Chinese, they buy a lot of products from us. They do actually. And when it comes to agriculture, actually, I think China is net negative because they import a lot of stuff, and America is a good market for them. That's part of the negotiation that Trump did, that they should buy a lot of products or produce from America, and China was willing to do that, and because it actually favors them. They have a lot of people to feed, and they need to import. They import from everywhere. They have the appetite for import. So it is what it is. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue against you that China is ahead of America. I'm not going to. I think you may be right. You know, you may be right. It was estimated by 2025 that China would surpass America economically. That is a larger GDP than America. It kind of slowed down when Trump was in power, and then there came COVID, slowed a lot of things. But China is still on the right track. China is on the right track. And that's why we need a leader. That's why we need somebody to come over and put America back on the map. That we may ascend or regain that position as number one, not just to boast about it, but to show America's industriousness, its ability, its ingenuity. Because if you look at it, in the past 20, 30 years, the country that's had the most innovation in the world is America, not China. China is a good copycat. There's no doubt about that. They know how to copy. There's no great technology that came out of China. Maybe I'm mistaken. Anybody can tell me.
Prince Daddy, let me quickly come in here, and I will tell you the truth. America is still the #1 economy in the world. I have lived in China, and I know what they always, most of the things that come out, sometimes they are padded. Right now, the growth rate of China has reduced significantly. The economy is not good. People are finding a way. They were successful in reducing the manufacturing power of China recently. So for the last 4 years, because of the backward, I don't know whether I call it integration of their present president, they have to go backward. A lot of big multinational corporations have moved out of China, making a lot of the people in the in the middle income earners losing their job. And things are not like that. Like things are not like what you thought. So if you're comparing China with America, what I would tell you categorically is this: you guys in America, you are lucky. In terms of government, Chinese government have money. In terms of the money trickling down to an average Chinese who live in the countryside, they are suffering more. They suffer like that like 10 or 15 years ago. But for now, it has affected their middle income earners and even their wealthy. So the economy is not good over there anymore. There's so many houses without people buying like before. A lot of Chinese farms, factory closed down. They are also crying. If you have friends there, if you have people there, talk to them. But if you are telling me that China is going to overtake America, that is a lie. It's not going to happen. Even in military, you cannot compare your military might with that of, you cannot compare American military might compared with China. It's nothing to, I'm not saying they're trying, they have really tried, because they are the first country in Asia that have that, military, that platform that you can launch your plane from the sea. I don't know what you call, I forgot the name they call it. They have one recently.
Aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier.
Yeah, they have one like about.
They have 3 now.
Yeah, they have 3 now. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether they have 3, but I know before I've seen that they have 1, and they are trying.
They have 3. They already have 3. They have 3. Now,
but I want you to write. I want Dorothy, sorry. I want you to put this on your left hand. China will never go to any war with any country. They might behind you, supplying you money and some ammunition, but for them to fight a war with anybody, they will never do, because that's their policy. Their policy is about business and growth, and they don't want to fight any war with anybody because they know that they are not strong enough to protect the rest of China like that. So they are not going to fight any war. They are very crafty people, and they know where they are going, and they are not going to fight with you. They know inside them that you, America, is better than them in everything. But they want to be better. But in time, and they pick how they fight their war. I mean, how to fight their battle or fight their whatever they have with the rest of the world. So everybody put it at your left hand. China is not going to go to any war with anybody. They might be supporting Russia, be in front there and fighting war. You will never see them. They might be accumulating a lot of ammunition, but go to war with anybody, they will never do that. So,
well, Remy, so I agree with you. China is not in China's interest to want to fight a war. They're not even that experienced when it comes to fighting international war. Name the wars they fought. They fought wars internally, and they're a little bit aggressive against their neighbors, Taiwan, and maybe a war against the Japanese somewhat. But if you listen to the term that I used, a managed decline of America, just like the gentleman just said, America is highly dependent on pharmaceutical ingredients from China. When it comes to lithium or battery production or manufacturing, we are dependent on China in a lot of ways. Name the area that we're not dependent on China. So it's not because we don't have the expertise or even the natural resources to be independent. And that's why when Trump was in power, he fought to make America energy independent. There was a reason for that. We have all the expertise, the manpower, and everything to be independent. But somehow, some way, some elite thinks that
I remember that during the first 4 years of Trump, it's like forcing many American companies to come back home instead of producing most of these things outside America. So what happened? So what happened?
that term. Go ahead.
You know what happened? There's this. It was America and other Western nations that coined this. What do you call it? Globalization. Now, one of the reasons why they want to take out Trump is because Trump's action is anti-globalist in nature. Trump, what he's doing, make America great again, MAGA, is against the globalization thing, which means you don't need to produce everything. Okay, Nigeria can produce this. Okay, let's get it from them. Instead of us producing it, we can also save the American. Those are the things that is sold to the world. So they felt like, apart from the world thing that is not allowing them to fight, Trump is also saying that America can produce its own thing. Let America produce its own thing. And the globalist guys believe that if it happens that way, it will wane the influence of America on the global stage. It's part of the things by which America concede. America can do some certain things, but they can say, we can produce this, we'll get it from you. Like, for example, the Agora Act, the AGO Act, African Growth Opportunity Act that they do in Africa, you get it. So they can get product from you so that they can have some influence as well. So,
Hello?
are you getting me? Hello?
Yeah, thank you guys. Let me put in this one as well. It's true, when it comes to innovation, America is the leader in the world. But as of today, I don't know if Americans have forgotten how to do things. I'll give you instances. When I was still in New York City, New York City is under the sea level. About 10 years ago, we had this storm. Everybody who lives in East New York will know what I'm saying, in Canarsie, Brooklyn area. By the time we stepped out of the house, we have flood. Our cars were covered with water up to the door level, the handle for opening the door. So people park different
kinds of cars. The Toyota, the Honda, the Ford, the Chrysler. Guess what? All of us that drives Japanese cars, Honda, Toyota, we got into our cars. We put in, and one time we started driving. But everyone, I'm not talking of 10 cars, I'm talking of more than 20. Everybody that has American cars, Chrysler, Ford, the GM, all their engines were knocked. All Japanese cars worked once. All American cars, those guys got to, their insurance had to take them and auction those cars, engine knocked. So recently, also look at their 747. It looks like America has forgotten how to do things again. How come Japan, Ford is the first manufacturer of automobiles in the world. But today, how come that Japan is the leader in selling cars in your own country? Toyota, Honda, and now South Korea, Hyundai, the Kia, they are selling more than American cars. Why do you think people do that? Buy them because they are durable, they are reliable. Everything America makes is always having electrical problem, engine problem. They don't last. You understand? Boeing 747, it's always catching fire everywhere in the world. So America got to look at those two. Have we forgotten how to manufacture things? Toyota is beating us in our country. Hey, where is it? When you look at what's it called? Phone, mobile phone. Huawei is beating what's it called? Apple in the south. So government have to come, the American government, they have to manipulate the market. Hey, don't buy from Huawei. And then Canada is America's errand boy. Canada immediately ban them too. So you call this thing free market. But why are you banning other people's product? Because your own product cannot compete with the rest of, with them.
Actually, you make a very good
that's what's going on.
Yeah, because that Huawei mobile phone, I used to have one. To be frank with you, they are better. You can do 4 or 5 things at it. So many stuff that you unbelievable. But America control the chips. Because they control that chips, they are able to manipulate. I will not say manipulate, they use their power. And they ban Huawei. But I have a good news for you. They have already developed their own chips. And they have already started selling their phone. Before you know it, it's going to be all over the world. So that is why I'm trying to tell you, China will not go to war. They will look at their business growth. Their own thing is about growth. Trump is about, I want to deal with country individually, not globally. So in a nutshell, so he's pitching his tent against those ones that propel the WTO or Global Trade Organization. So when you see something that is coming that way, so you already see the turbulence that will come. So that is the way. If I'm dealing with Nigeria, I buy this and you must buy this from me. But unfortunately, Nigeria is not it's not on the equal standard with America. So it can bamboozle us. It can tell us, this is what you should do. This is what I want you to do. And that is final. But for those rich countries, then he knows how to play his game with them. For those smaller ones that don't have nothing, so we are at his mercy. So if you look at it from the long run, if you look at it in the long run, for people that are well established, countries that are well established and have the resources and everything, it's good for them. For people like countries like majority of Africa or third world country, I'm sorry, it's not going to be so good for us under him. But whatever we throw the country,
but Mr. Remy, you know what? Do you know that the issue that happened because of I was saying something the other time. One of the reasons why they're looking for the head of Trump also is they feel that now the world is moving towards not even bipolar world. The world is almost going multipolar right now, where we now have multiple power centers. Now, let me give you an example. Before it used to be the West, America, Europe, okay, versus the East, probably China, Russia. Now we have Turkey coming into the mix. Turkey is also trying to wiggle his way around the NATO, Russia, China axis, and also Africa. Yeah, Africa too. We too. You know, like Nigeria will have also been in a better position, but because of our corrupt leaders and some other nonsense that we are doing, shenanigans that
Charity.
go around. Yeah.
So it's not only about corrupt leader. I think, can you make sure that I don't hear my voice? So that I'll give you a chance to come back soon. Yeah. So it's not only about corruption. It is we as Nigeria, we are not united. That country have a lot of potentials, but what you hear from Nigeria every time is that they want to go on strike. These people are not good with me. This tribe is bad. That tribe is bad. But when you look at all those countries that have developed, they also suffer. Not that everything was El Dorado for them. Even in America, it takes them more than 100 years to build their democracy. And people that are living in America in the 1940 or 1950 they are those ones that built that country. And we know that America started really, really developing in the 1970s. But when you talk about our country that have a lot of great potential, our people, which is our greatest strength, is also our downfall. So, Dorothy, you can continue.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. Yeah, and that's why we're saying that it takes a leader that understands all these things. Now, just about last 2 weeks or so, I heard that Naseni is already producing laptops. I mean, it's an organization of the government. They call it National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. They already have a phone. If you can Google it, you can Google it. I can even send the stuff to
No,
you.
I know them.
So they are already doing some certain things, doing collaborative effort with some global players, also with some Nigerian companies. And in fact, I learned that Tinubu's government is trying to partner them also to supply their solar pump irrigators, so that they can give it to the farmers. They are already giving it to the farmers so that they can use it. You are right. Collective intelligence, we don't have it, and these small things are what actually propel many of those countries that everybody wants to run to. That's what they do. The Americans, you are right. They came up. The Americans were the one that actually built America, but many Africans will not agree with you. I know somebody that's like he's a billionaire, he's a Nigerian guy and a billionaire like that. He was saying it one time like that. And if you have read the Rich Dad Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki and some other books like that, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hills, you see those guys talking about they building America. It was when they actually built it that the government now put their eyes into it and say, okay, let's tax you, let's regulate your actions, let's do this. Now, there was a guy that I said the other time. They call his name Jerry Malo. This guy was in the UK. He left UK, came back to Nigeria when he could not cope with the theoretical aspect of engineering. But the practical aspect, it was down to heart. Do you know that right now, that guy is a CEO right now. He's producing tractor, fabricating tractors by himself. Probably get some few components from probably Germany and some places, very few components from there. But the majority of the components are from Nigeria. We knew this guy, I watched this guy rise up from nobody, from a child of a farmer, a civil servant and a farmer, to become something today. If you see what this guy already, you can get his stuff on
But,
Facebook or listen. So assuming we are doing that in other areas too, we are we are looking at other areas because right now there's what we call like I told you, it's not bipolar again, it's multipolar right now.
Yes.
Everybody, there are so many power centers. So Africa right now, we don't really have, there's nobody in Africa. South Africa, they might be ranting and be saying they have this, they have that. It's a lie. Many of the things that they have, they are not black owned. They are owned by the British, the Dutch that were settled in that country long time ago. Nigeria is the only one that actually has probably black wealth. I mean, real African wealth in the hands of some Nigerians.
Dorothy, what causes
Yeah,
this
I mean,
problem? You know there is a COVID pandemic. Maybe you can mute so that I don't hear my voice. There's a COVID pandemic in China. And when that COVID happened, it obstructed the supply chain system of the world. You cannot shut the world down for nearly more than 6 months. And after that, all those supply chain was distorted. And then before we can say, let's get out of this COVID, another war started. Again, the food chain in terms of cereals and wheat and beans and the rail from Ukraine, it started again. And we in Nigeria were having our own problem before. There is insecurity from Boko Haram that has almost 10 years, and then so many volatility here and there. So it affects the whole world, not only, even as we are speaking to today, like almost like 1 year ago, somebody already told me that the price of food will continue to increase. Even I live in Europe, and I know how much we are buying, what we are buying before. Here I live, they don't produce any food. Most of the food are imported. They are so expensive than the rest of Europe. So the problem is that distortion affects the rest of the world, whether in America or Europe or even in Africa. And you know the African economy, like Nigeria, is not well planned. So let's go back to the Nigerian setting. When what you hear from Nigeria is that let's burn it down, let's change the leaders, let's do this. Sometimes I wonder whether our people are really thinking. Anything you are doing, the elite will come back again. You are preparing a ground for other elites to come and take it over. Nigeria
Remy, you notice when Nigerians or Africans, when they are saying let's go do something, they usually don't have a hand plan saying, okay, after we do this, this is what we now put in place, or what this is what we are trying to achieve. You understand? There's really no achievement. It's just, oh, we don't like this, let's go and do this. Like, for example, these guys will say, let's go and burn this, that, whatever, or let's go and overthrow this. Okay, who are you going to put in charge? What do you have as a replacement?
You know,
there's no plan. There's no plan. It's
no.
Like they don't even know the reason why. They haven't even studied the root of the cause of what they are even fighting against. I see maybe some things you are even trying to fight government against. Maybe there's actually no solution. For example, we're talking about this global inflation, something that affects this inflation, global inflation, right? Maybe the solution to that, to fix the problem, maybe let's say, for example, is to end the war in Ukraine. Because the Nigerian government have power to end the war in Ukraine. We don't ask question of maybe why, what led to what, get the root of why we have a problem, and then the actual solution. If the solution is tied to overthrowing the government, then that will be it. But you don't even know the solution. You just want to go burn everything down, and then we're back to, square one.
Mike, I went to Nigeria in 2019 December, and I went back to China in January 5. When I was going, the airport was bubbling. When I came back, I met a ghost city. I'm talking about a city of more than 25 million people. The airport is always bubbling. By the time I came back in January 5, 2020, we are already on quarantine in Shanghai. And the quarantine house for nearly 4 months. You have to stay indoor. They only give you a chance once or twice to go and buy groceries. Staying indoor alone make you crazy. A lot of people die in China, but you will never know the exact figure because they won't give you the exact figure. And the rest of the world, when people continue to die in America like that, I was like, oh, what is going on? And when people continue to die in Italy and Europe. So that thing affected the rest of the world, and then come this thing again.
Yeah, right after COVID, we went to the war in Ukraine. And again, Remy, what many of us don't understand is Africans, our economy is completely tied to all these other countries, we depend on them.
Exactly.
We consume everything they produce. So whatever we are consuming that they produce, if the price goes up where it's coming from, it's bound to go up in Nigeria, So the inflation. Some of it, we don't produce majority. Our economy is pretty much a consumer economy. We just buy and sell, and all these things we are buying and selling, they are not made in Nigeria. We depend on where other countries to make them. So if those things becomes pricey in other countries, guess what? It's going up in your country too.
Yes, exactly. So I was listening to, I never listened to any group. I was just listening to one group on TikTok talking about they want to go on protest. And I was surprised. I listened to 20 Nigerian youth. None of them understand the economic situation of Nigeria.
They are blockheads. Many of our youth are blockheads.
And you continue after me. I was surprised. Nobody know what causes inflation. Nobody talk about the 8 years of Buhari. Nobody talk about international dimension. Nobody talk about globalization. You know what they are talking? The price of tomato is this. The price of that is that. We must go and I will live my life. And people ask you are in diaspora, and you are instigating people at home to go and protest. And if they kill them, if they buy them, they continue to live your life and you are instigating. They don't have no.
Remy,
yeah. They are
Remy,
sorry. Let me
Remy,
finish.
what is really
Let me quickly finish. Let me quickly finish. They are asking them what is the motive behind their protest. There is no clear-cut motive. I was thinking in my own mind that the best thing for that country is if they are also fine. We want to do total restructuring. Second, lawmakers should be part-time. Downsize, Senate and Rep is too much. And I was thinking that everybody will go to Abuja to go and protest. But some of them want to protest in Lagos. And those other youth have said, no, don't protest in Lagos. We know what happened in the NSAS. We don't want you to destroy our city anymore. Or else, everybody go back to their state to go and protest. Or if you don't want to go back to your state, go to Abuja. At least Abuja is where the president is living. And the senators and the ministers go and protest there. If you want to follow whatever you said about Kenya's situation, the Kenya people protested in their capital. You also go and take a plane or go and take a bus or wherever you have to go to Abuja and go and protest. The president live there. So when I see the mindset of these people and what they want to protest about, hunger, so many EFCC should be reorganized. The police that I just look, these are just not important. The important thing, you guys are not. Even there's one Hausa boy that came that we should chase us Tinubu, and after Tinubu, he knows that Anotona will now become president. I just laugh. Look at the way they are thinking. So everybody have an ulterior motive to that protest.
Remy, you have been talking, and let me just talk, I beg. Because you come
you can go ahead. I'm not stopping you now.
This rhetoric, all this rhetoric, all the time. You want to blame the same people. You want to blame the people that are protesting. You also want to blame the reason for why they're protesting. You see, with the black man, you see, you're part of the problem. Whenever we come up on this show and we want to make it look like these people are this, these people are this, you look at you and say, and go back to your own state and protest. Like the place they were going to protest are not the place they pay taxes. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, in Nigeria, we have to stay for the right reasons. If we're going to break up, let us break up. Because we're too insincere to ourselves. Very insincere. You are making all this case now because Tinubu is in power.
No.
The problem is that Tinubu is not doing good.
Joe, do you think we should do a protest or break up? No.
Mike, this is my thing. I want us to do a protest. And I want it to be no. See, hold on. I want it to be a violent one.
Honestly.
Yeah, I want it to be a violent one. Let me finish now. That is your being good or bad. It doesn't matter. When it comes to you can put your own good. What makes it good and what makes it bad.
You want it to be a violent one, Abby?
I'm just saying. I think it should be.
Remy, let Joel land. Let him land.
Let me talk, please. And the reason why I tell you this is because most of these places where you guys live, when you look at the history of those places you guys live, they were once like us. And they did not solve their problem by just, pandering, to criminals in power. They did not. They had revolutions in their past, including here where we are staying.
But the revolution that makes sense, they plan it, they strategize by our own.
Hey, you can make it anywhere you want to make it. But for ours in Nigeria, the reason why you cannot do it is because of this. The 1966 school. The 1966 school that we're talking about, right? If someone from the north comes in and does something like that, let me know. I'm hiding somewhere. The 1966 school, the intention behind it was good.
Really?
And yes, because those people, including please let me learn, please. Those of them that did not go to the south to the Kurdistan region to kill people, right, were wrong. They could have deleted all of them. And the reason why I tell you this is this: if you're thinking that these guys in government are just going to wake up one day and say, "Oh, let me make things better for you," you must be a moron. Look, Mike, there was this. I don't know if you watched that clip. A senator, where a senator was, reading out how much he earns, his take home in a year, 200 and something million. I mean, these are people. You have people. Yeah.
Let's make it conversational, please.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Joel,
yeah, go ahead.
By the time I land here, you realize that the problem is actually Nigerian people in terms of just overtake. For example, when PDP was in power, right? When Obasanjo took over as a president and PDP, former PDP party, nobody ever thought anybody can take power from them. No, not any force can take power from them. You just thought they're going to rule forever, passing it to each other, and they will rig election. They will make sure they stay there. When those APC guys came together and formed a new party, and they were able to wrestle power from PDP and took over from there, it came to my mind and said, so it's possible for that. To me, that was a revolution for them. They conduct a revolution. So I asked myself, I say, so all these corrupt politicians we have, all these senators, house, all these guys that they are not qualified. Can the people just one day sit among themselves and say, we want to replace all these people, and among ourselves, we pull people we think are qualified, and then we present them, and election day we all vote for them and just change it? Don't you think that's more easier revolution?
It's not. It won't work. Do you know why?
I've seen it work in Edo State, where those Edo people, all of them, that day they just went against Oshomole, and there was nothing Oshomole could do, and they all, literally all one voice and voted for the right people, the right.
Do you know the reason why? Do you know why it was possible in Edo State? Because they're a little bit homogeneous. The more diverse you are, the harder it becomes to have consensus.
Okay. So don't you think that's our problem? So now you actually agree with me that that's our problem?
No. I have never said it's not our problem. I've always told you that the problem we're having is this. Today we know that Tinubu is not doing well.
Wait, before we divert, I'm trying to land you somewhere. I'm sorry. Before you divert,
go ahead.
You said to do a revolution, to overthrow all of them, is by us going out violently doing it. Now, for that to happen, that means we all have to be on the same page. We have to be in consensus, right? Because it's not going to be Igbo people that are going to do it, because without the Yorubas on board, the Hausa, everybody, right? And everybody on board, right? It's got to be everybody on board, right?
Yeah.
So we have to first get to that point where everybody's on board, right? To do it. So now I'm telling you that if we get to the point where we get everybody on board, don't you think it's not easier, since we are not now we are all now on board? We can now do it two ways. Since we all agree on one voice, we vote all of them out, or we burn everything down. So which one is better?
After we all get on one voice. Whichever one comes first.
Okay, can I quickly come in here?
Joel. You said what now?
Let me put this so that you can now do everything together.
Get to that point first. Give me a second. You agree with me that? Can you mute yourself, Dorothy? Sorry. You agree with me that before we can do any violent revolution where successful, we all have to be all on one accord, every tribe and things like that. Because one tribe, one group cannot do it. We all have to be, right? And also, in order for us to vote them all out at the same time, we also have to be on one accord, right? So either way, the first step is supposed to be on one accord. So if we successfully achieve that first step, that we all get on one accord, one voice, like, okay, they all got to go. Don't you think either way we do it, we'll be successful? just election.
Okay, Mike, you are off.
Mike. Okay, so
Mike.
Mike.
Joel, let me put this to you. Let me quickly put this position to you. I think you are technically right. You see, that protest of a thing, actually, we need it in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, let's be frank with ourselves. There's a friend of mine, during those days when we were in the university, you normally say something. He said the reason why Nigeria is still the way it is because we did not really fight to gain our independence. So anytime we want to talk about our independence, we do not really have anything that is binding us like the one this now. They will tell you, no, let me land, please. Let me land. They will say that, oh, we lost so people, let our head be correct. You know the number of people that we lost that time. Let our head be correct. The Americans did the Boston Tea Party in those days to fight against the British. I know the apartheid system. Many of those countries fought a lot of wars, before they got their independence. But we got ours on a platter of gold. Now, fast forward, as our leaders learn more, they learn anything? They've not really learned much. Whether it's OB or whatever. We will still have some of this issue. But you remember that when we had that NSAS, the government of Buhari even sat up a bit. That was when they started this National Youth Bank. People got loan from it. They started some stuff because of that little protest. The problem I'll have is how we manage that protest. Is actually the fear. I don't want Joel to have that mindset that, oh, because it's the Yoruba man that is there. Let me tell you. When it comes to protest in Nigeria, you know that the Yorubas are number one. You know that. When it comes to people that are when they stand for something, you can see that they are still pushing back at us, even at what you continue to do. But the way we are doing things, because we are much more divided than before. Now, do we not? We will not destroy more than enough, and people will not die across two. But people will die actually when there is that protest. Protests in Africa used to be very, very violent. So, but how do they manage it to make the points clear and also have an end game, just like Mike was saying? The end game is the issue. Because that's our problem.
In addition, Dorothy, let's be factual here. After a year after the election, the animosity between the tribes are still there. The infighting between the tribes are still there. Now, when you listen to all these people who want to protest, we don't have a clear-cut what they are really fighting for. We don't even know who is calling the protest. And then, if they are going to negotiate, who is going to negotiate on their behalf? All what we are saying is very simple. You think the government is not doing the right thing. What are you going to do? The person you want to protest against is in Abuja. You cannot tell an average Lagosian to support a protest that will destroy their city again. They all see what happened.
Remy, they are trying to do it in all states.
Let me finish quickly.
It is not just Lagos. Lagos. Stop making it a Lagos thing.
Let me finish quickly.
Stop making it a Lagos thing. They are trying to make it. They're trying to make it. I pray they are successful. They make it all states.
But Joel, let me land and you respond now. You respond.
Let me finish.
But Joel, don't forget, NSAS was also in all states, but then they target Lagos especially.
Yes, NSAS was in all over Nigeria, but it started in Lagos. And NSAS that started all over the country.
It started in Abuja, actually. It started everywhere. It didn't really start in Lagos, to be honest.
Okay, I don't know. But at the
end
started
of the simultaneously. By the end of the day, they targeted Lagos. That's what I noticed.
Okay. So no matter what happened, it will at this particular moment, the dust has not yet settled. Nobody trusts each other. And you are now coming out that you want to protest. A lot of people from different tribes, they will, you can't blame them. They will listen to a lot of ulterior motive. And when Buhari ruled for 8 years, I did not see the northern people going out there to protest against their person. And when my own person is there now, I'm not saying you have a right to protest, but what are you protesting for? If you want to protest, at least why don't you all go to Abuja and protest and stay in front of Aso Rock or the National Assembly? Stay there for, even if you like, stay there for 1 year. Go and protest there. Or what you want to do in Abakaliki or Enugu or whatever. Why don't you go there to Abuja if you don't want the president?
Remy, you are talking like it's the Igbo that are calling for. Remy,
in a nutshell, we don't know exactly what they are protesting for. We don't know exactly what they are protesting for. Nobody knows. What exactly? Who are the leaders? We don't know. We don't know. So it already shows that there is a lot of ulterior motive behind what they are trying to do. And that is why a lot of people say, I'm not interested. If you want to do it, go to your state. Because if things are not clear to me, I cannot put my head there. So people are not stupid also. So, and will you guys stay in your abroad, enjoying your life in abroad, and you push that little boy or that little girl to go and protest, when they pay him now, you will not die. You will not die. You continue to enjoy your life. So you must tell. Okay, I'll stop here so that you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. The issue is there and it's simple. The thing there is that people like you are the ones that are being used to create a divide, and people like you are the ones being used to further this myopic way of thinking, making it look like, I mean, you've mentioned Abakaleke, Enugu, this. As if it's the hold on, let me finish now.
I want to beg you for something. Can you please not make it personal? Just like I said,
it's not personal. I'm not addressing what you said.
I did not mention your name. No, listen. I did not mention people like you. Can you just make your contribution and don't put emotion or personal?
It was a question. It was a question you asked me.
I did not ask you any question. I did not ask you any question.
Okay,
what
I asked you. Okay, let me just.
And I never mentioned your name. I never mentioned your name. I did not come after you. Please be serious.
Okay, allow me to free flow, please. The issue is that some of us here are being used to further this tunnel vision. You know, that people are coming to take over whatever place. I don't know what people are trying to take over from. Are they trying to take over their investments? I don't know what people are taking over from. The issue.
Who said anyone's taking over? No one said that now. Why are you making that?
No, that's what some people here. I don't want to mention.
No, you're saying they are coming to target to burn down their place. That's what I said, not take over.
Well, that is it. So that's what I'm saying. Are you going to burn down your own investments? Right? If I'm going,
they will target the state government property. The state government property that they did during NSAS.
Okay.
Or they burnt at the 7 BRT buses.
So
this time they may not burn down the new rail line. We don't want that.
Mike, the issue there is this, right? The NSAS was a collaborative effort from every Nigerian, especially those that were.
But somebody was giving special instruction online.
Nobody was giving. Look,
are you kidding me? Joel, come on now. Don't be disingenuous now.
Come. I know you were trying to call about Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Am I lying? Was he not giving special instruction?
Hold on, my brother.
This time, maybe Samuel Nnamdi
was giving instruction. Did not start. Let me, Mike. Let me talk now. Nnamdi Kanu did not start any protest. He had nothing to do with NSAS. NSAS was. It was.
We didn't say he had anything to do with it. We just saying he was giving instruction to his own guy.
So just like right now, Showore is saying, go ahead and protest, right? So look, let me tell you something. Whenever there's a protest,
who's that?
Hold on.
Are you there? I think, Joe, you're missing the point. We are telling you that we can't repeat the same thing. We didn't say Nnamdi Kanu started NSAS. What we say is that when the thing went out of spiral, he began to give instruction to his followers to go and burn down Lagos, and it was targeting Lagos.
Who are his followers?
Hold on. We all know millions of Southeasterners follow Nnamdi Kanu. Now hold on, wait. I'm not making accusation here. I'm just telling you the truth and what happened. I'm not lying. If I'm lying about anything, let me. And then they went to burn that. So this time, we don't want to see a situation where the protest is about the government and it's about peaceful, and then Samuel Ekpa go online or another person because I don't know. I don't know why people from your region like to follow all these kind of people. I don't know why. We start giving instructions. Hold on now, wait. Let me learn now. They might give instruction to go and burn down a new rail line, which has nothing to do with the protest. So we don't want it happened before. So we have to be take caution because we have to precaution because it happened before. So we have reason to think like this. Sure, come on, it's not difficult now. So if you're going to blame somebody for why we are thinking like this, you need to blame those that did it in the past that created this mistrust. But they shouldn't have done it back then. There's no reason why an American should have been telling his boys to go and be attacking Lagos. Why are you doing that? Why?
I think the problem, Mike. You are trying to.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just telling you reality. It's not like I'm trying making up anything here. Joe, I'm telling you reality, and you need to be more understanding of why I have to present it. Why anyone we have to see it that way. And consistently, you've been saying it since the election ended. People like Pastor have been coming here and saying they want to go to war with Euro Southwest. So your people have a lot to do with why people don't trust, why a lot of us kind of can't trust them. Because me, I've never been against any protest in my life. This is the first time where I'm like, no, I don't want this. And it's not be out of personal feeling or anything. It's just because of what's been going on, the antecedents, you know. I mean, since the war ended, since the election ended, people from particularly your side have been online talking how they want to attack the war. Some pastor will come and say, "One war with the Yorubas, you want war." Some people they want to burn down, they want to attack the Southwest. I mean, like they've given us a lot of reasons why we can't, jump on board with this, and you can't blame us for that. I don't want people to start attacking my people, So you need to understand where we are coming from. What you need to do is trying to figure a way out. Maybe you can assure us that that's not going to be the case, and then we can join on board with you. Because me, I've never been against the people going to, standing up to the government. I've never been like that in my life. My only concern here is not anybody that protests against Tinubu. I don't care. My only issue is I just don't want some people I know that exist that really have this bad blood towards my region. They want to come out, especially Lagos. They are waiting so they can go and do that stuff, So that's my concern. I don't know why that's offensive, but it's just reality. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, Mike, this is the issue, right? The issue there is that, like I always say, like the educated ones amongst us are the ones carrying out all these propaganda. You said millions of IPOM members. I don't. Nnamdi Kanu does not control millions of Igbos. I think it's condescending to think that I have told you this thing in the past. I've told you that the people that support Nnamdi Kanu are no more than 1, 2, 3%. If 50% of us support Kanu, Nigeria no go enter us. And that's the fact. If 50% of us supported Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria no go enter any of us. So the issue is this: we should tone down this thing. Besides, this protesting that has been going on, or people say want to do protest, the Southeast have not been visible within all these protest organizations. The Southeast was not part of it, and it's not part of it. In fact, they are begging people of the Southeast to come because we know what happens. When people go on protest, at the end of the day, you say it is Southeast. Whatever destruction is about the Southeast. So the people of the Southeast, you can see they've not been in any protest since Tinubu came in. You see people protesting, doing the little protest, they'll go and be drinking beer. That is the way they're protesting. So this one coming up has nothing to do with the Southeast. For those of us who are afraid,
How can you say people of the Southeast are not calling for protest when you are here calling for protest? Are you not from the Southeast?
No. I said if it was me, that is my own personal opinion. I'm not talking about the protest. I don't know who are those organizing it. You understand what I'm saying? But
the only people that have been coming on this show to cover protest are people from Southeast. I haven't seen anybody from anywhere else. So I don't know why you're telling me.
Who's calling for
the only people that have been calling for protest on this show is you, Uptown, and I think I'm not sure Man of Prestige was calling. But I mean,
calling for protest.
Yeah.
No. Mike, I think you're getting it all wrapped up. I'm not organizing any protest in Nigeria.
I'm not saying you're calling for it.
So what I'm just saying.
What are you encouraging the listener to do? It's not protest.
No, the thing is that I'm not organizing anyone. That's the point. That's the point. I'm not
So
organizing any
calling for it is
protest.
not part of it. Come on now.
No. I just said if it were me, if it were left for me, it ought to be, a violent one, once and for all. Once and for all. All this
Describe his
nonsense you
violent.
see, you say?
And describe his violent and describe how it's gonna.
So what I mean by
What you,
violence is that we should change them all out of Nigeria, out of power.
who's them? Who's them?
I mean those in power today, those elites, all of them,
Obi.
from all
Obi.
regions. If we say
Obi is not
Obi
in
should go
government
too,
now, so why should they chase him out? It's not in
Obi
government.
should go too. Obi
No,
should
so,
go. No,
so that is
no.
where the problem lies.
This
That
is
is
this, no, no. This is I said the elites. You remember I
Obedience will
said the
not agree
elites.
with you. Obedience will not agree with Obi should go.
the others are not stupid too, because at the end of
This
the
is for
day,
them.
let me tell you, I will tell you, at the end of the day, people think it has a lot of ulterior motive. And I listened to some youth on TikTok the other time. Most of them were saying that at least they pushed Tinubu out and nothing now will take over. So the point no, listen. And when they're not asking for their motive, they are even fighting among themselves. They don't know what is the motive. And even what do you want? You don't want the president anymore? Who is going to be the president? And then they are fighting among themselves. So it has ulterior motive. At this time that the process is coming up now, I'm not saying they can protest. I even like them to protest, but I want to see the motive behind it. If the motive behind it is just we are hungry, that is not. You must go for something for a radical change. And what of the radical change is that to change the law? Go to the National Assembly, ask for more resource control. There was a guy that asked their one outside guy a question. He said, would you like total 100% resource control? He said no. He said no, because he knows that they are collecting federal allocation from federal government where they are not putting a lot of things into the purse. He said no. And when they talk about regionalism, the outside guy said no, he does not want that one because that is a recipe for them leaving the country. Who is making that kind of noise, please? That's a recipe for leaving the country. So many of them suggest different suggestions, but I never see one of them talking about, okay, let's go to the National Assembly, sit down at the National Assembly on they change most of the law. But if you are telling me, okay, you want to go there, remove all the leaders, what about the rest of the leaders? What about the Atiku Obi and the rest? Are you also going to change them out? What about ex-governors, ex-senators? Are you not going to pick from them again? So sometimes when you go for a protest and you are looking for change, who is going to take over? Are you the one, 20 years old or 24 years old, or other opposition elites that will take over? So when they said they are calling for protests or the one new thing, when you send one new thing as a youth in Nigeria, I was thinking we are going to have new faces. Why don't everybody pick their tent and support?
We are going to; those ones are going to be rectified. It's not. We are not in that of leaders. We don't like leaders in Nigeria. We don't like leaders in Nigeria. What we are saying is that this crop of leaders that we have in Nigeria today do not care about the citizens. So I am calling. If there's going to be any protest, let us. You say they put themselves there. What are you talking about? Mahmoud put Tinubu there. Tinubu put himself there. Tinubu is not meant to be there.
So you see now, right?
Most of these governors you see are not meant to be there. They put themselves in there. They rig the election. Most of these House of even Jumo Ibrahim that we saw that was pushing people out of the line to vote APC. Is still in the house. These are the people that ought to be out.
Joe, give me a chance now. Do you want me to tell you who put Tinubu there? Me, many of us, millions of us that voted for that. Although I was abroad, I didn't vote, but that supported him with our, some of us with our votes. We know ourselves, so we put him there. He didn't put himself there. We put him there. We know ourselves. Millions of us. We put him there. So that's what I'm telling you. They didn't put themselves there. We know ourselves. If I say I'm part of people that put him there, so he didn't put himself there. If Obi would have entered now, and I'm telling you that he put himself there, you won't agree with me because you know that you and others are the one that put him there.
So Mike, another thing is this: you can see that there are so many ulterior motives because some people voted for all of them, and if you are pushing that, they should push those ones that won. You want them to be pushed out. Who's going to replace them? The opposition that they lost. Those ones that lost, right? So that is why it was from the beginning. The handwriting is already written on the wall. That
It's
you have
not the opposition. It's not the opposition. We are not talking about opposition here.
No. You just said something now. You said something, and I
What
will
did I
quote
say?
you
What
said
did I
that
say?
people like Tinubu, they should chase them out. All the governors, they should chase them out. But what I'm trying to tell you is that people voted for them, and people that voted
Are
for
there no
them.
LP? Are there no LP in the Senate? Are there no ANPP in the Senate? So what are you talking about? Is it
Joel,
only
do you want me to be
Tinubu?
honest with you? Joel, do you want me to be honest with you?
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
I put this on everything. Even if I support a president to come in, right? And you see my guy, and a protest is people want to protest against him. I will never go against the protests because I'm always for the voice of the people. But I'm telling you categorically that the only reason I'm against this protest, in fact, I'm not even against the protest. I'm just against it happening in my space is because of these threats of these people. And it's a clear threat that they want to attack my region, attack my people. And they've been making that threat since hold on. Since the end of the election. And the rhetoric and also the antecedents, what happened in the past. So that's the only reason. And literally, I don't know how anyone can convince me that those people, that is not going to happen. This ulterior motive is so crystal clear. And you can't blame us for saying it like that. You cannot blame us for feeling like that. It's like I can see that somebody really want to come attack my family, right? Let's say I'm pro something happening in my neighborhood, protest in my neighborhood, and I know that there's somebody that literally has been hiring my children and hiring my house. I wouldn't go against that, even if that protest for me. I will go against it. The fact that I know it's so crystal clear that there's this guy or whoever in that mix that's going to be there that's targeting my house, I'm going to be against it. And these guys are making so crystal clear that they want to personally attack Lagos.
The Igbos are not the people. The Igbos are not organizing the election. The Igbos are not the ones organizing the protest. Where would this Igbophobia? That is what you're trying to say. That is what you're saying. The Igbos are not the ones. When you're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, they're not the one organizing the protest.
It's not who organized that's going to do the violence now. It's not who. Hold on. Did I say? Hold on. Did I say?
So, what are you
doing here? You're being. What you're doing, Joe, you're purposely just being. I don't know how to describe it.
No, but it's not calling for the protest now. Nobody call for the protest.
Wait. I know that Shore is calling for protest. I know that. So for a fact, I never say here that Igbos are organizing protest. I didn't say that. I know that, yeah, there are non-Igbos also organizing. But I'm telling you that even if it's my mom that's organizing protest right now in Lagos, I'll say, no, you can't do that. Because unless you show me the only people you are coming with, but if you say you're organizing protest, calling everybody to involve, including these people, they have already been threatening to burn down my city and attack my tribe. No, I'll be against. I'll tell my mom.
Which people are trying to attack your tribe? You think over.
We Pansat and his likes. There are plenty of them now. There are millions. They've been threatening my region with war now. Say they want war. And you tell me those kind of people are allowed to come and protest in my city? You need to understand me, John. I can't be. Come on, stop being like this. You put yourself in my shoes. Come on, man.
Mike, please stop it. Mike, stop
They
it.
want to attack my tribe. They want to destroy Lagos.
So Passat will come from California to come and attack your village. Come on now.
The likes of California and the millions.
Mike, why is it difficult if truly you really want change in Nigeria? Why can all of them not file into Abuja, the seat of power, like the Kenyans did? Go to Abuja and go and do your protest there. Everybody that you have the interest of the country. And those of you in the diaspora that you are instigating, promoting it, you also buy your ticket. Go to Nigeria, go to Abuja, it's easy way flight.
Remember the weapon.
Just stay outside and when the trouble now started, you now blame people. When Lagos State lost a lot of money like that, and some of these states lost their property, who gave them that? How many tax are Nigerians paying? How many Nigerians are paying direct tax? What are we talking about here? So if you want you want your country to be better, and you so much love your country, buy a ticket, go to Abuja. Everybody in Nigeria, you love Nigeria, buy by bus, even if you can by bicycle, go there. Why should you protest in my Ibadan?
And Joe, Joe, I don't know what's up with you tonight. Why would you say the 1960 school was a good intention? Are you telling me Ironsi had a good intention? Are you
It's not
saying
a, you won't see that. You won't see did not do the coup.
How did he become president?
No, Ironsi took over because he was, I think, the
If
highest
it's takeover, is that not a
in
coup?
command. No, that's not the coup. That's not the coup I'm talking about. I'm talking
Taking
about the
over a country is
Nzogu
not a
coup.
coup.
I'm talking about Nzogu coup. Let's not. No, that is
Okay. So
No, I'm talking about the
So
Nzogu.
wait. If you call it okay, so we saying it was two coup that happened. Izogu did his own, and then Ironsi did his own too. Is that what you're saying? So there
Ironsi
was
did not
double
do
coup.
any coup.
So how did he
Ironsi did
become head
not
of
do any
state?
coup. Ironsi became. Hold on now. Ironsi became head of state. If my memory serves me right. No, there was no election.
Okay.
He took over because he was the highest in command at that time.
Why? That's a coup.
You know, he is the highest in command. Just like you saying that Abubakar, after Abacha died, Abdul Salami came into power. He took over because then he was not the highest in power. Hold on now. We are doing history here.
Go ahead. Yeah.
He was not the highest rank because the highest in rank was Jeremiah Osteni. But because the power that be there, including Abacha's wife, did not like Jeremiah Osteni, they now gave it up to Salami Abubakar. And we also have the religious concentration too that played a part in that, right?
Let's
So
not
you're
talk
not
about
going to
Bacha.
say you're not going to say Abdul Salami committed a coup. No, that was not a coup. So Ironsi came into power because he was the highest in rank as a then.
So you overthrew the president.
Was this coup that now took place was the bloody coup that was led by the likes of Danjuma and the rest. The first one.
Wait. Joe, before don't before we move beyond that. Hold on. So you're telling me in a country where we still have a president, right? The president is still alive, right? The government is still in place. The only thing that happened was the prime minister was assassinated, but we still have the government still in place. So now you now talk with the government. Now you're telling me that's not a coup. You make how did the government now call you wants to say, hey, come and take over, or did he make them sign over? Did somebody make Ironsi the head of state, or he made himself the head of state? If you make yourself head of state, that's a coup. So either way, if we say what the assassination one was Ironsi Izogu alone, then we will say, well, Ironsi now did his own coup, so there was two coups. But to me, I don't believe that. I think it was one coup. He sent those guys to go and carry out the takeover, the assassination, because of course the general will not go and do the shooting on his own. He will send the junior officer to go and do the job. Ironsi is not going to drive to Kaduna to go and be doing the shooting. He will send the junior ones to go and do the work, and the junior work did the work. He took over the country. That's a coup. However, you see, Ironsi did a coup. Come on now, you guys can't be.
Mike, Ironsi did a coup, and you have a very strong point there. Joel or Nashville, look at it this way. The structure of the government was we had a ceremonial president, we had a prime minister, and we had the regions. The regions have their governors. If the prime minister is assassinated, the president has the right to convey the parliament so that they will form another government. You understand? And appoint a prime minister. And as equal as the president has the power to appoint the prime minister temporarily or organize parliament to quickly constitute another government and elect a new prime minister. You understand? And the same thing in the region. The premier that were killed were Akitola and Sadana.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
had governors in their region. You understand? The governor of the Western region is like the ceremonial president of the region. So the governor had the power to constitute the parliament and then tell the members of the parliament to appoint a new premier, to elect a new premier. So, and in this case of Southeast, there was no problem. So it was stable. So Erosi actually planned a coup, or destroy. In short, it was one that even destroyed the government. If he had not done anything, the civilians would have reorganized themselves. They had next people now, structures of, I don't know whether we had a deputy prime minister then, but I don't think so. But they have structures that could make the democratic structure could have evolved another set of leadership. He did not only plan the coup, he came and destroyed the political structure that was on
Patrick,
ground.
Patrick,
Destroyed
who was the governor? Who was the premier of Southeast, and who was their governor that
I
time?
think, was it not Okpara?
So where are they? And I think Zik is also the president
Zik
of the
was
country.
the president of Nigeria.
Where was Zik?
Zik was out of the country.
And what about Okpara?
Okpara was there now.
But they didn't go to him and pay him.
No, I think no. The point is this. I think let's not miss it. And that's what you see. There are some narratives that people sell out there, and because it's been repeated, people just assume that it was like that. You see, it was like, oh, they deliberately killed these people and left these people, and they were sending narrative, and that was one of the things that triggered the war. I don't think that was true. You see, those guys have planned that coup, that 1966 coup. It was an independent coup. Reason was that after they planned the coup, there were books that were written. There were interviews that were granted.
So, Patrick, are you saying they deliberately left that Southeast out? You are not going to
you see, they didn't deliberately leave it out.
So what happened?
The guy didn't succeed. The guy that was appointed to go and execute that side didn't
It's
succeed.
only one guy or several soldiers. I think there were several
divided
soldiers
themselves. No, somebody will lead an operation. From what I heard from other people in the barracks, so that's what I'm saying now. I know, I grew up in the barracks too, so there's some information that I just recalled. So I think maybe we are not fully online now. We are now in after hour, Abi.
No, not after hour. It's still live.
So, but what I learned was that there were guys that were appointed, key people that were supposed to carry out certain operations in certain region. Kaduna was the one that went to carry out the one in the north because the guy is very close to them. You understand? And then somebody in the southwest and the other one in southeast. The guy that led the southeast didn't succeed. That's the problem.
Okay, Patrick, before you continue, I want to ask you.
Incidents happen.
I want to ask you one question before you continue. The one that went to the north, how many people did they buy there? Is it only one? And the one that went to the southwest, how many people did they buy? Is it only one? Because even the one that went to the east, how many people did they buy?
Went to the north, the one that went to the north, the target was the premier, and that was it.
Okay, the one that went to the southwest.
The one that went to the southwest, the target was Akitola, and he got him at Okebola in his house there. That was
only him was spy, right?
Yes, Akitola. Then the one that went to Lagos also to keep prime minister, I think they also killed Okotie, but I think the target was prime minister and Okotie because Okotie was finance minister and he was believed to be very corrupt. It's
so they now buy you along with the
prime minister. I think those boys didn't even want to become. They were not planning to lead the country.
Okay. Now you know why people feel that way. I will tell you. You know, after they were successful, they changed the constitution and they make a unitary system under Aguiyi Ironsi that it controls everything. So that is why people now continue to suspect that there is more to it than just meet the eye.
No, the reason why they changed that thing was this. Let me tell you how the military run under the command and control system. There's no democracy under military. There's unity of command. Unity of command is at any point there's always one person at the top that calls the shots, and everybody look forward to that. You understand? Finally, to that person. You can't have two people at the top. They're unlike democracy where you have check and balance.
So let me tell you, because I also read a lot of books about it. So after that one, most of the key positions were also given to the people from the southeast, because at that
that's not true.
Okay, that's what I
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why now. Look at it. Under when Aguiyi was a GOC, you understand? It was that time the army initially didn't have a chief officer. It was GOC of the Nigerian Army, general officer commanding the Nigerian Army. Later became head of state and commander in chief. He had other people, senior officers. Then the regions were controlled by officers that were from that region. Adekunle Faju was the governor of Western Region in Ibadan. The governor of the North, I think was whether Mamalario, was a northerner. Then the governor of the East was an easterner. You understand? The military had their structure. There's no way we could have appointed Igbo as in the Supreme Military Council and say, oh, Igbo. You see, those are not, when people say these narratives, lives are destroyed. Human lives are destroyed. And somebody that destroyed one human being is like destroying millions, because all the children that would have been born through that person are destroyed. Look at the devastation that took place in the East. If that devastation didn't take place and there was no war, Nigeria would have been better for it. If not, those who were killed would have been adding something. Even if what they are adding is importing good from China, it's still part of something. I'm not being funny, but that's just the truth. Let's be objective. Look at the North now. Look at what's going on in our country. Look at the North. The way we look at them. These are Hausa people. An average poor Northerner want to sell his sweet, sell cola nut and eat. That guy that is selling sweet and cola in your neighborhood is not the one destroying Nigeria. He wants to survive. He has his wife and children. He equally wants to live a good life like you. He calls you Oga, because maybe you have opportunity to go to school. He did it. But he wants to live his life. So that guy is not my problem. And a Kene boy, maybe a boy that Kene brought from a boy that is learning to trade in Lagos, that eventually gathers more coins, and maybe a Kene bless him and put some money in his hand, go and start, share some goods for him. That guy is not the problem of Nigeria. That guy is not. The guys in the Southeast, some of them are protesting and say they are being marginalized. They are not the problem of Nigeria. The issue is that we need to ask ourselves, what they are saying, is it so? If they are being marginalized, you are not the one that marginalized them. They are not talking to you. They are not saying you are the Remy marginalized or Patrick did. No. They are saying this elite. And if we have brain, if we look at what they are saying, you will discover that all of us are being marginalized by these people elite. You don't have the same voice like Sheyi Tinubu. And that boy does not have more stake in Nigeria than you. And that's Sheyi is even at the top. But ordinary guys, when they are advertising for NNPC, that they saw employment of NNPC, Opus Odima, all of them, the children are the one working in NNPC. Do you know what it means to work in NNPC? At times they are in positions where they do cruise swap, where they get the contract, they make millions of money. Dollars. Why is it you? Let me tell you, one of my friends, I will not want to mention, they are thinking of minister. My friend brought her daughter. Her daughter is a minister now. What if the girl don't do learn? Nothing. The guy just finished medical school, did some work for some short time. The guy is a minister now, whether we like it or not. But you are being marginalized. I am being marginalized. And the painful thing is that when we are now among ourselves, not before them, we are now arguing and fighting ourselves. That's what they won't even spend time to fight themselves. They are making money whether they are in power or they are in opposition. They are milking the system whether they are in power or in opposition. For a long time, Atiku was in opposition for a long time, and he was still holding his contract with Port Authority until Buhari stepped in opposition. Jonathan didn't terminate it for years. Yar'Adua didn't. It was later, second time that Buhari said, look at it. If the contract was not Wuruwuru's kind of, Buhari would still have left it. So why will I fight maybe a Joel of Nashville or get a negative narrative about my brother in the East or say, oh, this Fulani man is the problem? That Fulani man wants to sell. If you have a better way of making him to do his cow, he will do it. That Igbo man who is going to China, if you create a structure for him to do his business, he will go and learn from Chinese. That's one thing I know about them. Igbo man will go and look at Chinese the way he's doing it. If it's cheaper for him, he will come and do it in Aba and sell to us. And we will buy it if it's as good as that. So I think we all Nigerians, we need to now, first of all, sit back and ask ourselves, what do we really want? What we want is, I want good life for my people in Nigeria. I mean, this place, I'm having an average day. it's not as if I'm having a good life here.
No,
it's when we look at
in
it.
foreign land, it's not easy also. Okay.
Exactly.
So Patrick, all what you have been saying.
Let me just land first. You say I want a good life. What do I want? I want a good life for my brothers in Nigeria. My brothers in the East, in the West, in the North. I want peace. I don't want Nigeria should stop killing themselves. We should stop hating ourselves. It's not good. It's not good to hate somebody now. If you hate other people, your prayers will not be answered. Why would I hate somebody because he's Igbo or because he's outside, because he's Yoruba? No. You understand what I'm saying? So that is what we want. And that's what we all should fight to get from these people. My friend, why I'm saying this is that my friend called me today. That my friend, he was a very big man in the bank and stuff like that. He was now telling me the problem that things are very tough now. Now he's left the bank. He is sick to buy medication. He said the drug he was buying for 4,000 before. Now he buys a sachet for 10,000 and he uses 4 sachets in a month. That's 40,000 for his drug, for a particular drug that he uses. And he must use it every month. He must use 10 sachets of that drug every month. He said to even eat is wahala. He was narrating. He was not saying it to beg me for money. You understand? But he was just letting me know. He said, for example, he said, Oga, because he was my subordinate. He said, Oga, he said, do you know that a day old chick in Nigeria is now 2,500? A day old chick in Nigeria is now 2,500. I said, how is poultry? He said, which poultry? He said, if you buy 100 of that, I said, you might lose 45 or you might lose 25.
Patrico, I'm sorry, because I'm also into poultry.
In Nigeria now.
Yes, I bought some layers and something, and it's about 3,000 each, which is about 6 weeks old. So if it's now telling you I said I bought layers 6 weeks. It's about 3,000 naira.
3,000 for layers.
That's
a good one, though.
6 weeks. I'm telling, because the guy said
no. Those are the point of lay now.
Calm down. He said a day
That's
old.
Good now.
He said so. Sometimes you know what, all what you have been saying for a long time now, I do understand you. Some of the history has been distorted, but you make a very good narration about how Nigerians can come together and solve their problem. Now, what I'm trying to say is that if you are not careful, when you are saying you are going for this or the blah, the other elite will also hijack it from your hand. I think the problem of Nigeria is the problem of institution. If you have good institution, for example, I like this protest they want to do, but what is the motive behind it? It's not yet clear. If they say, okay, we are going to the National Assembly, this is your House of Rep and Senate is too big, let's merge it into one and reduce each state only have 2 representatives. Do you know how much we are going to save? And so that is and presidency, your power is too much. We are protesting. Let's give power to the state. And state, no more federal allocation from the federal government. You will see that country. You will know people that really love that country. That means state control their resources. Those states that are viable enough that they want to do it, they will do it. But most of the states will say no. So that is so when we are not talking together as a unit, everybody is protecting, and you can't blame people. From examples, look at the 1966 we are talking about. They killed some of their leaders in some regions, and the other one you said the guy did not perform. What narrative you want to sell here, the other region will not believe it. So, and that is what this trust that has been there since that time to today. The Yoruba people never have anything against the Southern Easterner. We cohabit very well. Their major problem is people from the north, and the people from the north, they never let go also. Yoruba people lost people too, and we move on. So when this election came, I don't know when
the war, but we all know that Igbo lost more people during the war.
I understand they lost people in the civil war, but that civil war,
they didn't only lose people. You need to see that environment was destroyed. Look at the geography of Southeast now. Look at the top. I'm not saying that to you understand, but let's face reality. Look at the
let's face
topography
reality.
of Southeast.
Give me a second,
Look at
Patosi.
Bombay and everything. But they also need to sit down and move on. But they
are not moving on. So
but they should not be seen as going offline when they say we are marginalized. What we need to ask ourselves is, are they marginalized? Some people, let's even look at individual level. Some people go through a lot of things and eventually maybe they die. They'll say, as long as one person and they say, he was sick, but he didn't tell us he was sick now, or he couldn't buy drugs. Yeah, but he didn't call anybody. He had a problem, he didn't speak out. But this is a group that have been speaking out. But those people, you people, don't you look at us? We are marginalized. We are marginalized. We are now saying, which marginalized? Which marginalized? No.
Hold on, Patosi, Remy. Hold on, guys. Quick question. I think anyone calling for protest, I think I support it now. Before I was against it. I think we should protest violently or whichever way against each governor in Nigeria. I think we should do that. That's how the protest should go. We should protest
every government.
So that is
all of governors.
So that is where the issue now lies, Prince Daddy. Some of them, they don't want to go to their state to protest. They say no. Some of them are telling us that we only want the president to go. It's a bad leader. Some of them are saying
nobody is saying only the government, only the president should go. Stop putting your narrative. Stop putting your narrative into it. Stop infusing your narrative. Stop infusing your narrative. You're taking us to 1920s. Come on now.
Ask you a question. I want to ask you
everything they want to protect the Lagos. That is your own.
Let me ask you a question.
One voice, yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know the people that are that they want to protect? Do you know them? Do you know their leaders?
I don't know their leaders, but I know there are different groups.
Thank you. Okay.
I know there are different groups.
Thank you.
And I see. Hold on. I know some coordinators of the protest. I have seen them online. I don't have no personal relationship with them, but I have seen some people, and I know that if you ask me, there are anchors to this, right? So it is coming from even the north. In the north, we don't usually see those from the north. Now, some people say it's because Tinubu is in power. Well, at this point, I don't really care who is in power. The issue there is that Nigeria must be fixed. And it must be, if it must be fixed, every hand must be on deck. If they're not just waking up, no problem. After all, we waited for them till 1960 to get independence. So if they are just waking up, let it be. But I'm just saying this. We just come up from Buhari, who happens to be from the north. Now we are now in Tinubu's era, who happens to be from the south. So for how long? Before that, we had people from the north, people from the south, people from the southwest, people whatever.
Okay. Now,
right? In the past, we've been going through this thing, and whenever it happens, can we just like look at it and say, okay, now one would think that Jonathan's government should be better than Yaradua, but you see, it's like there was a picture someone sent to me, Remy, and it was a picture of Buhari saying, "Are you missing me yet?" And people were like, I was like, oh my God, like it now was done on me when Buhari said that you will miss me when I'm gone. I was like, wow, what is going on? Now, you might say that he foresaw or he has seen certain things that is happening and know the trajectory of the country's economy, whatever it is. But we keep seeing this thing time after again. Babangida's government was better than Abacha. Abacha was better than Salami. Salami was better than Obasanjo. Obasanjo was better than Yaradua. And the list goes on. So now, whoever told me that we are going to miss Buhari, I won't believe it.
Hey, MJ. Okay, what I just want to say is very simple. Nobody is against their protest. You just said now that there are different groups with different what they are protesting about. The motive behind their protest, they are different. Some are asking that the government should go. We don't want him. Some are asking for military to come back. Some are asking, we are hungry, we need food. Some are saying we should go out to the National Assembly, kick all the senators and the representatives out. Some are saying, go and protest from your local government to your state government. Some are saying, if you want to protest at all, just quickly go to your Abuja and go and cage Tinubu there and the power that be. Go and do it there. Leave our state alone because we don't want to witness what we witnessed some few years ago. You can't blame them. Now, that means this protest you are talking about is not well coordinated. Because if it's well coordinated, everybody should speak in one voice. And that's what Mike is trying to tell us before. We are not coming together as a unit. And with the situation of the country...
No, everybody cannot speak with one voice now. In a democratic process.
So, but at least they said they look at the Kenyans. If you look at the Kenyans, I think they speak with one voice.
Leave that one now.
And no. Some of them are saying that because it's happening in Kenya, why is it not happening in Nigeria? And I remember that in Kenya, some of them. So I'm trying to tell you what we are hearing online or what they are posting here and there.
But if you want to protest, there's nothing wrong in protesting now.
Of course, we are not saying they should not protest, but we all know we are all Nigerians unless we don't want to speak the truth. A protest in Lagos, most time, if not well checked, will lead to a lot of damage.
A protest anywhere.
In Lagos, especially in Lagos.
No, it's because of the last one, right?
Wait, Patoski, are you in support of the protest in Lagos?
I don't know whether they want to protest. I'm just saying. If they want to protest, people should protest. Okay, let me give you an example.
I'm not saying they should not protest. They should go. Why they not go to Abuja?
If we say don't protest in Lagos,
yes.
For example, the people of Lagos are oppressed by their governors.
Thank you, but they are not protesting. They are not.
No, wait. Now I'm saying if we start saying let us not have protests in Lagos, and we have that culture. What if in the future the governor of Lagos State, the government of Lagos State changes from the people that are holding it now? That's meant.
Then we'll handle it at that time.
Wait now, but you have created a culture where people in Lagos should not protest. What you have done is that you have
creating a culture. Don't use that kind of word.
That's what you are trying to say now. That
no listen to me carefully. You not listen to me carefully. I am telling you, Nigeria as a unit, they want to protest against the government. They don't want the president anymore. Some of them are saying we are not protesting against the president, but we are protesting against institution or whatever.
So
and the seat of listen, Platoski, the seat of power. Where is the seat of power in Nigeria? Where is the capital city of Nigeria?
It's in Abuja.
If it's Abuja, and then you want the president to go away, are you going to protest in Lagos? Is the president live in Lagos? Is he not living in
So
Abuja?
they want to kick the president out from Lagos.
Yeah, they
They
want
can
to keep the
protest.
president. So
No,
go and
they
keep the
can
president out in
protest.
Abuja now.
No. They can protest in any part of Nigeria. They can protest in any part of Nigeria.
Why don't they start from Abakaliki or from Enugu? Let's go
Anywhere they can do it. They can do it.
Let them go and do it from their own side too. Let them go and
Anywhere. There's, you see, that's the problem in Nigeria. Nigeria has a long way to go. This one say our own side, their own side. And I don't blame the Southwesterner for saying that, but I also don't blame the Southeast too. You understand? Because we have created this.
You don't blame the
side.
South.
I don't blame. I blame all of
some
us.
of the Southeasterners to decide.
Wait. Explain to me how you blame the Southwest. If you say you blame all of us.
I blame all of us. You see, for example, we are saying each South is say, Yoruba people do this. This we'll say Igbo people do this one. The Hausa people do. For how long are we going to continue to do this?
Well, what is your point? Wait. I didn't get your point.
The point I am giving is the problem that we have in Southwest, or the problem that Southeast have. The Southeast man's problem is not the Southwest. The Southeast should have that mind, and the Southeast man's problem is not the North, and vice versa. The problem.
No. Tell me the Southwest problem. How we are a problem of Nigeria? Tell me.
No, this is what I'm saying. I say Southeast problem is not Southwest.
No, he says all of us. I want to know where we are getting it wrong, so I can correct it.
Is that we fail to realize that we have a collective problem.
What's our collective problem?
The elite, this corrupt elite that create.
Well, we all know that now. No. There's no one in Nigeria that doesn't know that we have corrupt elites.
Ourselves and fix the problem. Let's look at point the finger to where the problem is. Let me tell you, at times, I'll just look and say, I want show.
Okay, when are the Southwest blaming the Southeast for? Well, anyway,
no,
the fact of the matter is this: no one is. Here's the deal.
When Southeast say Southwest is the problem, the natural tendency is for Southwest to respond and say, no, we are not the problem. You Igbo, you want to do this, you understand? So then we begin to trade back and forth. And the real problem is just having a field day. And that's the problem. And it's
exactly. So that's what the problem is.
And so that's why I say we are all to blame. That's why I say
you can't blame the Southwesterners. No. You can't. I'm sorry. We've always been the ones.
I am saying that. I can.
We here's the deal. Right from even the 90s, people that were out there trying to get things right, get the government out, the military out. It was the Southwesterners. You understand? It was the Southwesterners. The Southeast, they holding this vendetta about the Civil War thing. And to me, which makes sense. Yeah, you went through the Civil War. Yeah, of course. But where it doesn't make sense to me is the reason behind it. It's just based on false narrative, fallacies. When you say you have problem with Southwesterners because, and they will ask you why, you say because they betrayed you. I'm like, and you say, I mean, all those narrative that people, their leaders are giving them. And then they will, we hold on now. When we trying to, in the 90s, when we trying to, when in the 90s, when we're struggling to get rid of the military, they didn't join us. They just see us as a political enemy. Everything we do, they just go against us. I mean, let me
tell you one thing that will make you people laugh. That's why this sentiment, this thing, we need to correct it too.
You're trying to tell me there was an agreement. Which agreement are you talking about?
They say they betray. When you ask them betray, they say they want to create impression as if the Southwest betrayed them. Was there any agreement between them and Southwest? No. So let me give you what the problem. One of the things that really touched me. My brother was watching one of these religious channels. So one Igbo pastor, a pastor from Southeast, was preaching. I was saying, look, you have to stay with your brother. This was a church in Lagos. You have to stay with your brother. You have to learn to trust your people and don't trust this Yoruba. He said in the 60s, Agui Rossi has spiritual power that he was using, that he has one walking stick that he was using. And if that walking stick was his power, but when he brought the Yoruba close to himself, when he went to Ibadan, Adekunle Fajui just switched that walking stick. and they just gave him the fake one. That was why they were able to arrest Aguiyi, and that they beat him, they tie him to a truck and drag him all over the place before they shot him. So all the congregation of my brothers in Southeast were part of the congregation. They were looking like, oh, see this kind of evil that they did to our brother. You can imagine.
They will believe it.
You can imagine somebody that is hearing that kind of narrative every day. You would think that.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the root of the problem. Like the root of the, and that's why that's where my frustration comes from.
Every religion has that kind of narratives. I'm sure the North.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We don't do that in Southwest. I'm sorry.
Feeding their children with that.
I know one else does it. I'm sorry. You know another one I will hear. Like Joe, I think you guys got to do something about that stuff, man. I'm sorry. If we want to, because I don't know what people are trying to achieve.
Nobody accused. Hold on. Nobody accused the Yorubas of killing Aguiyi. We knew who killed Aguiyi. In fact, the guy that Aguiyi was in his house today is still being used as a beacon of unity between the Yorubas and the Igbos. In fact, I think it was 2-3 years ago.
No. The only people that do that are maybe these Yorubas are the one that always trying to tell Igbos like, look at this. But they don't do that. No, Joe. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest.
Now, did you tell me about this story before I started telling about
Go ahead, finish. Yeah.
Okay, so nobody told me about this story before I started telling it. I am telling you, if in fact we use it in singing. We use it in singing. There's this all these nursery or primary school, all this. Yeah, we use it in singing to remind us, because we knew that what is his name again? It's not Faji. You understand me? It's a track for it. So you cannot say that we do not know who killed Aguiyi. Even the community, I think it was 2-3 years ago, the community where they were killed, they were trying to go the spot where he was killed. They wanted to build like a monument to serve as a tourist attraction.
In Mokola.
You understand what I'm saying? Yes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Monument for Aguiyi.
Yeah.
No, money for the both of them. For both of them.
Well,
and that
I don't think it's
for the fact
for Faji,
because Faji. Well, anyway,
that road where Faji was killed, where they were killed, has been named Faji Road since I was.
Faji Road, you see.
I grew up to know it because it's close to my house in Mokola. That's the place I take to school like that. It's just like
you understand?
4 minutes to my house.
3 years ago, Pato, 3 years ago, they were talking about it, building a monument, right?
Possible, yeah.
Because they were talking about like, there was no way, if Fajri did not want to die that day, he would not have died. He would have just stepped out.
Yeah.
They didn't want to kill him. They asked him to get out of the way.
So why was that pastor saying what he said then? What pastor just told us?
Narratives now.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to explain to Joel. Joel, here's the deal. This is what we're trying to do. But give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
When I was talking, they make praise. We listen to one guy.
Do you want to talk or do you want me to talk?
Go ahead.
Okay. This is my beef. This is my beef with your original. I'm sorry. And it like so long, like I'm like, okay, even I will talk my own, and it miss me. Okay, there are some characters. They're usually educated people, usually someone on the top, like within your region, where their goal is to just create narratives, and the entire thing they can achieve is to just make their people just see Europe. We see, and when these people do these things, I will see other Igbos. They claim to be decent people. We just come blind. And so many times, I will even tell an Igbo person, like, come look at this. What this guy's trying to do here. Like, for the pastor one he just mentioned right now. Like, he come there. We all know the agenda. The main reason he did that is to just convince those Igbo in the congregation to dislike Yorubas by making up fallacies. I see a situation where Igbo person create a story. He say, Victor Banjo was the one that called go on in Lagos and backstab the Igbos. And I'm like, okay, there's no proof to this. When there's the evidence where the video later came out where the governor of the David Edjo, the governor of the Midwest, come say he was one that called Lagos. So this narrative keep going, and people in the South is nobody's debunking it. You have characters that will just come and make up story. Even when Amnekano was doing it, he would just be on Radio Biafra. He would just make up things. Oh, the Yorubas, the backstabbers. He would put story and just the entire agenda purpose of it creating that story is just to tell his people that Yorubas backstab the Igbos. They are not, and we all know this is a fallacy, and no one in the Southeast is standing against that.
Come again, please.
Mike, Mike, you are copying something. Mike.
Copied.
It's not coming from me. It's coming from someone else.
I
It's coming from you. Sorry.
I think
we all need to correct it.
I think at the end of
Patoski and Remy, let me say this. Do you know how many Southeastern I ran into where the guy literally was saying how bad he Yorubas, and now when I sit down with him trying to get have conversation with him to get in his mind for him to give me the reasons, and this guy literally listed reasons that really were all fallacies. I'm like, do you know everything is just the reason he just gave me now? None of this thing is true. And I had to go and present the fact to him and show him that he couldn't believe it because all his life, that's what he was told. Like literally, the main reason why the guy has so much bitterness towards Yoruba were based on stories that were not true. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, if you hate the people for a actual fact based on factuals, something that's based on reality, I can understand that. But if you hate an entire people based on something that didn't even happen or didn't even exist, that's scary, man. That's why I'm like, dude, I fear these people, man.
I think at the end of the day, they just have to move on. If they don't move on, that Nigeria will never know peace because they will still continue. Which region is not marginalized in Nigeria? And if you want to play and if they still continue to play the card of what happened in the 19 Civil War, the Hausa people will also be telling you kill our leaders. It is only the Yoruba that have moved on. Because we did not talk about Akinwunmi today. We've moved on. Even Abiola, we never talk about him like before. We have moved on, but the rest never moved on. Now, election just between all the tribe. Why are the northern people are not accusing the Yoruba and say we hate one another? Why are they not fighting us? I think Atiku is their son. Why is it only from their side? They still have to fight us unnecessarily. We help you. Your people live in our midst. If you want to calculate it, if you see 10 Igbo man in Yoruba land, you might only see one or two in Igbo land. You might only see one or two Yoruba in Igbo land. We welcome you with open heart. We can never go to your region and play local politics with your people. So sometimes when you live in a domain, we all live in abroad, and they have their own policies they play in abroad. Whether you are an American, as an immigrant, you get it. People. There is a limit to what you can do, because they will tell you a story that, oh boy, you are not born here. You are not really here. So sometimes we just have to step back and see our action. There is no way that a lot of people will not read.
Remy, please. Remy, stop lying, please. Stop lying on a platform like this.
I told you not to make it personal. You can give on your own narrative. Don't call my name.
Which country do you go to? Which country do you stay in? And you say there are limitations to any public office. Which one?
Okay, I will give you a lot of limitations. You are an American, right?
I'm talking about me waiting for America now.
And can you become American president?
I cannot become American president.
Thank you. Like you are there in America, there are some position in your industry. I don't know what you do. Do you think it's
no? It has nothing to do with positions. Apart from being American.
Maybe you are well educated, you are everything, but you know, for a black man to get to a top position in a white
It's a
dominated world.
lie. It's a lie. Those you see, you guys bring up, or that's what I'm saying. Stop
Let
reading
me
straight
tell you
from
something.
CNN, because that's what you guys do all the time.
Let me tell you
You
something.
paint this.
Let me
I
tell
don't know,
you,
man.
America, for black people, America is the best country for them. For all other white dominated, it's not easy. I'm not blaming them because it's their country. So, and they have to dictate the rules for you. What I'm just trying to say, when people continue to say you want to take up, you want to protest the country should belong to the people that are going to become your leader, even after this set of leaders, they are also elites. They are already another elite waiting in the wing to take over. An ordinary man with no, I think what Patroclus said that I like is that what can we do to make an institution so that it will help an ordinary man to live a decent life?
Every country will always have elites. We're always going to have elites. The most important thing is, do you control what the elite does? How do you control? To what extent? Every country, you cannot deal without the elites. But we can control their activity.
You cannot control
We can control their activity.
You cannot control everything because
I said we can control their activities. We can control their activities.
The only some selected few will be in governance, and those one will govern you. If you are lucky, you might be a member directly or indirectly. Indirectly means every one of us here, if we start to check it, we have one person, a leader in Nigeria, indirectly, maybe through family, through friendship, and the rest. Today we are here. Some of the governors in Nigeria, they were pulled from America to become governor in Nigeria. And they still have people all around the world. And there's no country in isolation. You have to deal with the rest of the world. What I'm trying to support here is that the protest should go along if it's on basis of changing some of our constitution. That, for example, just look at the Senate and the Rep. And look at what about resource control for the state, so that we don't go to Abuja to collect money anymore. Then we are the same, every state is at the same part. But the way we are today, sharing money, some are contributing to the pool, some are contributing zero. What do you want a state like Rivers or Bayelsa to do? They contribute, that is the whole. And what do you want a state like Lagos State to do? Why some states are not contributing nothing, just zero, and they get a lot of money. So if we want to talk about equity, then let every state be on their own. Don't collect money. That is what they should fight for. Not what the fight are you going to go there? We are hungry. Are they not importing food? Are people not farming? Are there not food in the land? Why not protest for the minimum wage? Maybe for
you cannot talk out of bad governance.
I'm not talking you out. I'm not talking anybody out.
We are preaching against incompetence in governance. So no matter how you want to pancake it, no matter how you want to divide us, all I'm saying is that whoever that is planning for that protest, more oil to your elbow. Rhetorics like yours belong to the past. We are done with people like you in Nigeria.
God, you are making it too personal. If
I am making it personal because it's people like you that making that country not work.
People like me.
Because of based on sentiments.
You know what? Everybody see from different rhymes or parameters. You want the protest. I'm not stopping you. I am not stopping you. I have my own opinion. I am not stopping the protest. But this is what I want. If my people said, okay,
then don't gaslight people that are going for it. Don't gaslight people that are going for it. Just can you just sit down in your state in Finland and do your thing?
You said you see what you are doing. You are being clever by half. You are trying me not to gaslight, but you are instigating them to go ahead. So which one is better? So you think you are better than me, instigating them? You think Nigeria, you are more Nigerian?
I am better than you because I have seen what is seen that saying that you're not doing good. Only you is trying to divide us and trying to stay Lagos. What is the economy of this Lagos you're trying to protect? Is Lagos living up to its full billings? No. Because probably you're from Ekiti, so you see Lagos as your London. No. Lagos also has bad governance. It also has bad planning. So we are talking like if the protest starts in Lagos, let it start in Lagos. protest can be infectious.
Why not? Why
It
not?
might start in
Why
Lagos.
not Odisha?
It can start. Don't worry.
Why
Don't
not
ask me
Oka?
that kind of
Why
question.
not?
You
Why not
cannot
you
stop.
instigate them to
You
start in Oka?
cannot
Why
stop. You cannot
let
stop
us start?
anyone that
Why
wants to
let's
do a
start
protest.
in Oka
You
now?
cannot stop anyone that wants to do a protest, man. You
I'm not
cannot tell them
stopping
when to
them.
start. So, and if you want, you can come down there and stand in their way. They're gonna crush you. So leave them alone. Leave them alone. Whatever they want to start, they are the ones that are wearing these shoes. You and I are not. We are here in abroad, enjoying another man's sweat. Another man built the country we are living in.
No,
Now, if those people say they want
work
to
for the
build,
money. I'm not
no,
playing.
you work for the money, but
Yes, so
the government,
don't say
somebody
something
made
like
it
that.
possible. Somebody made it
Okay,
possible
can
for
we
you
just
to be
make
there.
it short so that
Somebody made it. Somebody made it possible for you to be there. And thankfully, I thank God, you're doing good wherever you are. Allow those in Nigeria to decide for themselves. They are going through hell. Allow them to say, let us do things the way they feel they're going to do it. Protest can involve, even if they don't have anything right now as stuff they want to present. As the protest goes on, if they see how successful, they cannot come up with their
what?
demands.
You know
Whatever
what?
way they want to do it,
You
they
know
should do
what?
it. But my
You know
own thing
what?
is that not doing anything is a sin in itself.
No,
Let
that
the
is
people
why
go
you
out there
keep
and protest.
making mistake every now and then.
Whether violent or peaceful, go
First
out there.
and
There must be an
foremost,
action.
I
There
am
must
not
be a movement.
stopping. Okay, let's make it civil. I am not stopping anybody to go on a protest. If they like, they can start today till the next 4 years. I'm not stopping anybody. I am not the government. I am not the president. I'm not the governor. I'm not even a councillor. But what I am trying to say, you have your own say. Continue to do what you think you believe in. And I am trying to tell them, go on your protest, go to that seat of power, go and take it away from that president, go and take it away from the senator. But if you want to protest in the state, let's start from Oka this time around. Let's leave Lagos now. Lagos have tried more than enough. Let's start from Oka or Onisha. Let's pull it up from that place. And let's go ahead. Let them be number one today. At least they have not been number one for a long time. So
Whether
that's all.
Lagos or Nisha, Navy, wherever it starts is where it's going to start, and you cannot stop them. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. You cannot tell them where to start.
Time will
You
tell.
can't tell them where to start. We
Time will
have decided ourselves. Look, let me tell you. Let me tell you. The Igbos have led this country. The Hausas have led this country. Whatever tribe, we've all led this country. It is not working, and we know where the problem is.
So who is the
If you
next?
are listening now, if you listen, hold on, my brother. If you listen to the Senate, is it the House of Rep member that was willing now the amount of money they earn in a country like ours? No, that is why I said it is not just a terrible thing. It's a systemic problem. So we are attacking every, and that's why I said if it has to be violent, let all of them leave. Let us leave. Let them leave us alone. Let us patch ourselves. At least we can come in with you and say, you know what? No person in government can earn more than 200 or 300,000. We
Yeah.
can put in death penalties. We can put in death. Hold on. We can put in death penalty, right, as a measure to check corruption. So we can do things like that. But these people in governance, they cannot do it because they cannot put other death penalty against themselves because they know they are thieves. They are thieves.
There's something somebody else told me when I was young. It would tell me I should close my eyes. And when I close my eyes, it will ask me, what did I say? I did not say nothing. It will now tell me, can you breathe? And I say I can breathe. It will now ask me another question. Close your eyes and pretend not to breathe. And I will do that. And by the time I open my eyes, I will breathe heavily. And he said, what I've experienced, that is death. When you are no more breathing and you close your eyes as in darkness, you do not see anything, you do not breathe again. Calling for a protest is good. But if you turn bloody, people that die, they die. Whether they are young or old.
My brother, we're already dead. We're already dead.
Let me continue. Let me finish.
Let's not fear nobody no more. We're already dead.
Let me continue. And those people that stay alive, it does not mean that what they are fighting for, it will turn around in under 1 second or 1 year or 2 years. All those things that are happening in Africa and the rest of the world, South Sudan, they have a history. Egypt have a history. They overthrow, they kick out their old leader, they elected a democratically elected government, another person kick him out. Since that time, the president has been there, has been a dictator. They are worse off today. In Nigeria, we are not saying they should not go on their protest. But as you are going on your protest, some people who does not believe in the protest, they can also have their own protest. Nobody have a monopoly of protest. And nobody have a monopoly of violence. So experience will always guide people throughout their lifetime. If something terrible happened to you in the past, I don't think we open your eyes and let it happen once again. So that's just my own take. I'm not stopping any protest. They should go ahead, but I would prefer, if we are going to protest, if it's going to be all the state of the federation, let's start it from Oka first now. At least it's also in Nigeria. Or if not in all the state of the federation, everybody should go to Abuja. They know where their president lives, their rep and senator. Go there and protest against them. And those of you, or those people that are calling for protest all in diaspora, I have money, throw it to them. They should also buy a ticket. Maybe a one-way ticket, not even a return. At least they are also Nigerian. Let's join them, go and protest, and let's see the result will come out.
If you notice the people calling for, most of the people calling for this protest and all these things are people in the diaspora.
Yes, that's the one now. The Nigerian people.
You know what? I always find very funny. The Nigerian that cry the most. Nigerian in diaspora. They are the one that cry the most about Nigeria.
They do because they care. They care.
Some of them never been back in 40 years, you know.
It doesn't matter, but they have interest in their country.
It's not like Joe Valley hasn't been back in 10 years at least.
Some of them already. See, you are there with your family, your wife, your children, everything. And some Nigerian youth, they are just making a living for themselves out of nothing. And then you want to throw them. And
you know what's funny, Remy? I just came out from I went to Nigeria 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
And when I was there, it was normal. We would do some who and say, I can wish you a video. Oh man, it was normal. It was people were just living. Nobody was crying to me about anything. I mean, until I bring it up, some people just say, yeah, price went up, can you come? But they know it's not as disastrous as people are like the Nigerians are on these panels all over the internet. The way they're just describing things, even the so-called insecurity. They'll make you fear to go to Nigeria.
Mike,
they describe insecurity.
Paddy or what his name? He was in Nigeria now. I forgot, maybe it's Paddy or whatever. He went to Nigeria and one man grilled that guy for nearly an hour, asking what is going on in Nigeria. The guy even said that he left Ireland to go to mainland at night to enjoy himself. You never see people like they are so hungry to. I'm not saying Nigeria, of course, is an economic mess. Everybody knows the truth. But everybody was just
the whole Africa now, every third world country, man. There's always poor people everywhere, you know, and even America, they are poor people. The only difference in these rich countries that they have welfare, government assistance, where that's because the countries have the resources to do that. They tax everybody and use that money to assist those that don't have jobs, and that's why you don't see that level of poverty in those countries, in those rich countries. But every third world country, they are poor people. There's no way you can eradicate poverty in any country. It's not possible, especially in African countries.
I watched a video recently of richest people in Nigeria, state by state, and I can categorically tell you that most of these guys are in oil and gas, and most of them have oil well. Whether you are Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, they have oil well, and they now sell their oil well to all these multinationals. They have an agreement with them. They are the top 3 or 4 from each state. I was shocked. I was thinking maybe I'm going to be looking for like all this kind of old people. But new set of people, you do silent billionaires. silent. You never even hear about their name. But when you now call
Where
for
where do they have the oil wells?
some of them in offshore, some of them in onshore, some of them invested.
In
Like
Nigeria.
this one guy from Enugu, I forgot his name. That guy have a big tank in Lagos in Lekki area at that time. Those round one that they put a lot of petrol inside. He has about 20, and you never. I've never even heard his name.
Remy, have you seen Remy? Have you seen the list of oil well owners in Nigeria?
I don't know. They continue to change them.
Joel, send us the list, man, because we only hear you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, you won't believe me because you remember when I sent you the issue, the thing about 65% of containers headed towards east. You say it's a lie. It's a lie.
No, what you send me, hold on, it's still a lie because hold on. Maybe if you listen to me that day, you still a lie because the link you sent me was an Southeastern guy saying it. He didn't present anything. And that's the way you all talk. No disrespect, but that you need. Joel, let's not get into this, but Joel, I was asking, you kept going off. I'm asking you to give me the data. You sent me a video of a Southeastern guy saying it. Am I supposed to believe a Igbo guy saying 60% of container when he didn't present anything, any data, any document, any facts? It's like me telling you, this thing of is Southwest, and then he asked me to prove it, and I send you a link of a Yoruba man saying it. Are you kidding me?
No, when I see all those top richest people in Nigeria, to be frank with you, the bulk of the money in terms of billionaire, they reside more in the north, but they don't make noise, state by state. Some of them worth like more than 1.5, 1.2 billion. While when you go to the east, you can see people worth 500 million, like only Oji Uzo Kalu worth 1.1 billion naira. The rest are under millions. But when you go to the north, most of them are billionaires there, but you don't know them because they don't make noise. And when you go to the southwest, we also have some industrialists, they have billions. Some are also under million. But in overall, in total, I'm telling you, the northwest, they are number one.
Remy.
Yes.
Remy, you see the issue some of us have is this, right?
Continue.
Enterprise. When you talk about wealth with enterprise, you come to the south, right? Don't get me wrong. Is anyone hearing me?
You are cracking now.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
That's the board, man. You go to Kanu, there are a lot of Northerners that are businessmen. They are well businessmen.
These people are loaded. They are extremely loaded.
Okay.
Yeah. What you
hold
see,
hold on now. Shady, you asked me the question. And let me hold on. I was talking, right? So when you talk about the innovations, I'm not talking about people that made money off contracts, people that are government contractors.
No. They tell us what they are.
Hold on. Northerners, they are just in business. Everyone have businessmen. You know.
Listen now. I have never told you that there are no Northerners that made money via enterprise. I was born there. I know there are people that have money in the north, but what I'm just telling you is that for majority of them that you put in the cadre of billionaires, right? Most of them made their money via government.
The same thing with South.
That's not true. If you no. That now everyone do this. Wait now. Most of them billionaires.
We're not hearing you, Mike. Mike, your Mike. Fix your mic. Fix your mic. Mike, fix your mic. Mike.
I think he's trying to fix it, but what I'm trying to say, when from that list, majority of them, whether from south, southwest, or southeast, or northeast, or wherever, all of them are into oil and gas, manufacturing, aviation, something like that. That's what they are into. So, and when all of them, I'm telling you the truth, you don't single out anybody. Everybody money. It's that cake. We are all sharing it together. Unless they are just lying.
No. See, this is my thing, right? This is my thing. We don't need to share money at government level, right? The government should be able to push that money to develop the people. Then the people should be the billionaires. Not you. You don't. You see, if you get to the point where you have to be a billionaire via working for government, you have gone to the extent of exploitation. And that is the reason why it cannot be good with us. Those people, I don't know care where they make I know there are great farmers in the north, big farmers, right? But at the same time, I mean, if we are going to equate the amount of poverty we have in the north with with the amount of successful people we are, it is skewed. So the issue here is just simple. We need to create people or build people who would create wealth with enterprise. That's it. The government is not where you go to make money. The government is where you go to work for the people. It is public service. It is public service.
We are nearly saying the same thing here. If you want that one, then you have to have what we call resource control. And from resource control, every state
Remy, resource control will not do it.
So what we do
we keep throwing words around like.
So what is going to do? Violent takeover, right?
If you have resource control under these same leaders that we have, it is still going to be the same thing.
So what it's going to do is
it will be like pouring water inside a basket. You say?
Violent takeover, right?
What I am saying is this. There need to be a restructure of the system.
So what is
it has to be listen. When you're dealing with criminals, you don't deal with them with kid gloves. You don't do it.
So let me ask you some questions.
Look, let me tell you. Look, I'll be nice. I won't say they should be paid, but I will say we should give them enough notice so they will just quickly enter plane and go to wherever they have, start their money and live their life good ever after. So that the people of Nigeria will sit down and say, this is what we want, because we know what we want.
What do you want?
What do you want? We want a lean government. We want corruption reduced by at least 70 to 80%. And in order to help that, we are going to need a death penalty for people that have been found to have stolen more than 20 million naira from the coffers of government.
So you are calling for military.
If you have stolen, listen now, you ask me a question now. If you have stolen more than 1 million, you go in for 5 years. More than 1 million, you go in for 10 to 15 years. We have to make it so dire that people will look at it and say, no, I don't want to steal. And we must make sure that we implement it to the letter. And how do we do that? We have to make sure that even the judicial system, that's why I'm saying that all of them, judicial system, the National Assembly, the executive, they should all get out. We are done with them.
Simple question.
We are done with them.
So all these things you are talking about, you want a total reform. So from this total reform, you want under which government?
Is it which government?
You say you want total reform, all those things you talk about, judiciary, the executive, so many things you want. So at least we are going to have leadership that is going to take this reform. So under which government do you want this reform to take place?
Remy, we once had an interim government constituted by people that were appointed. We can appoint people. It's not hard.
So who's this we that will do this appointment? That's the question, Joe.
So who? Yeah.
It was
Who's the interim leader? Where is it going to come from?
We are not
The thing is, when you guys do all this emotional talk, it's like you guys don't think it through. That's what I think the problem is a lot of time. Because I listen to all these shows, like I don't want to mention their names, and when they are talking, I just be wondering, these guys are they thinking through? It's not like what they are saying, anybody disagree, but it's just that they don't think it through. They will just so passionate talking it. I'm like, dude, there's something called feasibility plan before you embark on anything. You do a feasibility study. You look at, you analyze, and do from point to the end game. You know, I have everything figured out. So
the last time
you're selling it to, can see.
It does not take more than 6 months before they kick it out. I said the last time we have interim government.
Yeah, because the interim thing was not planned. It was not planned. It was just.
Yeah. I think if you just say it, you want to.
And that's what I'm trying to tell Joel. Like everything is saying, everything Joel is saying about. Like everything Joe is saying about over there changing the whole system, everything. I can't disagree with that now. We all know that the system is so toxic. Most of the senators, all of them, they are just they don't have business being there. You understand? Now the question: Do I want them out? All of them out? Yeah. But the question is, how do we get it done? It's not by me just coming here shouting. Like, dude, it's just a waste of my breath. I have to come up with a plan for it. And that's what Joe and all these guys refuse to say. They'll just tell, and what they will tell you is, now he's saying we should just go and do the protest. Okay, am I against the protest? If the protest is going to make it happen, yeah, let's do it. But by looking at it, it's not possible. Because first of all, for that, the only kind of protest that can make it happen is if it's a well coordinated and organized where everybody's on board. The entire northern south where we all agree, we meet and we agree on it, but it's not going to happen with all this. First of all, I cannot, and that's another reason why I always come here to just disagree with you guys. All these divisive conversations always have. Even the Yoruba, they come here and be talking about Fulani. Eagles, they come here. So these are the reason why we can never come together, because the way we talk about each other, how can somebody hear you talk about them like that, and then one day want to sit down with you and say,
calm down. Mike, see this
you can never unite. You can never be in the same accord if we keep talking about each other in all these fallacious.
You see, Mike, I think
it's not possible. You guys, and to me, let me tell you something. The Southern Nigerians, we are the number one reason why that country has never come together or unite. Because I've never seen a Northerners always gather, and I'm telling you, I've never seen a Northerners always gather or create channels where they all gang and they're just talking fallacies, propaganda about the Southerners, and they don't want to, they don't do that. And that we are the only one that always do that stuff.
They do.
And if they're watching you, what makes you think they want to join you in anything?
Before 2023 election, the all Southern governors, they came together and they agree on one thing: the presidency should go to the South. All of them. And the meeting was held in Okowa hometown. That guy, at the end of the day, they schemed themselves out. Atiku became the president, and before we can say Jack, Okowa is already vice presidential candidate. Who are you? And you said that
Wike was looking for the same vice president.
No. I'm not. So say what?
Okowa hosted a meeting. He's the one that betrayed everybody.
Yeah, he's the one that is.
No, but Wike, Mike, hold on, Remy. Mike, Wike was also on the back hand. Look, like, hold on now. We're just talking now. This one is just for this thing now. Wike was also.
Okowa invited everybody to his house.
Wike was shouting. Hold on, Mike. Wike was shouting. Power will go to the South. Power, but he was begging for VP. You see, look, all these people.
No, actually, they're scheming out. Okay, actually, that PDP is supposed to choose a candidate from the Southeast. That is what I think. If the Southeastern at that time, they are insist on their ground that presidency must come to them because they deserve it. They're supposed to give it to them.
Joe, after all this, people will now tell me that Northerners are our problem. Are you kidding me, man?
No,
You are the
I just
problem.
can't buy
No,
that thing, man.
you guys are the problem. The Abados are the problem of the South.
The South, man, all
You
of
know
us
that
in the
now.
South, we are the problem of Nigeria, man.
No,
We have to be honest.
The Abados. Abados are the people.
Listen.
No, you know.
The Abado that our problem for South.
So after you
Abado is
all
our
came
problem
together,
because
at the end of the day,
no, because Abados are the ones that are greedy. If you see, let me tell you
after you all
something.
came together, no,
Hold
at
on,
the end of the
see,
day, you were able to war against each
How
other.
can you be?
Obedient was us.
How can the South be in a party since 1999? And then come 2020, 2019 or 2023, why most of them are gearing up, and then every governor said the power should go to the South. And I don't know why PDP should not give them that. An article went to their hometown telling them they should vote for me. I'm the best person to take you to that place. What a rubbish. They should have stoned him to death. That if they stoned him out.
No, his people will not stone him now.
No, let me finish. I'm just being sarcastic there. What I'm trying to say is that the South deserve PDP presidency that time. They're supposed to pick them. And but one thing that shocked me is that when article started saying blah blah blah, before you know that Shidoka and all of them, they continue to say, it's just to it open, like this. And a lot of Nigeria are making commentary.
The guys pay them money now. They all took money. And then they all took money from Atiku now. They also all this Satan they also for the Atiku. They took money because of it's not because of his guy, because of money. And at the end of the day, they all against Tinubu, as if Tinubu is the one that got in their way.
So that is why
all those energy they pour against Tinubu is supposed to be towards Atiku because Atiku is the one that stole their mandate. It's supposed to be their turn. The last election, okay, Atiku is bad. And then the argument should be that the next election, when it's done in the South, it should be a two Southerners running against each other. But Atiku came in and ruined Obi's chance, and he is there. He was clearly ruining the Southeastern chance by running. And the Southeastern, instead of them to go after Atiku, they're all going after Tinubu. I think Tinubu was the one that got in their way. I'm like, hold on, what is going on here? I don't even get it, man. All Tinubu did was just did his constitutional right, which is, hey, anybody is running. It's not like he made an agreement with anybody. Obviously, we also saw that the only person he made an agreement with was Buhari. Tinubu has no connection with the Southeast or any Southeastern politician or made any agreement with them. It's not like he made any agreement with them and he's turning his back on them or anything. He doesn't have business with them. But they are focused on him as if the guy is stealing something from them. And I think their turn. Oh boy, man.
No, but this is the thing. If you are the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, unless you do not want to, it goes down to what we'll be talking about. The issue of utterances. You cannot, in all sincerity, come out to refer to the Southeast as a dot. Who is he? And look, one thing is this: Buhari has come and left. The Igbos are still there. Listen, hold on, please. Let me land. Look, you see, Mike. You see, when we talk about marginalization, right? All these things were orchestrated since after the war. We know what they did. In fact, for Buhari to even say that was the original design. Because why do I say that? If you go to Delta today, right, you have 9 Igbo-speaking local governments. If you go to River State, it's many, right? You go to Akwa Ibom, it's the same thing. In fact, it goes up to even Kogi.
You mean the border villages? They are people from Southeast to
yes. You understand what I'm saying?
Even if you had them
Yeah.
together, it's still pretty much a dot in the circle now. If you had them, it's
No,
not
no, no,
like
no.
When you guys
It's
always
not saying
present the argument about if you go to this state, you find if you go to Kogi, you find Yoruba state. Even if you go to Edo,
now.
but I'm not going to say because of that. Oh, all those South area
Listen now.
love Yoruba people. Come on now.
Listen. See, my brother.
Yeah,
Come,
part
let
of
me
Edo, you see Yoruba.
even hold on, even up to hold on now. Even up to Edo States. That's where you call where this is my auntie from? Right, Abo. Go to Abo. It's Igbo. This is the thing, right? But my thing is this, right? I am not here to just make it look like I am crying or trying
But they
to
use
take for
that river to
pity
divide.
and all that.
But they use that
But
river to
the
divide
issue there
Delta
is
now.
this, the Nigerian states.
But
I still believe.
Like Kogi,
We are not hearing you. We are not hearing you. Mike, your mic is not working.
We are not hearing you. We are not hearing you.
Mike, we are not hearing you.
You can.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We're not hearing you before.
He is out of the platform. The issue now is this: even the so-called Igbo from Rivers, Delta, and the rest, they all came out that they are not Igbo. We also have Yoruba in
No,
Igbo.
they are Igbo. They are Igbo.
No,
Look at
relax.
somebody.
I know they are speaking
Let me
Igbo.
correct. Let me just mention this now.
Let me finish. I know they are speaking Igbo. I know some of them speak
they
Igbo.
claim. Let me tell you, I saw on the floor of the National Assembly, Ndidi said, "I am Igbo," and this from Delta State. He said, "I'm Igbo. I'm proud to be an Igbo. An Igbo. I am an Igbo man." That's what he said. He said, "I'm proud to be an Igbo man." You understand? Nobody said they are not Igbo.
No, Richard, Patrick, let me tell you something.
It is
Let me
that
tell
river
you,
that
if you
divided
go,
that's why they spread it to another state.
It is the civil war, the fear of the civil war. That was why everybody was like, "Oh no, I don't want to," because they made them do it, right? They made them look like, "Oh, if you try to."
Patrick, do you know Osi in Kwara State? In all the learning, they are speaking Yoruba. They are Yoruba, but they still classify them under North Central. So what you are saying here, if you want to look at it very well, that means part of Edo that are speaking Yoruba should come to the Yoruba land. Part of Kogi that are speaking Yoruba should come to the
There's no part of Edo that speaks Yoruba land now. There's no
Akoko Edo, what are they speaking there?
They call
They
them
are part of
Akoko
Edo.
Edo.
Trust me.
Akoko Edo speaks Edo language now. They have their own.
No, well, Yoruba don't come there now. Some of them are
go to Ososo.
Because they say Akoko Edo. Akoko Edo is not Yoruba. They don't speak Yoruba language.
Patoski, if you go
Yoruba names. It's just like me now. I'm Ogbo Yoruba now, but I'm from Edo.
Are you from that side?
I'm from Edo now.
No, are you from that side that speak
Akoko
Yoruba?
Edo is just the some minutes from my local government now. What I'm saying
okay, Patoski, have you been to Ososo where Ovie come from? Jeffrey, they call it Ovie.
Ososo is Delta now. Ososo now go be Delta now.
No, it's Edo. It's Edo. He's from Edo now.
Ososo?
Yeah, where Ovie is from?
Ovie is from Delta now.
Ovie is Delta now. Ovie is Delta
Even
now.
that name.
Ososo is in Delta. I thought it was in Edo.
No, the name Ovie, now that's for which side?
No, that's not even his real name. Is not Ovie. His real name is Jeffrey. Jeffrey Agbaji. And Yoruba last name get now Agbaji.
What you are saying is that if people want to claim rivers and the rest, a part of rivers, part of Delta, part of Edo that they are Igbo speaking, Yoruba also can claim all the whole of Kwara.
But that's not easy
even
now.
Kogi,
They're not telling you not to claim it now.
The entire state. But what you're saying is the entire state.
Them to come to Biafra. That is why those people
No, that's not the Remy. I think this is one thing we should correct it. You say, okay, if you Igbo are claiming, then we can also claim. No, but
that is the point. I don't know.
Igbo is not saying you should not claim it now. You see the way
you're
sounding.
No. Listen.
One at a time. I think I have said you're both saying. Just
Let
clarify
me
You
each other.
can't
Hold
just
on.
hide your you can't just hide your hate. You can't just hide your hate.
correct
Come
me.
on now. I mean, come on.
Patrick, let
Abba,
me finish it so that you can correct me.
Finish it.
always
What I
talk.
see
You don't
online,
make
what I see
anything.
online,
Let
what
Remy make his point. Let's understand. I think guys are misunderstanding each other. Wait. Let
what I
Remy make
see,
that point, then you come in.
what I saw online was that most of these guys from Edo, from Rivers, Akwa Ibom, they are saying they are not Igbo. And most of them, the reason,
Wait, let me
listen.
clarify which people. Is it the Igbo speaking ones or the other? They have
Some of them are Igbo speaking because they said they don't want to join the Biafra. They are pulling them. That is the major reason all of them are given. So you cannot correct me, Patrick. Go ahead.
Biafra. If you see when you use the word Biafra
Joel, let me even correct him
and
so
you
that you
use
can explain.
the word Igbos, they are two different things. I
They
just
are two
want you
Hold
different
on.
to.
things.
Let Patoski correct you
Let me
real quick.
correct what I need. Then, what Joel was trying to say initially was he was trying to Buhari and say, referring to them as a dot. You understand? That's not correct. Joel is now saying that the legitimate tried to make it a dot by carving out the Igbo speaking part from some other that reducing the southeast because there are Igbo speaking uh, tribes in those other states, especially very close states like Rivers and Delta and stuff like that. So invariably, what is it directly saying is if we put all those together, then we can have a bigger southeastern region.
But it's still not that big though.
Wait
Those
now,
Igbo speaking tribes
that's
just by
not big.
by the border of
It's
the
as
towns now.
if what I'm saying is not big, but it will be bigger than what it is now. Let's
No, it won't be that much bigger. It's just few villages now.
but it will not be the same now.
It's
And
not
it's still
few
going to be
villages,
just in a
so
circle. It's still
it's
going to
not
be
few
in a
Wait,
circle.
then
villages,
whether
so
if
They're
it
not
is
it's
going
not
to
few
one
border
villages.
another. They're not going to border another country or
wait
ocean.
now, even if it is 1 inch, it will be 1 inch bigger. That's
Yeah, it's still,
just
but it's still going to be a dot in a circle.
that's just argument, and that is fact. But where I say Remy missed it is Remy said, then what of those quantities we can go and take it now? Nobody saying you should not take it now. That's the argument when I
No,
say
no,
it
no,
is
no, 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 no. What Remy is saying
no,
is that
Remy ni Mobile
wait, Patoski, sorry. Patoski, wait. You misunderstood Remy. Hold on.
I'm not picking issue with your own case. So let Remy speak. He's there.
Okay.
Remy said
Let me say this. Hold on. What Remy is saying is that we're not going to
let
go
Remy
claim the
speak now.
whole.
Remy
Wait
gone out
now.
to
Let me speak now. Ah, Lord,
Remy,
give me
are you
a
there?
second.
Let Remy speak. Remy's not a baby now.
Okay, let me speak on myself. Okay.
I'm here. What question are you asking?
No, Remy, hold on. Let me speak on myself, not for Remy. Okay. I share the same view too. The same argument of we're not going to go claim the whole Kogi and the whole Kwara because we have some Yoruba speaking people there. Now, what the argument against a lot of these Biafran people is that they will tell you that the entire rivers, the entire Akwa Ibom, the entire Cross River, the entire Delta is now Biafra because there are some Igbo speaking people that exist there. I think
No,
that's where the argument is.
no, that's not what
We are
South
talking.
East
You are
is
talking.
saying.
We are talking two
They
different
are
things
talking
here.
Namdi Kanu now.
You see, you're talking Biafra, and I'm talking about Igbos.
Igbos.
I am not talking about. I've never come here to say, the whole of River State is Igbo. No, I have not said that. I just told you that there are areas of River State that
Exactly.
speak Igbo. Even Ikwere. The
The
other time
Queries are
before,
not
say
Igbos.
Rotimi Amechi, Rotimi Amechi was saying it's Igbo. It's Rotimi
Amechi is
not
Hausa
Igbo.
name. Amechi is
Okay, let
Hausa
me ask
name.
you a question. Ishekiri
It's Wike
people.
Hausa name.
Even Wike,
Wike,
Okay.
Iyensin,
It's Wike Igbo name. It's Wike
Iyensin,
Yoruba name.
is Wike an Hausa name.
Is it an
Okay,
Edo
what
name?
about Femi? Hold on.
Now.
Wait. Ishekiri people bear Yoruba name, don't they? Complete Yoruba name. And their
But
language. Wait.
Ishekiri has
Hold
Yoruba
on. Let me
origin.
land now. Patoski, please now. Let's do one at a time. Ishekiri people, their language is 60 to 70% Yoruba. When they speak Ishekiri, I can hear them. Their names are pretty much Yoruba name. And they count 1 to 1,000 Yoruba, any age, any, I don't know if the same way. So now, because they bear Yoruba name and their language is almost Yoruba, now should I now say Ishekiris are Yorubas? And In fact, she would
They
not
told
say
you they are
Shekiri
Yorubas,
Aududua.
now. They told you they are
It's
Yorubas.
Shekiri in
Are they
Delta
hiding
State.
it?
Hold on now. Now, in fact, Biafra even claim Shekiri as part of Biafra. That's the funny thing. Because they carry Shekiri as part of Biafra. And these people are Yoruba speaking people.
But Joel has
I
just
mean,
told you that he's talking
so what do you think
You're still
about
making the same
that, Joel?
mistake.
Tell me about
You're still making
Shekiri.
the same mistake. You're still making the same mistake.
He said he's not
The
talking
issue
about
there is
Biafra,
that
he's talking about
Is Shekiri you're talking about, right? Is Shekiri you're talking about still thinks that they're Yorubas. They have their lineage from Yoruba. So that one is no. In fact, that even when they were talking about
I can't hear
regional,
you.
let's go back to regions. The Shekiri was saying they were going to join the Southwest. So what you were just saying
When
is
did they
not
say that?
what I'm. You say?
When did Shekiri say they are joining the Southwest?
No, it's a known thing now. I
they
mean,
know
these
they
are
are
people that we
Southwest
know.
now. They know they are
They always
But
say
do
they
you
are
know? Do you know
Southwest.
Nnamdi Kanu include them as Biafrans? You know Samuel Ekpa include
Look.
Do you know this?
Look,
The Igbo Shekiri
I'm talking
delegates
about
in.
Igbo. I'm not talking about Biafra. Look, Biafra. If you want to talk about Biafra was the old Eastern region. So if they're making those claims, so that's why I was saying that Biafra is different from Igbo. I'm talking about Igbo. I'm not talking about Biafra. It's a whole lot of
Okay, what are you saying about Igbo? What
Igbos.
is your point?
Biafra is not only made up of Igbos only. Let's make that clear. Biafra is not only
Well,
made up of
who decide
Igbos.
Biafra? Who create Biafra? According to
Biafra,
who, Joel?
Biafra is not even an Igbo name. Biafra is even is what we call today is a South name, right? So what I'm
Yeah?
just saying is this, right?
What does
Yes,
it
the
mean?
bite of
Is
Biafra.
it your name?
The bite of Biafra, right? You find it around the coast of Bayelsa Rivers, others Africa area. That's not what I want to go. I want to go into. My thing is just this, right? My thing is just this. I'm talking about the Igbo speaking areas in the old Eastern region that was purposely carved out from the South Igbo speaking areas and give it to other states to make it look like the South is small. But I mean, we still communicate, we still have the same dishes, we still have everything, right? So, but the
What's the
thing there
point
is
of this?
that
What is it?
the idea is that for people like you or people like Remy that want to gloat over, oh, it's a small area. Sometimes we look at those issues and we laugh. We know who we
It's
are.
a small area.
Well,
Let me say
You
something.
enjoy.
I want to ask
You're
Patrick
still
this question.
landlord, my brother.
Patrick, are you still there, Patrick?
the South is not landlocked.
Patrick,
And you see,
I want to ask,
that is another fallacy. The
Who do
South
you
is not
where do you
landlocked.
border Cameroon or do you border?
And listen now. Let me tell you. Do you know that from hold on, from Abia State, right? From Abia State, it is only how many miles to the ocean. So you can't say they are landlocked.
But you have to
From
cross into
Muguta,
river.
Lake,
Mike,
from
I
Muguta
want
Lake,
to
Yeah,
ask
you have to
Mike,
cross through Ijo land before you get to the ocean.
Mike, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah. Even with you see, you know that you have like international laws that guys, and the water channel. So if you have an access, you see, you guys say we are landlocked, right? We have access. We have access. We have water access to the ocean. That is not it's not, and I do not think, right? Even if we divide as a nation, that we're going to have that kind of animosity with our neighbors. No, it's not going to happen. So all these
Really?
things are just, no, it's not going to happen. I'm just being
You
honest
guys
with
are
you.
not getting along with your neighbors right now. You think
It's a lie. We marry more. We marry more from each other
all this
than
marriage you're
any other
talking
place.
even the Ukraine and Russia are married to each other. They see war.
No,
Marriage, the marriage because people marry because
no. Ukraine and Russia are different issues.
exactly.
You're talking about a different ball game. These are
Have been
two
married
different
each other for
countries.
how long? For how many
But
centuries?
if you're talking
Are
about the
Igbos and
South,
Fulani not marrying each other? How long have you
hold
guys been
on
married?
now. Hold on. If you're talking about the South and the Southeast, they are very well meshed together. Very, very well.
That's not
If
true.
even in Ikwere land, in Ikwere where you're talking about, right? In Ikwere, most of them marry Igbo women. But
It doesn't mean anything.
how. And hold on now, it does. I mean, it does, right? They marry Igbo
Well,
women.
who doesn't marry who in Nigeria? You are Yoruba or Igbo.
The same. Hold on now. The same for Igbo men too that married all those Calabar. We are very, very intertwined.
Yeah,
You
my
understand
uncle
what
is
I'm
married to
saying?
Calabar.
So
Obi's wife is
most times,
Obi's wife is from Calabar now.
you say
I think Peter Obi's wife is from that side too.
it's from Akwa Ibom.
So Patrick, you are
You
there.
know what I'm saying? So
My
it's not
question
like
to you,
we are
Patrick.
not as divided
Yeah,
as
at the
you
end of the
think.
day, whether they marry or they don't marry, they are still their own people.
So Mike, please, can I ask Patrick this question? All your candidates, like in Edo State now, some of them are bearing Yoruba name as their middle name.
You know.
So these people, do they get that Yoruba name from their Yoruba mother, or some of the people are just bearing Yoruba name? So can you explain? I don't understand.
See, they have a tradition of that. My middle name is Ojo. My middle, I have Yoruba. My
So
Yoruba.
why do you bear that name? That's
My
just
brother Oluwole Shegun. My only sister is Oluwakemi. You understand? Femi. Those are my.
Why are they giving you that name?
It's just the practice. It's just, I don't know, because maybe because we are close to Yoruba land, and it's the practice. But my language is different. We speak a different language. My language is not Yoruba. In short, there's no in short, from the maybe if I learn more, if I speak my language, there's no borrowed Yoruba words there. You know, you could just like in Ichekiri where you have Orisha, and Orisha, you know, those kind of stuff. We don't have it in my language.
So
and
from
we
your
share
explanation,
borders, and my tribe, I'm from Ola, and my tribe shares a border with Ondo State. In short, there's a tribe, there's a local government in Ondo State that is my tribe that speaks my language. Isobe.
So do you know why I asked you that question? Do you know why?
And they speak my language.
So you just said now that you have Yoruba name in your name, but you are not Yoruba. And you also mentioned that your language similar to another language in Ondo State.
No. I say my language. There's a tribe. There's a local government in my Osei local government. There's a town in Osei local government that speaks my language. It's the same way that you have Igbo.
Hold on. And that people are from that local government you're talking about is Ondo State, right?
Just like you have Igbo people in
so now see where the problem lies. That also people speak naturally that tribe see the same language with you guys, and you are in Edo. Now you say you want to lay a claim now. Can you now lay a claim to that people that they are from the state?
No, they are not from my state, but they are Afema tribe.
So if those people now say that they are not your tribe anymore, what can you do?
Nothing. That's what they are.
So it's the same people for all those people.
That's what Joel is saying. Joel is saying those people are Igbo. He's not saying that they are Biafra. He's not saying they are from that place.
Do you know that
you see how those people, Remy, see how those people were carved into those states. So we now say the government purposely did that. I mean, like Joe will make an argument that government purposely carve some people speaking into another state just to target them. But they did it to other people too now. They carve Yoruba people. They carve Yoruba. They even carve Patoski people. They carve his Tondo. It happened to everybody. So Joe will say they are being marginalized because of that.
You know, there is one Anuma state they need to cover from part of Delta. And
Patoski, Remy, can I quickly say something, please?
Right.
Yeah. So, you see this language and naming of a thing. You cannot say because there are people in certain area that speak language, then that automatically means that these people are Igbo. Language, as we know, is a thing that goes over time, travels. If you go to some Polish towns, communities that are close to Russia, like these people, they will speak Russia as well. It doesn't mean that they are Russians. If you go to like,
but if their language is, if they speak the language, if their original language is Russian, Because it's not as
No,
if they
even if
speak.
the
It's not
original
as if they are.
language is look, even if the original language is Russian, as long as geographically they are not a part of Russia, you cannot claim for them to be Russian. If it's just like you're using yourself as an example now, right? Okay, when you say Yoruba, it's a central language, right? So there are people in Akoko in Ondo that don't speak Central Yoruba. They speak Akoko language. They speak the Akoko language. And if you even look at the current deputy governor in Edo State, what is his name? Omobola, that's his name. So these are Yoruba name. It doesn't mean that these guys are Yoruba people. No, they are still geographically Edo people.
They can be Yoruba. Let me give you a good example that fits what
So
you are
it's
saying.
confusing now.
Let me give you a good
Analysis.
example. Let me give you a good example that fits what you are saying. Look at people of K2 in Benin Republic. Even though they are in another country, they are still Yorubas because they speak Yoruba
They are
language.
Yoruba speakers. They are Yoruba speakers. They are not
Yorubas.
Yoruba people.
Wait, they are Yorubas.
They're
They are
Yorubas.
they
What
are
are you talking
Yorubas.
about?
Let me finish. They
They
speak
practice the same
Yoruba.
culture with you
Let me explain
guys.
it why it's different.
Can I please ask a question? Can I please ask a question?
Let me just no, I don't want to lose my thought. They are Yorubas. They speak Yoruba language. They have Yoruba culture. They have Oba, Alaketu of Ketu, and the Alaketu of Ketu is a son of Okabi, is the grandson of Odudua, and they have their lineage to Odudua. If you go to Ketu today, you will see the statue of Odudua in Ketu. And the Obas, they know themselves. They prefer themselves. He's a brother, one of the sons of Kiniko. If you go to Ife, you will see the evidence of Alaketu in Ife. So they are Yorubas. It's just
What
like your
about
brother travels
Brazil?
to the US and you say it's no longer
Patrick,
your
what about
brother.
Brazil? What about Brazil?
Those people, they are Yorubas that were taken as slaves. So we know they are Yorubas.
Which one is it? They'll be Yorubas.
So
They're speaking your language.
So
Say
those
they're not
hold on.
Yorubas.
So let's put it this way. So those
Not as if they learn the language. You understand?
those
It's a different thing.
hold on. Those. If you want to put it that way now, so it means that we are British people, right? Because we speak English.
Because you learn the language, you learn British.
Okay, can I please
English
ask a
is a global language.
You learn
English is a language that nationally we use as our lingua franca, right? That is our first language.
No,
No. What are you talking about?
Historically, you can say language. You can take language from one place to another place. It doesn't mean those people automatically
I'm
become.
talking about the law. I'm talking about what does the Nigerian law says. What is our lingua franca?
Yeah, it's English.
What is the second?
Where did we
What's our
get
second
English
lingua
from?
franca? What's our second lingua franca?
Where did we get English from?
French.
Good. So it is just what it is. We use English as our first global because if we say let's speak only Hausa, we're going to fight. If we say let's speak only Igbo, it's going to be a fight. If we say let's speak only Yoruba, it's going to be a fight. So as we carry English settle them, that one is different. In Africa, now. In Africa, we have clans, we have tribes. So you cannot just say because of language. In
What we're
Africa, we
trying to
have
say, just because somebody is a Shibuike in Delta
even
State
the
doesn't mean
English,
that person is an
even the
Igbo
English you're
person.
talking about in the United States, they know that they come from
Can
Irish. They will
anybody
tell you
hear
they're
me
from
or I'm just
Irish.
talking to myself?
Yeah, but
Can I
Joel,
ask a
just
question,
because
please?
somebody is Chubike from Delta State doesn't mean it's an Igbo man.
You say?
Can I ask
I
a
say just because
question?
somebody is Chubike from
It's an Igbo
Delta
man.
State doesn't mean that person is an Igbo.
It's an Igbo man.
Okay.
Yes,
I
it's an
think
Igbo man.
Ekison wanted to
And I
come
will
in.
tell
I don't
you,
know.
it is not something. You see, let me tell you,
Can I
even
ask
you
a
know where
question,
Patrick,
please,
Patrick,
guys? Let's all
Patrick,
put
you know where
Yeah.
Fubara is from, right? Fubara is from Opobo. You know that Opobo, Opobo is Igbo.
Opobo is Igbo now.
You
The
understand what I'm
Jaja of
saying?
Opobo was
So
an Igbo man
yeah, so
that was
because
taken as
we read
that
about
was
King
taken
Jaja,
Because
as
Jada
King
slave.
Jaja
Okpobo
of
is an Igbo man, I mean
Opobo.
Okpobo is Igbo.
Was an
Okpobo,
Igbo man.
you talk about Okpobo, the
Those are the descendants of King Jaja of Opobo. That is why they named the place Opobo. Oh, you don't know about it? Don't you know that Fubara speak Igbo? So leave all these things where they had a talk. We all know. We all know where we're from. You know, it's Africa. It's not like America where we say
Can
everybody
I
just come
ask
here.
a
They
question?
talk like people
What
not get
makes
brain.
you
In Africa, we can trace
what makes
ourselves.
you a native of a land? What makes you a native of a land?
We answer a question for that. We don't
No,
know.
I'm only asking you what makes you okay. What makes you a Yoruba man? What makes you an Igbo person?
My culture, my language.
So over time, everybody migrated from somewhere to where they are today. So
Yes.
if an Igbo man had migrated to Yoruba land, like say, they now have the generation running to like 600 years back, and in Yoruba land, and knows nothing more than Yoruba, and only knows Yoruba and how to speak Yoruba. So, although it is the descendant of an Igbo person, is that person an Igbo person or a Yoruba person?
He's an Igbo man.
By African,
And
Those are the
if it happens,
politics we've
if
not
the
got
reverse
right.
is the case, if the reverse is the case, he's a Yoruba man living in
That's how
Igbo
it's
land.
supposed to be. To be honest, that is how it's
Yes,
supposed to be.
that's how
It's
it's
not.
going to be.
See,
No,
all
it does
Igbo,
not change. It does not take
all
anything away
see,
from the character of the person. If
see,
the
look,
person, hold on, let me learn, please. If the person had lived in, say, Ogun State as an Igbo person and have been there maybe generations, they've been there for generations, and they spoke European language, and they've lived in the environment, and the people deem them fit to lead over them, that is a different kettle of fish. But does that person have an Igbo? Is that person an Igbo person? Yes, that person is an Igbo person.
let
Especially
me
if the
tell you
person
one
does not
thing.
change their names.
There is no way you can live in generation or run into 1,000 and you still want to claim Igbo, because in our own culture in Nigeria, even Igbo will deny you because you've been away from them from 1,000 years.
It's a lie.
One of those
It's a
things.
lie.
These are one of those things we need to correct politically in that country, because just because we put politics naturally and normally, if an Igbo person has a generation running to like 500 years in Lagos, if not because of bad politics we play, the person is supposed to be a Yoruba person that's supposed to have allegiance to Yoruba.
It's not
But
supposed to be.
we have this kind
It's
of.
meant to be a Lagos person. It's meant to be. It's meant to be from Lagos State, not a Yoruba person.
Lagos State belongs to
Let's take
Yoruba.
it.
Forget story. Lagos State is a Yoruba land. Even
It does not.
okay. Let's
See,
even make it Ekiti State. Let's even make it Ekiti State.
it does
If a
not matter.
Fulani,
Your tribe does not change.
No, wow. It does not change you.
In
If
Africa,
you
your
keep
tribe
your
does
name,
not change.
I'm saying that's one of
you
the
have a
bad
lineage.
politics.
Joel, let me come this way. So by your own way now, by your own saying, it means that this guy that is running in Edo State, Olumide Akpata, is a Yoruba man.
No, he's
What do you
an
mean
Edo
no?
man.
What do you mean no?
What do you
When
mean
they say
no? What do you mean by what
Akpata
do
is
you mean
not
no?
APAT like that. It's not like
You say
it
what?
does not mean the same thing as Akpata.
Alright, stop it now. Stop it. Look, stop it. Look at the Akpata family, right? A well-known family in Edo State. Or can you? Is there anyone that have a Benin name, like a first name, even from the elderly one of them? The most known one, Tayo Akpata. Tayo Akpata is the same from Akpata family. Their great grandfather was the one that established Fabi Akpata Primary School in the heart of Benin. What is Fabi Akpata? Is that not a Yoruba name?
So are you
Yoruba
saying
name?
that the Yorubas colonized Edo State or the
No,
Edo
I'm
State
saying that
colonized?
family. I'm saying
Let me tell you,
that particular family.
in Akpata state, he might be a Yoruba man. It's possible.
So it's not. It's an Edo man
If the
because
first name,
generation and generation have been there.
if the first name and the last name is Yoruba, it's like to have been originally a Yoruba man.
I'm telling you, if you grow up in Benin, their grandfather established one of the first primary school in the heart of Benin in Iyaro. It's called Fabi Akpata Primary School. It's a government school.
Fabi, you must be from Ogun State, then.
So if their family, look at it. What was it? One of the biggest, one of the most popular one at the time. Tayo Akpata. Tayo is a Yoruba name. So this one, Olumide Akpata, go and look at his family. A lot of them, all of them, first name Yoruba names.
And that means they are Yoruba. That's why they are keeping that name, that last name, and topping it up with Yoruba names.
So in that, so if you then use your own logic, it means that the guy is a Yoruba guy.
And see, in that case, in that Patoski,
that's what it means now.
Patoski, in that case, it could be that his forefathers
were Yorubas.
are right Edo State, and they've been there for generations, right?
Yeah, that's what.
And the people of Edo, being that they are very cerebral people, because it only takes cerebral
Now
people
you want to change your logic now, eh?
No, but I did not change the fact that they are from. I mean, you just made the point that he's from. I'm not from Edo, so I don't know if people share.
I didn't say
names.
I didn't say it's not from Edo. I say it's an Edo man, regardless of whether his name.
Originally, it's not likely to have been an Edo man. He must have been a Yoruba man that came there.
That's what I'm saying. That his forefathers could be Yoruba, right? They've been there. They were born there. So the people ask him, if let me tell you something. What are we even saying? Pato, even in Anambra State, you're going to see generations of Hausa folks, right? That have been there for ages. Even Yorubas too. They have been there for ages. The only reason you know that they are Yoruba if they tell you their names or they speak Igbo and all that. So the thing there is that name is there. After all, a Yoruba man won a election in the last election in Abia State. Is that not a Yoruba man?
That's a lie. You see that one they are calling Abiola? That was his nickname.
No. You see, that's the problem with you, Mike. You see, you always have a way. You always have a way to judge them.
Did he win?
Abba, he won.
Wow.
He won. His community. That is his community. You understand what I'm saying? If the people in your community know you, they don't care where you're from. And that's the way Nigeria should be.
What was this guy's name? What's his name?
Let me tell you one thing. In Mokola,
is it that guy nickname Abiola?
In Mokola, you know that 1992 election that they did in Mokola. There's one Igbo guy that used to make bags then, very popular and friendly. The guy won. No? He came from house to house to campaign, house to house, and you know Mokola there. Mokola in Ibadan is like different tribe. It's not mainly Yoruba. It's dominantly Edo, and the guy ran. Everybody rallied around the guy. We're so excited for him, and he won.
And he won. That's the thing.
Look at Femi Emmanuel, that pastor of is the pastor in Living Spring Church. Femi Emmanuel, the guy ran for Mokola Onireke constituency House of Assembly. The guy won and became honorable. The guy is an Eastern guy. The guy eventually emerged as the deputy speaker. He almost became the speaker. It was Adewu that said no, Womedo, whoever the speaker can be. But he became deputy speaker in 1992 of Oyo State, and he's an Eastern guy. He was an Eastern guy, born and raised in Songo, not even born and raised in Ibadan. But he moved to Ibadan, started his life, started his business.
Atoski, you know the thing about Southwest people now. Once you can speak Yoruba, we automatically assume see you as a Yoruba person.
His last name is easy to blend. His last name is Emmanuel, and his first name is Femi. So his name is Femi Emmanuel. So before they even know, the guy was already deputy speaker.
I think the Southwest people are more liberal when you talk about politics, to be frank. So that one is not a big issue in Yoruba land.
But I'm happy that it's happening. I'm happy that
you agree with me. Once you grow up in that environment and you like, even me when I was growing up, like like just grow up and speak Yoruba friendly. I don't speak that. We call them uncle, auntie, kind of like that.
One of my good friends, his name is Biot, and he's from
It's just this. I don't know. To me, I think it's Southeastern that really bring this.
I think it's
seeing people from, because they are the one that when Nigerians are great, they are usually the one that will come and be asking everybody, Are you at this? Well, he's not usually not our.
No, no. Listen, the people that are doing these things, the people that are doing these things are those guys. Look, the people that are doing these things are those guys that are going on land grabbing expedition. People who want to claim other people's land as part of theirs. And these things, a lot of these things we saw during the Biafra war as well. And you are seeing people like Nnamdi Kanu also coming up with this nonsense these days, claiming, "Oh, this is Igbo land." Look, you can if they are Igbo speaking people, okay, fine. Not to say it's an Igbo land. It's like what are you talking about? Like they're going as far as say, oh, because Agbo, the place is an Igbo name, the people there speak a dialect that is close to an Igbo dialect. All of a sudden, the land is an Igbo. No, it's not an Igbo land. Geographically, you know where you are, you know where your land is.
Igomido or something like that. So they also said that it's the Southeast that changed their name to Edo. They are not Edo people. They are Igomido.
It's a land grabbing expedition that some people want to engage in. Look, your land is your land. People who live there.
But Edo is originally Godomigodo now.
That's what you are saying. Igomido. Yeah, that is what
it doesn't matter what it originally is.
So,
okay,
but it's Edo now, so it doesn't matter.
It is not an Igbo land. It's simple. There's nothing too difficult to understand about that.
Word? Joel.
Sorry?
Joel. Okay, Joel is not there.
No, it was like people who were fighting.
Joel, is the Godomigodo an Igbo word?
No. What I'm trying to say is that is the Edo people. They change them to Edo people later. Because there's a lot of narration.
And the Oba was Ogiso or what did they
Actually, they are totally different. They are not Igbo at all. In fact, the action, language, and culture.
No, they have never said that Edo people are Igbo now.
But you know what happened? You know, part of Delta, there's some Igbo speaking side there.
That's Delta now.
And they are trying to create a new mass state. But some of these Igbo people in Delta, they said no, they are not Igbo.
Because maybe some of them. But large number of them we identify as Igbo. People like Okonjo-Iweala, we identify as Igbo. We know.
So she's also from Delta.
She's from Delta now. She's a princess in Delta now.
I thought she's from Anambra.
No. It's the husband that's from Anambra. She's a princess. Professor Okonjo is father, Professor Okonjo is from Delta. Her brother is currently the king of their town. After her father passed away, the brother took over.
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
so
hear
Okonjo is from Delta. JJ Okocha, all these Olise, all of them, they are from that Igbo speaking part of Delta now.
Okay.
And they all identify as Igbo. They can be Igbo and still be in Anako, just like you have Yoruba and Benin Republic. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't.
Let's hear from the new person, Patuski. Person is trying to come in. Someone's trying to come in. Let's hear from him.
Let's hear from
him. I thought that was Joel.
No, it's not Joel. Hello, guys, and
there are Delta Igbos as well.
Yeah. Guys, and it's a very interesting topic you're talking about. But the question I have is this: so if I'm an Igbo man, I travel to Lagos, I live there, and probably I died and I have my kids there for 1,000 years. So after 1,000 years, probably one of my kids married to a royal family in Lagos, and one of them eventually become a king. So is that king an Igbo man or a Yoruba man?
It depends on if it's your daughter that married a royal family.
It does not depend. It's a Yoruba man.
Wait. Let me explain why it depends. If you went to Igbo land, a Yoruba land, you stayed in Lagos, you've been there for years. If your daughter married a king in Yoruba land and that gave birth to a son, that boy can become a king because that boy is a Yoruba man, because the father was a Yoruba man.
Yes.
But if your son married a Yoruba princess, and because her mother is Yoruba, and she tried to find a way to want to become the king, that king is an Igbo man. In Nigeria, it is the father's tribe that we recognize. That's our culture. Those days it's absurd or it's That's the culture. You understand? So if your daughter marries a Yoruba man, then your grandchildren are Yoruba.
Yes.
They are Yorubas.
So,
Just like that Gbadebo. That Gbadebo is Yoruba. Forget
It's
about
Yoruba.
so
Forget
now,
about his mother is Igbo.
Mr. Patrick, listen, this is the point here. You just explain it traditionally, but politically, it's different, and that's the mistake I think we're making there, and probably that's what Joel was trying to explain. So,
Because when he talks about politics, all hands
Wait,
are.
how is it different politically? Hold on, Remy, let me explain.
Okay,
let me explain. Because then people will be what they call themselves to be. Now, let me give you an example. In Switzerland, you have French-speaking people there. They are not French. In Italy, there are towns in Italy where they are practically Germans, but they are Italian. So when you go to that town, you will see everything: the building, the culture, the food is different from Italian culture, and it's in Italian territory. But those people don't call themselves Germans; they're Italians. But they
But
speak.
how the way Europeans do their own things? Just because Europeans do one way doesn't mean Africans now we have to.
It's the same thing.
We are different.
Europeans are interwoven. Even here in Finland, you see Swedish people.
Yeah, that is what I'm
And
saying.
two languages are accepted here also, Finnish and
Well,
Swedish.
It's the
in
same
Nigeria,
thing.
we
It's
do
the
our
same
own
thing.
thing
It's
different.
just that you Nigerians don't want to accept it that way. It's the same thing.
Don't know where I'm going to, Mike.
Nigeria is a tribe.
Yeah, listen to me. Nigeria is a tribe, but we accept Nigeria to be a tribe when we want. I mean, we cannot eat our
We
cake.
know it is a tribe, not when we want. We know it.
Yeah, but we can eat our cake and have it at the same time. You
No,
understand?
we are not trying to do that. We are not trying to eat our cake and have it. We are saying Nigeria, Africa is different from Europe. In Africa, we operate as tribes. We have extended families, and our extended families extend to community Agbole. It becomes a tribe. So that if you drill down a tribe, you can see families. In Ibadan, for example, you have one family, it gives birth to other children. They become an Agbole. They have a Mogaji. That Mogaji can become the king if you can mark his time.
That is when it's still traceable.
But wait, we're trying to understand what Dila is trying to really tell us. I still don't know what exactly he's trying
And now, we cannot operate like Germans.
No.
Well, let's see what Dila is really trying to tell us about Nigeria.
Let me
It's
explain.
different.
Why? Because I was a little bit confused. Because when you say some people from River State, they claim not to be Igbo, and the gentleman is telling you that they are Igbo because they speak the language. You understand? And some people in Ishekiri land who speak Yoruba language.
They don't speak Yoruba, but they speak close to Yoruba language.
They speak close to Yoruba language. So those people, if they say they are not Yoruba, let's imagine we divide Nigeria today. So the Yoruba people cannot say those people are Yoruba because they speak their language. So the same thing we are.
They can say.
So the Yoruba people can claim them.
But they don't
they have to be the
claim
ones
them.
to choose where they want to
They
be.
can
You can't
be
just claim
the other. They can be in the other country and still be Yoruba. Just like you have Yoruba in Republic of Benin now.
That is what I'm saying. We cannot, because those people will have the right to choose that. Look,
and
okay,
now I will agree with you. Those people will be in another country, but they are speaking Igbo there, and they will be identified as Igbo people in that country. Just like you have Yoruba people in Benin Republic now.
Wait. Patoski, I'm sorry. These people you are calling Igbo speaking, they have the tribal name. They call themselves the Ika ethnic group.
Okay.
And Yoma.
No, if you what's the full meaning?
Hold on. If you ask them what,
it's not Ika. That Ika is a short form. The tribe is Ika Igbo.
What do you mean Ika Igbo?
It's not just Ika. I think
so
it's
the name of the tribe is Ika Igbo.
Kind of. They call themselves Ika Igbo or something. They have different
something.
It is people. It is people that look. It is people that not call it Ika Igbo. Look, let me explain something to you. Look, I've said this before. If you go to Ondo State, right? Go to the Akoko area. Akoko people their Yoruba is completely different from your central Yoruba language. If they speak Yoruba, you're a Yoruba person, you probably would not understand what they are saying, but they are classed as Yoruba people because they're in Ondo State. Edo North, a lot, Edo North, they are part of Edo North as well that are like that. You don't call them. You won't call them. You know, look, you won't call those people Yoruba because they are not in a state that is grouped under the so-called one of the Yoruba states. But if you look at it closely, they have a very close alliance to the those people in Ondo than they have to those people in Benin. But you will not call them Yoruba people. So I'm just saying to you, wherever geographically you are located right now, that is who you are. That is how it is. Just because
So that's what I'm trying to tell Patrick the other time. There's this guy from Akoko Edo.
No, Akoko Edos are not Yoruba.
But he told me he's from Akoko and he speaks Yoruba to me, and his Yoruba is weird.
This is what I'm saying. Akoko Edos are not Yoruba. Ask him again. I didn't
no,
say that
but okay, they are not Yoruba because they geographically they are not seem to be. They're not classed to be Yoruba. I've just told you, Ikare people don't speak your proper your normal Yoruba.
No, this is what I wanted to ask you. Hold on now. You see,
but this guy, he told me he's from that side, and he is speaking Yoruba to me, and I asked him.
Oh my God, Yoruba now, just like I'm speaking Yoruba now. But Yoruba call the language one. That's what I'm saying.
Bọ̀bọ̀ yìí sọ Yorùbá tí ẹ̀jẹ̀ kẹ̀rẹ̀ kí n tó lè gbọ́ máa fetí sílẹ̀ dáadáa.
Tí bá sọ Yorùbá fún ẹ dídí Yorùbá.
Yorùbá nìwọ̀n náà, you are already Yorùbá. You don't need to
say Yorùbá. But Remy, the question is, if you ask them what is the name of your tribe, what would they say?
They will not say they are Yoruba now.
Well, yeah, they will say Akoko Edo, right? Exactly. So exactly. So that's what I'm saying. This whole argument to me, I just find it very arrogant when people say, "Oh, this tribe of people are Yoruba or this tribe of people are Igbo." I'm like, no, they already have their tribe. Just leave them. Exactly. Just because they speak your language or your doesn't mean they are now you. Why can't you say you are them? Why do they have to be you?
I think in the event of Nigeria go to regionalism or go their own way, those people will remain in that region or in that country to just be Yoruba speaking side or whatever speaking side.
Now, just like you have in Benin Republic now.
Yeah, it's over. It's not a big deal at all, to be frank. And when you look at Europe, in Europe, some countries are even speaking 3 languages, and all are accepted, like Switzerland. So even if you go to Germany, some parts are speaking French there too. If you go to Belgium, it's their Dutch.
So in Belgium, they speak French. How did that happen?
They speak in Belgium. They speak French and Dutch.
Did France colonize them?
I don't know. Me, I don't understand.
So in Belgium, they speak French and Dutch in Belgium.
Yes, they speak both languages.
France must have colonized them at a point. Even Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland speak 3 languages: German, French, and which other the other one? I know they speak 3. Okay, and
they don't
all of
English.
No English. No English. English is not there. The only country that speak English throughout the Europe is only UK. The rest they don't speak English.
Everyone have to learn English. Yeah?
Everybody have their own language. If you go to Albania, they speak their own language. If you go
how come everybody in Europe have to learn English? Everybody speak English.
They learn English. But one thing I must tell you is that when you get to them and you speak English to them, they first pretend. They want you to speak their local language. They want to speak
the Dutch, the Netherlands, and the French are the worst when it comes to that. If you go there, you speak English.
I went to France. I want to speak English to them. They will just be telling me, I think my French is not good like that. Until it will take me to speak to 4 or 5 people at the end of the day to say, okay, go this way. And English is, they don't want to speak that English to you.
Even though the people that will speak that English with you, I guarantee you, they are like foreigners who came there. They are not like
typical. You are right. You are right.
In France, right? It will take you.
So this Europe, I wonder how this Europe, how they're so united. Like even though they don't speak each other's language like that.
If you know, move my son Yoba. Tó bá mọ iye àwọn ọmọ Rọ́ṣọ́ àti Ukraine tó wà níbí báyìí sí wọ́n ṣílẹ̀kùn fún wọn wọlé ni wọ́n dẹ̀ bẹ̀ sí fún wọn ṣe easily tó bá ti jẹ́ funfun sí funfun yẹn wọn ò fẹ́ra wọn ṣeré but àwa dúdú la máa ń lera fúnra wa àwa dúdú àyè fúnra yín ṣeré jọ.
táwọn fúnra wa ṣeré ń bí o máa ń parọ́ fún ẹ sórí ní èmi o bóyá àwọn mi o tí lọ́fíìsì ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi dáadáa lọ́fíìsì tí opportunity bá dé báyìí ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni màmá wá tí bá rọmọ Nàìjíríà yẹn tí mi bá rọmọ Nàìjíríà máa wá ọmọ Áfíríkà mi tí bá rọmọ Áfíríkà máa pass
But no, that's true. That's true. We Nigeria, maybe Nigeria, we.
Nàìjíríà nìkan Nàìjíríà lè help ẹ nítorí àwọn East Africa yẹn má gbọ́kàn lé wọn.
Mo máa help wọn, mo máa help wọn.
But tó bá jẹ́ Africa to Africa or black to another black.
Mo máa help wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa help me. Ibi tí mo wà mo ṣe wá síbẹ̀ ní mọ́ǹtì ni. Mo ní project ń bẹ̀. Ọmọ Uganda ló help me lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
Ọmọ Uganda ṣì àwọn ọmọ Kenya yẹn wọ́n máa ń ṣe seal mouth báyìí ni wọ́n fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Tó bá ti di Africa sí Africa wọ́n máa dìde wọ́n máa help. Company tí mo sọ pé mo ti ṣe yẹn ṣó mọ̀ pé at a point ìgbà tá à ń ṣe lọ 50% àwa tá à ń ṣe company yẹn dúdú ni wá. Nàìjíríà ti gba like 30% because abẹ́kọ̀ sí fara wa ni mo kọ́ fa ọ̀rẹ́ mi àwọn èèyàn fara wọn bọ̀bọ̀ wọn ìbò kan báyìí náà fa àwọn èèyàn. So àwọn dúdú máa ń help èmi ó ní doctor kan níbi ní Calgary kò ń gba ẹni tí ò ṣe dúdú so mo ní project kan tó èmi mo ń ṣe books ẹ̀ so accountant ẹ wá ṣe books ẹ̀ tán mo wá ní àpé accountant tó dẹ̀ gbà yìí tó bá ṣe books tí mo review because èmi mo máa audit ẹ̀ so wọ́n ní àpá accountant ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ dáadáa o wọ́n á ní bóun ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ gbà péyàwó ló ní kó ń gbà nítorí chinko ni ó ní ṣé mo mọ̀ pé òun kì í gba dúdú òun kì í gba ẹni tí òun ṣe dúdú ó ní because àwọn tó láwọ̀ funfun yẹn wọ́n ti ní head start already tó yẹ pé àwọn dúdú ló struggle oníṣòwò ohun tó ń jẹ́ dúdú tó ní company báyìí kò yẹ kó tún wá máa gba àwọn funfun.
ṣèbí nǹkan tí mò ń sọ fún Joel Nashville lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ẹnu nìyẹn.
pé kò yẹ kó máa gba ó ló ṣẹlẹ̀ sóò nílò ìgbà tó wà ní UK pé òun ti fẹ́ practice ó ní wọn adé ẹ̀ báyìí wọn ò ní fóun ṣẹ́ nítorí oúnjẹ dúdú ni olóòtú abẹ́kọ̀ báyìí ló pé tóun bá ní clinic tóun ò ní gba funfun dúdú ló máa gbà because ó mọ wàhálà tó ń go through and níbí olóní the big ní short ní Calgary he has the biggest practice of almost 18 doctors under him dúdú South America ẹyọkan nìkan ni òṣèlú dúdú bẹ́ẹ̀.
Wọ́n fún wọn láyé pọ̀ ní
owó ó ti ní owó gan ọmọ Rivers ni about 18 doctors ló wà.
ó mọ̀ pé there is one ọmọ Igbo kan ní Dublin ó lọ sáà logistic company kan sílẹ̀ and he has a lot of àtìgbà tó frustrate bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn jáde.
kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gan-an.
wọ́n frustrate ẹ̀gbà tó ti ń gbàgbó táwọn èèyàn ti ń patronize ẹ̀.
ó gbàgbó project wọ́n ti ń cross another part of Europe.
ó ti ní truck tó ti pọ̀ bó ti ń di number 1 player wọ́n ti rí i pé ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wọ́n checkmate.
they frustrated that guy o.
wọ́n checkmate ẹ̀.
that's not fair.
ọmọ nǹkan tí mò ń tọ́ láti sọ fún bọ̀bọ̀ Nashville ẹ̀kan.
the company is big. that boy tried.
ó try o àwọn Naija máa ń try gan seriously but wọ́n máa frustrate lọ́wọ́ kan báyìí wọ́n á kàn máa ease out díẹ̀. so kìnìún
even iṣẹ́ náà tó bá lọ fún interview tó bá rí pé dúdú ni ẹ̀ ń gbà mí wàhálà ni irú ìyàwó mi ń sìn ìyàwó mi try láti get ibì kan òun dẹ̀ ni ìyàwó mi náà the same background lájọ ni òun tiẹ̀ to me ó sì di more qualification jù èmi lọ́gàn even with me and agbowó adẹ̀jọ ṣiṣẹ́ ní big firm èmi àtẹ̀jọ ṣiṣẹ́ ní big firm àjọṣepọ̀ everything ó struggle láti get placement tó fẹ́ just because ó dúdú dẹ̀ ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀
nítorí ó dúdú ni.
ọmọ ṣe máa ń sọ pé a kind of glass ceiling wà kì í ṣe this deliberate kì í ṣe pé bí you are still not there pé you are in Canada or America láti ẹ̀ ò ń bí báyìí. so I'm trying to say.
ibẹ̀ wà restricted gan.
wọ́n structure everything to the extent yẹ pé income ẹ̀ tó wọlé wọ́n máa rí báyìí wọ́n máa kò sí nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe tí wọ́n ní.
business na our boys ń ṣe ń bí náà lọ́mọ kan ó pé lùkẹ́ then our dúdú máa ń patronize ara wa ní business gan.
which is good ṣé o mọ̀ pé population tó pọ̀ ń bẹ̀ yẹn àwọn Europe kéré.
ẹ ti pọ̀ náà ní Finland yẹn.
a pọ̀ gan-an ṣé o mọ̀ pé rí ìta fi ń pọ̀ ní pé àwọn Nigerian troop